Chapter 658. 4 to 6 hours later, Elder Helion and Gu Feng, who had been searching the city for half a day, finally found this area. Elder Helion felt a wave of magical energy. Someone is about to break through, and this feeling? Elder Helion stopped in his tracks when he passed by the alley. The magical energy came from the alley, and the power was no small matter. It was clearly a sign that someone was about to break through to become a sky magician. Gu Feng, let's go into the alley and take a look. Elder Helion took the lead and rushed into the alley. In the alley, they saw Feng Tian in the midst of breaking through. Elder, this is... Gu Feng had a suspicious look on his face. Elder Helion's mouth was wide open when he inspected the items. He then laughed heartily. The heavens are helping me. Feng Tian actually broke through. The first person to break through in the mainland's elite camp this time was actually Feng Tian. According to the agreement made by Elder Helion and Elder Yu after they had arrived at Skywing City, the students of the two elite battalions who won this trial would obtain the right to speak in the next mission to search for the divine artifact. There were two conditions for winning. First, which camp would become the Martial King, and second, which camp would have someone break through first. Feng Tian was originally the one with the most hope of breaking through among the students of the mainland's elite camp. But because of Yi Baiming, he was dispirited and was almost destroyed. Elder Helion originally thought that he would definitely lose this time, but who knew? It was really a blessing in disguise, Elder Helion laughed heartily and hurriedly ordered Gu Feng to wait at the side. This time, Feng Tian broke through from the evening to the morning of the second day. When the rooster crowed, a ray of light appeared above Feng Tian's head. The Dharma soul in his body shone brightly. Feng Tian had successfully broken through to become a sky magician. Feng Tian, good job. Elder Helion had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Seeing Feng Tian break through, he was so happy that he danced with joy. He could already foresee the beautiful scene of Elder Yu humbly becoming his subordinate. Second Elder, Feng Tian intends to give up on the competition in the Earthwings competition zone and enter the Skywings competition zone. After Feng Tian's breakthrough, his entire temperament was slightly different. There was less arrogance in his eyes and more steadiness. It looked like he had gained enlightenment overnight. Feng Tian's first sentence after breaking through shocked Elder Helion. He had just broken through, and he wanted to join the Skywings division? Feng Tian, don't force yourself. The experts in the Skywings competition zone are much stronger than those in the Earthly Wings competition zone. Even Yi Baiming might not be able to gain much of an advantage in the Skywings competition zone, Elder Helion advised. Feng Tian has already decided. Feng Tian recalled the place that Venerable Skywing had mentioned. Only by experiencing a life and death struggle in the Skywings competition zone would he be able to go to that place. Only by going to that place would he be able to obtain enough strength to defeat Yi Baiming. But to enter that place, just as the Venerable Skywing had said, he had to be able to fight against a Beast King level magical beast. Feng Tian still has one more request. Feng Tian doesn't want anyone to know about his breakthrough for the time being, including the other students of the continent's magic elite camp. It was just that Feng Tian refused to listen to him no matter what. In the end, Elder Helion had no choice but to agree to Feng Tian's request. After that day, Feng Tian seemed to have become a different person, and he was completely focused on the competition in the Skywings competition zone. Chun Lian, and the others were shocked to see that Feng Tian was not dead. It was just that Feng Tian did not seem to remember what had happened in the alley, nor did he look for them to settle the score. This made Chun Lian, and the others breathe a sigh of relief. After staying in Yi Baiming's courtyard for a few days, Yunsheng's body had basically recovered. During this time, Yunsheng had also refined the Sea Octopus Queen's soul stone that she had obtained from Lu Qingqing's body. Unlike the soul stones that had just fallen off the body of a magical beast, a soul stone that had already recognized its master had a very strong magical repulsive force and could not be used lightly. Fortunately, Yin Sheng had the unique elven hellfire, which quickly washed away the repulsive force of the Soul Stone. The Sea Octopus Queen's Soul Stone, a peak rank 9 sea beast. When Yin Sheng touched the Soul Stone, she had already recognized its origin. She had thought that the Soul Stone had been torn apart by the hurricane. If not for the mysterious Enigma Stone on the treasure boat, Yin Sheng might have chosen to use this Sea Bee Soul Stone as the fourth Soul Stone on her magic scepter. However, with the Enigma Stone, Yin Sheng felt that the Enigma Stone with its mysterious power was more suitable to be embedded on the Enigma Scepter. Little Queen, I have a gift for you. Yin Sheng summoned the Little Water Fairy Queen. The Little Queen blinked her big blue eyes and wrinkled her little nose. Is it fruit wine for me? Hearing this, Yin Sheng coughed a few times. The Little Queen's alcohol tolerance was ridiculously high. She had already drunk only a few bottles of the fruit wine she had brought over from the immortal residence. Take a look. Isn't this magic scepter better than the wine? Yin Sheng took out the magic scepter she had just refined. It was an almost transparent magic scepter made of jade. The top of the magic scepter was refined into the shape of a star. It looked very much like a fairy wand. At the top of the magic scepter, there was an aqua blue soul stone embedded. What a beautiful magic scepter! The Little Queen fell in love with this magic scepter at first sight. Even with the picky eyes of the elves, it was difficult to find any flaws in this magic scepter. She hesitated, her watery eyes filled with disbelief. You're really giving it to me? Although the Little Water Fairy Queen had followed Yin Sheng, she still refused to believe in humans from the bottom of her heart. However, Yin Sheng's actions had gradually moved her. This human had taken her out of the immortal residence, given her delicious fruit wine, and such a beautiful magic scepter. The Little Queen loved the magic scepter so much that she couldn't bear to part with it. After holding it in her hands for a long time, she tilted her head and looked at Yin Sheng. Then, what do I need to do for you? Elves were very simple-minded. They would think of ways to repay what others had given them. When Yin Sheng was refining the magic scepter, she really didn't think of getting anything from the Little Queen. However, since the Little Queen had asked, she would be a fool if she didn't seize the opportunity. A magic scepter in exchange for 500 years of unconditional help from you and your people. As soon as Yin Sheng said this, the Night Demon Queen, who had been on her magic scepter, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This was too ruthless. To let the Little Queen, who had top-level water magic, help her unconditionally for 500 years. Master was really the best of the profiteers. Chapter 659. The Little Water Spirit Queen was the one who would inherit the spirit throne in the future. Having the Little Water Spirit Queen was equivalent to having the power of the Water Spirit clan. 500 years, that seems a little long. The Little Queen felt that something was wrong. However, she couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. 500 years is actually very short. Think about it. You've been sleeping in the immortal Holy Grail for 500 to 1,000 years, right? Yin Sheng guided her patiently. Besides, I'm a human. A human's life is very short. Maybe after 100 years, you can regain your freedom ahead of time. Deal. Then I'll help you unconditionally for 500 years. In order to not violate their agreement, the Little Water Spirit Queen even signed a magic contract with Yin Sheng. Just like that, Yin Sheng used a soul stone in exchange for the absolute loyalty of the Little Water Spirit Queen, who had the strongest water healing ability in the continent. Yin Sheng returned to the inn. Dong Huang Linger, who had been anxiously waiting for a long time, couldn't help but tear up when she saw her. Just yesterday, Linger was suddenly sent back by someone, and Yin Sheng's whereabouts were also unknown. At that time, Linger was vague and only said that Yin Sheng was taken away by Yi Baiming. When she heard the news, he immediately went to look for Yin Sheng, but was stopped by Linger. She repeatedly promised that Yin Sheng would return in a few days. In order to prevent Yin Sheng from feeling awkward, she resisted the urge to ask Yi Baiming, "Are you really okay?" Dong Wang Linger pulled Yin Sheng and checked her up and down. After making sure that her friend didn't lose an arm or a leg, she was relieved. "All right, here's a letter for you." Dong Wang Linger handed a letter to Yunsheng. Yunsheng opened the letter and saw that it was written a few days ago. It was a letter written by Zhou Qingquan himself. The letter clearly stated that he would personally go to the Skywing City. The letter also mentioned that Zhou Qingquan had inherited the position of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's president last year. Yunsheng was a little embarrassed that the president of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce would take time out of his busy schedule to come here. Big Brother Zhou is coming? After Yunsheng and Chu Yu established a cooperative relationship, they thought of using the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce to solve Skywing City's medicinal air transportation and some of their financial problems. Although Yunsheng had won the competition this time, it could be said that she had narrowly escaped death. If Yi Baiming had not forced the Hidden Night Pavilion to take action, she would probably have died from exhaustion of her magic. This also made Yunsheng realize that she was severely lacking in strength. In the past, Yunsheng's life had always been smooth sailing because she had the help of the Summoning Hand and a bunch of magical beasts. Even when she met a strong opponent like the Elven Queen, she had never been at a disadvantage. However, after losing the Bee Speech Ring, Yunsheng strongly realized that she was not powerful enough. Therefore, she decided to get an advance payment from Zhou Qingquan to buy the special Enigma Stone. A few days later, an unfamiliar empty ship was sailing in the sky, riding the wind and breaking the waves. The sharp, blade-like bow of the ship cut through the clouds in the sky. On the empty ship, the flag of a chamber of commerce was fluttering in the wind. The two words, everlasting, were very eye-catching. On the deck of the empty ship, the wind was very strong. Zhou Qingquan, the youngest president of a chamber of commerce on the continent, faced the wind and looked into the distance. Inside the cabin, several stewards of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce were looking at President Zhou with reverence. Zhou Qingquan had risen to prominence 4 years ago. He was originally an orphan of a branch of the Chamber of Commerce. But in a single night, he had arrested the uncle who had falsified the accounts and eliminated several other forces in the Chamber of Commerce with lightning speed. Last year, the previous president, the Zhou family's patriarch, had personally handed over the position of president to President Zhou. After that, he had passed away. Today, President Zhou's words were everything in the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. After President Zhou took office, he wantonly expanded the scope of business. Under his leadership, the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce had become even more powerful than before. This made the stewards, who were originally unconvinced by him, no longer dare to say anything. But when he expanded the business to Skywing City, all the stewards were shocked. The reason why President Zhou made this decision was because of a letter he had received half a month ago. At this moment, the letter was in President Zhou's hands. It had been nearly 4 years since he had seen Yunsheng. Zhou Qingquan's gaze retracted from the boundless sea of clouds and fell on the letter. Yunsheng's handwriting was very clear on the letter. In his mind, the scene of the last time the two of them had met appeared. I wonder what Yunsheng looks like after not seeing her for 4 years. Zhou Qingquan's mouth revealed a long-lost smile. Ever since he had returned to the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, he had not smiled for a long time. When the stewards in the cabin saw this scene, they all clicked their tongues in wonder. Reporting to the president, Skywing City is just ahead. Good. Zhou Qingquan put away the letter. His heart could not help but beat faster. Soon, he would be able to see the person that he had been yearning for day and night. In the inn, Yunsheng put down the letter and hurriedly said goodbye to Dong Wang Linger. She then went to the city gate to welcome Zhou Qingquan. Counting the days, the letter said that Big Brother Zhou would arrive in Skywing City this afternoon. The news of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's airship arriving in the sky above Skywing City immediately reached Steward Chu's ears. Steward Chu? Skywing City and Skywing City have never interacted before. Do we need to inform the City Lord's mansion about the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's arrival? No need. The City Lord has just returned, so not many people know about it. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce is the continent's #1 chamber of commerce. We must not neglect them since they have come to Skywing City. Steward Chu brought along a few capable assistants and walked towards Skywing City's gate. As the airship landed, Zhou Qingchuan's footsteps could be heard. Just as he landed, he heard a pleasant greeting. "Big brother Zhou, why have you come personally?" Yunsheng quickly found Zhou Qingchuan in the crowd. After not seeing him for 4 years, Zhou Qingchuan looked the same as before. He had a warm smile on his face, making people easily have a good impression of him. Zhou Qingchuan's current status was completely different from when Yunsheng had first met him. He was no longer the descendant of a branch family who was bullied in the family. In just 4 years, he had already taken control of more than half of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce's businesses. He had already grown into the #1 figure in the family, second only to the patriarch. Yunsheng did not know that a large part of the reason for Zhou Qingchuan's change was because of Yunsheng. He had fallen in love with Yunsheng at first sight. However, he knew in his heart that as a merchant, he was not worthy of Yunsheng. Therefore, in the past 4 years, he had grown rapidly. Now, Zhou Qingchuan's eyes and actions carried the boldness of a tycoon. In the 3 years that Yunsheng had been missing, Zhou Qingchuan had not been able to eat or sleep in peace. This was the first time he had received a letter from Yunsheng after nearly 4 years. Therefore, when he received the letter, he was wild with joy. Regardless of the many matters at hand, he personally escorted this batch of medicinal herbs to Skywing City. When he heard Yunsheng's voice, Zhou Qingchuan hurriedly turned his head. Chapter 660. Under the sunlight, a white-clothed girl was smiling at him. Tall and charming figure, jet black hair, mischievous eyes, and 2 small dimples when she smiled. The girl was Yunsheng, not Yunsheng. When the sunlight met her, it seemed to dim a lot. After not seeing each other for 4 years, Zhou Qingchuan had dreamed of Yunsheng countless times in his sleep. However, he had never dreamt of such a realistic person before. Yunsheng was more charming than he had imagined. A look and a smile could captivate people's souls. Zhou Qingchuan was even reluctant to blink. He was afraid that if he blinked, Yunsheng would disappear. "Big brother Zhou, why are you dumbfounded?" Only when a faint fragrance came over did Zhou Qingchuan come back to his senses. He coughed a few times. "I've let you see a joke. I haven't seen you for so long that I couldn't recognize you for a while." Yunsheng didn't notice his gaffe. She went to check the medicinal herbs and elixirs that Zhou Qingchuan had brought this time. As expected of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce, the scale of the empty ship was 10 times larger than Elder Helian's. The elixirs that Zhou Qingchuan had brought this time were all from the little CI in Tong. After checking, Yunsheng confirmed that the elixirs on this ship could at least offset the consumption of the Skywing's arena for more than a month. This time, she must catch the Hidden Night Pavilion unprepared. Yunsheng had already inquired. The competition between her and Lu Qingqing had caused the Hidden Night Pavilion to suffer heavy losses. Yellow Knight Emissary himself had also disappeared. Right now, the Yellow Wings Arena was like a no-man's land. It was the best time for Yunsheng to infiltrate. After checking, Yunsheng walked out of the empty ship. She saw that there were a few more people where Zhou Qingchuan was standing. The leader was Steward Chu. "Is this President Zhou of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce?" Steward Chu came with a group of assistants. When he saw the unprecedented scale of the empty ship loaded with a large amount of goods and medicinal herbs, his eyes couldn't help but light up. As the most capable assistant of the Skywing City Lord, Steward Chu had been vexed over how to control the transportation of goods in Skywing City for many years. Although Skywing City was wealthy, there weren't many empty ships for the transportation of goods. If they could establish a cooperative relationship with the continent's #1 everlasting Chamber of Commerce, the prices of goods and the lives of the people in Skywing City would be greatly improved. "Big brother Zhou, Steward Chu." Yunsheng walked forward. Seeing that Yunsheng and Zhou Qingchuan were very familiar with each other, Steward Chu was shocked. She had long guessed that Yunsheng's background was not simple. Ever since Lu Qingqing was defeated by Flame Emperor Dai, Steward Chu thought that Yunsheng must be from a magic family. But today, It seemed that she also had a close relationship with the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. She was just a little girl in her teens. How could she be so capable? Manager Chu was shocked, but he didn't dare to underestimate Yin Sheng. Zhou Qingchuan was indeed a businessman. He chatted with Steward Chu for a while and also discussed Yun Sheng's intention to sell medicine in the city. I have long heard about the Hidden Night Pavilion raising the price of elixirs and controlling the contestants in the arena. Miss Yin can first experiment in the Yellow Wings competition zone. If the situation is good, I will report to the city lord and allow little C.I. Intong to practice medicine and sell medicine in Skywing City. Steward Chu was very astute. Although the Hidden Night Pavilion was temporarily at a disadvantage, they had been running amok in Skywing City for many years. A strong dragon couldn't fight a local snake. However, she couldn't directly refuse Yun Sheng. Firstly, Yun Sheng was related to whether her daughter, Chu Yu, could become the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone in the future. Secondly, the Hidden Night Pavilion was powerful and difficult to shake. Yin Sheng and Zhou Qingchuan could clearly see Steward Chu's intention to watch the tigers fight from a distance. However, both of them were smart people. No one was willing to say it out loud. After Steward Chu confirmed Zhou Qingchuan's purpose in coming, he let the empty ship enter the city. Yin Sheng hosted a banquet to entertain Zhou Qingchuan. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Yin Sheng said, somewhat embarrassedly, "Big brother Zhou, I am in a bit of a hurry. Can you lend me 5 million gold coins first? You could just go to little C.I. Intong to withdraw the money." Yin Sheng wanted to use the 5 million gold coins to buy that enigmatic stone. Thinking about it, this was the second time she and Zhou Qingchuan met. It seemed that every time they met, she was aiming for the other party's money. After leaving the treasure boat last time, Yin Sheng promised that she would raise 5 million gold coins within a year. However, in order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Yin Sheng decided to buy the stone first. Zhou Qingchuan saw Yin Sheng's awkward expression and smiled. Zhou Qingchuan was generous. Without asking, he gave Yin Sheng a piece of everlasting purple gold. Yin Sheng, after parting this time, I don't know when we will meet again. If it's possible, next time, I hope. Zhou Qingchuan was very eloquent. Usually in the business world, he would speak human language when he saw ghosts. However, when facing Yin Sheng, especially when the other party stared at him with those dark eyes, Zhou Qingchuan felt that he was stuttering. "What do you hope?" Yin Sheng asked. "I hope that you can give me a chance. Don't treat me as a big brother, but as a man." Zhou Qingchuan finally spoke clearly. However, Yin Sheng's mind was thinking about the stone on the treasure boat. Seeing that the other party didn't understand his words, Zhou Qingchuan couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps, in this life, he could only be Yin Sheng's big brother. "Yin Sheng, it's getting late. Big brother Zhou will go and settle his subordinates first. We will talk about it in detail tomorrow." Seeing that Yin Sheng's face was full of worries, Zhou Qingchuan could only take his leave. Yin Sheng didn't think too much about it. She took the everlasting gold car that she had just received and excitedly went to the treasure boat. Who knew that when Yin Sheng arrived at the treasure boat and asked around, she actually found out that the stone had been bought by someone else. "Miss Yin, this is all my fault. That stone should have been taken off the shelf, but due to the negligence of the staff, it was taken by another customer." Steward Chu looked embarrassed. She gave him a brief account of what had happened. When Yin Sheng heard this, she knew that this matter couldn't be blamed on the treasure boat. Skywing Tuo was the eldest son of the Skywing City Lord. After all, Steward Chu was only a servant of the City Lord's residence. Since the stone had been taken away by force, she had no other choice. It's just that I don't know if the eldest son gave the stone to that lady after the incident. If he did, you can only look for that lady. Steward Chu's face was full of regret. "Can you tell me the name of that lady? That stone is very important to me." The thing that Yin Sheng was most worried about had indeed happened. She suspected that the other party wasn't an ordinary person. It was very likely that the other party had also discovered the uniqueness of that stone. "I found it. The lady who visited that day is called Chun Lian." Steward Chu checked the records and found Chun Lianer. Yun Sheng frowned. It was actually her? Could it be? Yun Sheng remembered that the magical wave on Chunlian Er's body was very similar to the magical wave on the stone that she had seen earlier. Chapter 661. Miss Yun, are you going to find that lady? Manager Chu saw that Yun Sheng's face was still cloudy. Yun Sheng smiled bitterly. If it were someone else, she might have a way, but the stone was in Chun Lianer's hands. Chun Lianer hated Yun Sheng the most. Yun Sheng was a little unhappy that she didn't buy the stone. At this time, Chu walked in. When she saw Yun Sheng's ugly expression, she asked about what had happened. Skywing expansion? Him again. When Chu heard this name, a layer of sullen anger appeared on her face. It was my carelessness. If I had known, I would have left the deposit. Yun Sheng just didn't expect that there would be people fighting over such an unremarkable stone. If an ordinary person heard that a stone was worth 5 million gold coins, they would probably explode on the spot. No, since my mother promised you, she will definitely do it. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Chu was very loyal. I know where Skywing Expansion is. Wait here, I'll go find Skywing Expansion and get the stone back. Chu didn't say anything else and turned to walk out. Yun Sheng couldn't even stop her. Sigh, this child still has that temper. Manager Chu looked worried. Miss Yun, I have important matters to attend to right now and can't chase after you. Go stop her. Once elder sister Yu goes over, she'll be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Manager Chu had an anxious look on his face. When Yun Sheng asked, she found out that Skywing Expansion was the eldest son of the Skywing City Lord. This person was about 30 years old and was a famous playboy. When they were in the City Lord's residence, he had always tried to take advantage of Chu Yu. In order to avoid Skywing Expansion, Chu Yu left the City Lord's residence and took the initiative to ask to join the Skywing Arena as a referee. I'll go stop her. Yun Sheng immediately went out. Yun Sheng's footsteps were fast, but Chu Yu's footsteps were even faster. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Yun Sheng's face was filled with anxiety. She could only ask the staff on the treasure boat. However, no one knew where Chu Yu had gone to look for her. After Chu Yu left the treasure boat, she went to several restaurants and tea houses in the city and asked door. Skywing Tower, that silk pants, only knew how to fool around in these few places all day long. Chu Yu asked around and indeed found out that Skywing Tower had opened a small private room in one of the restaurants. Right now, he was waiting for someone. Heaven's Wing Tower, hand over that stone. Chu Yu kicked open the door. Heavenly Wing Tuo had an appointment with Chun Lianer today and was waiting for the little beauty to come. Being disturbed like this, he was about to get angry, but when he saw that it was Chu Yu, he chuckled and stared straight at Chu Yu. I was wondering who it was. You've made this young master suffer. Skywing Tower was 10 years older than Chu Yu. Chu Yu had been a servant of the Skywing City Lord's residence since she was young, and Skywing Tower had beaten and scolded her in the past. However, when Chu Yu reached the age of 13 or 14, her appearance became even more attractive. Skywing Tower had always wanted to take her as a concubine, but Steward Chu had always stopped him, so Skywing Tower had never succeeded. Steward Chu had been forced into a corner and could only send Chu Yu to the Skywing Arena. Since then, Chu Yu had avoided Skywing Tower as much as possible. After all, in terms of skill, Chu Yu was still no match for Skywing Tower. Heavenly Wing Tuo, show some respect. The City Lord has just returned. Do you want me to tell him everything you've done these past few days? Chu Yu glared at him. Upon hearing the name of the Skywing City Lord, Skywing Tower indeed restrained himself a little. Skywing Tower had run amok in Skywing City, and the only person he avoided was the Skywing City Lord. If his father were to know of his hedonistic behavior, he would lose a layer of skin no matter what. Chu Yu, what are you pretending for? You're just relying on the fact that your mother and my father have an affair. Do you really think that the Skywing City Lord's residence is the world of you mother and daughter? Skywing Tower looked at such a delicious piece of fat meat in front of him, but he couldn't eat it. It was as if a cat was scratching his heart, making him very uncomfortable. I can't be bothered to reason with you. Hand over that stone, and I can consider not telling anyone about the things you've done. Chuyu snorted. She felt disgusted at the sight of Skywing Tower. What stone? Oh, you're talking about that 5 million stone. Let me tell you, that stone is used by this young master to fish for women. If you want it, it's not impossible. Just come to the villa obediently and find me. Skywing Tower had a salivating smile on his face as he sized up Chuyu. In order to play with women and not let his tigress know, Skywing Tower had secretly built a villa in the city. Every time there was a new product, he would bring it to the villa. Fong Banian, Chuyu, and Chun Lian were completely different types. Chun Lian was a typical well-bred young lady. She looked delicate and made people want to love her tenderly. Chuyu, on the other hand, was like a thorny rose in full bloom, making people want to get close to her. Of the women Skywing Tower had played with for so many years, only these two were the most outstanding. He even had crooked thoughts of taking these two beauties into his pocket. When the time came, he could play with them left and right. Just thinking about it would be a wonderful thing. Skywing Tower's words angered Chuyu so much that her face turned red. Her angry appearance in Channy Dong's eyes was even more incomparably moving. This hedonistic young master was unable to restrain himself for a moment and moved his stinky mouth to kiss her. Get lost. Chuyu slapped him across the face, making Skywing Tower dizzy. You damned woman, you dare hit this young master. Catch her for me. I'll deal with her here today. Skywing Tower was enraged and wanted to grab Chuyu. Just then, the door was knocked open. Steward Chu brought several capable subordinates of the Skywing City Lord and barged in. It turned out that after Yun Sheng couldn't find Chuyu, she hurriedly returned to the treasure boat. Steward Chu was worried that something would happen and immediately went to the City Lord's residence to find reinforcements. She approached Skywing Tower's personal servant and found out that Skywing Tower was here today. As soon as she arrived, she heard Skywing Tower's angry curses. You are. Steward Chu grabbed her daughter and coldly looked at Skywing Tower. Eldest young master, are you trying to force us mother and daughter to death? Steward Chu, you old. Skywing Tower's face was ugly. He wasn't a fool. Steward Chu was his father's confidant. Even if he had more guts, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Steward Chu. The two sides were in a deadlock. Suddenly, a delicate voice probed from the side. Eldest young master, what's wrong with you? Chun Lian walked in. Seeing Skywing Tower's appearance, she hurried forward and comforted him in a soft voice. Steward Chu saw this and slightly frowned. He took the opportunity to pull Chuyu away. Skywing Tower was in a fit of anger. Chun Lian observed his expression and secretly sneered in her heart. Just now, she had already been in the corridor. When she saw Chuyu angrily charge in, she didn't rush in. Instead, she went to the side room next door to sit and watch the show. Chapter 662. Chun Lianer had been in the hallway for a long time. When she saw Chuyu angrily charge in, she didn't rush in. Instead, she went to the adjacent room to watch the show. Hearing that the other party had also come for the stone, Chun Lianer couldn't help but be on guard. After comforting Skywing Tower with a few words, his mood was clearly much better. Eldest young master, who was that mother and daughter just now? How dare they behave so atrociously in front of you? Chun Lianer asked. They're just a pair of servants from the Skywing City Lord's residence. That damned mother and daughter of the Chu family. Skywing Tower rubbed his chin. That slap from Chuyu just now was truly ruthless. Since they're servants, how dare they be so arrogant? I see that eldest young master likes that woman very much. Why not just let the city lord bestow a marriage? That old woman, Steward Chu, would never agree. She and my father have a close relationship. My father listens to her very much. Skywing Tower also wanted to do that. He had long since lost interest in that tigress of his family. He hadn't slept with her for many years. If he could marry Chuyu, he would be overjoyed. Unfortunately, with Steward Chu here, the Skywing City Lord would never agree. Eldest young master, why are you so slow? Normally, she wouldn't agree, but if you and that girl have already cooked rice, Steward Chu would have no choice but to agree. You're saying? Impossible. Chuyu is very clever. If it weren't for that stone today, she wouldn't even be willing to come near me. The eldest young master rubbed his cheek. Then why don't I help eldest young master? Liener, you. When Heavenly Winged Tuaw heard this, he immediately forgot about the slap just now. I'm willing to help eldest young master facilitate this beautiful matter. Eldest young master only needs to give that stone to Liener after it's done. Chun Liener had a vicious plan in her mind. She couldn't be bothered to deal with Skywing Tower. If she could use Chuyu to divert his attention, then she could get that stone. Wouldn't that be even better? Liener, if you really succeed in this matter, this young master will definitely give you the stone. Heavenly Wing Tower had a lewd smile on his face. First take Chuyu, then Chun Liener. These two beauties, he would take them both. The next day, Chun Liener came to the Skywing Arena's Yellow Wings area. Chuyu walked down from the arena. Lady Chu. Chun Liener walked over with a smile. You are. Chuyu didn't recognize Chun Liener. I am Chun Liener, a contestant from the Earth Wings competition zone. Chun Liener looked at the situation in the Yellow Wings competition zone. At first glance, she was quite surprised. When she had first arrived at the Heaven's Wings arena, someone had said that the Yellow Wings division was the least valued of the 4 divisions. But today, she found that the Yellow Wings division was very lively. The number of spectators was no less than that of the Earth Wings competition zone. The contestants from the 2 divisions can't overlap. If you want to participate in the Yellow Wings division's competition, you'll have to go to the Earth Wings division to cancel your contestant qualifications, Chuyu said in a businesslike tone. I didn't come because of the competition. I heard that Miss Chu wants the stone in eldest young master's hand. Chun Liener smiled. Do you know the whereabouts of that stone? Chuyu was still fretting over how to get that stone back. Her mother had already warned her not to provoke Heaven's Wings, but she still wanted that stone back. I know where Heaven's Wings hid the stone, but it's not convenient to talk here. Tonight, come find me at Sunspring Restaurant in the city, and I'll discuss it with you in detail, Chun Liener said very sincerely. Chuyu glanced at Chun Liener, still weighing the reliability of her words. Chuyu thought about that stone again. Okay, we'll meet again tonight. When Chun Liener left, Yun Sheng happened to walk over with Zhou Qingchuan. Chun Liener saw Yun Sheng and walked over disdainfully. When she saw Chun Liener, Yun Sheng frowned and called Chuyu to the side. Sister Chuyu, be careful of Chun Liener. That person isn't anything good. Oh, it looks like you two have some history. Chuyu saw that when the two brushed past each other, sparks flew in each other's eyes. It's not really a history. She's Zhou State's former crown prince consort and XX crown prince consort. Yun Sheng said vaguely, roughly recounting the grudges between Yi Baiming and Chun Liener, as well as the past few years. Even though she played it down, the sharp Chuyu still smelled some jealousy in it. So you two are jealous of Lord Baiming? Chuyu took the opportunity to tease Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng scolded and pretended to be angry. Who has time to care about his business? He's just a promiscuous fox who flirts everywhere. One Chun Liener, one Long Shui, each of them extremely charming, and there were also those women in the elite camp who adored him. Yun Sheng's heart was filled with anger when she heard this. It was rare for Chuyu to see Yun Sheng's feminine side, and she was secretly amused. Chuyu glanced at Zhou Qingchuan, who was waiting not far away, and thought to herself, Yun Sheng probably hasn't realized that her own charm is completely different from Lord Baiming's. Chuyu always felt that although Yun Sheng was young, she was terrifyingly mature and shrewd. She wondered what kind of parents and family could raise such a child. She had seen Lord Baiming before, and he was destined to be an extraordinary man. When Yun Sheng was unconscious, Chuyu even personally went to watch the competition between Lord Baiming and Feng Tian. That competition was soul-stirring. Feng Tian was completely defeated. Although Lord Baiming, who defeated Feng Tian, was seriously injured at that moment, it was as if he was the god of war. Such an unyielding man would only reveal different feelings towards Yun Sheng. But then again, Lord Baiming was outstanding, and Yun Sheng was also one of the best women. Perhaps only such a man and woman could be paired together. I know. That woman has been very close to Skywing Tower recently. Don't worry, I'll pretend to be close to her. If she dares to plot against me, I won't let her off easily. Did you come here today to find me for something? Chu was thinking of a way to teach Chun Lian a lesson. What kind of person was Chu Yu? How could Chun Lian plot against her, since she had made it to where she was in the Skywing arena? Let's talk over there. I want to introduce someone to you. Yun Sheng knew that Chu Yu was quick-witted and wouldn't easily fall for Chun Lian's tricks. Chu Yu had already noticed the young man that Yun Sheng had brought with her. The man was in his 20s, a few years older than Chu Yu. This person didn't have any obvious fighting aura or magic power around him, so he definitely wasn't someone from the arena. But his appearance gave him an imposing aura, especially his eyes, which revealed the shrewdness of a merchant. Chu Yu didn't know what Yun Sheng was selling. Chapter 663. After Flame Emperor won the monthly double competition, he would be able to participate in the monthly competition at the end of the year. Chu Yu suggested that Yun Sheng and Dongwang Ling should try their best to compete in the individual competition. After all, it would be easier to obtain the title of Fighting King through the individual competition. Therefore, during this period of time, Yun Sheng and the others only came to participate in the individual competition. When they came to participate in the competition, Yun Sheng noticed that the number of spectators in Competition Zone 9 had increased by a lot. However, because of the venue, a lot of people were unable to enter the competition zone. Big Sister Yu, this is Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's President Zhou. Big Brother Zhou, this is Big Sister Chu Yu that I told you about before. She has always been taking care of me. Yun Sheng brought Zhou Qingchuan over to introduce Zhou Qingchuan to Chu Yu. Due to the lack of funds, Chu Yu's plan to expand the competition zone was much slower than expected. Currently, the reconstruction of the first, second, and third competition zones would take several months. Thus, the 9th competition zone was the best time to expand. When Yun Sheng saw Zhou Qingchuan, she immediately thought that Zhou Qingchuan was the best investor. Both Chu Yu and Zhou Qingchuan were smart people. With one of them introducing Yun Sheng, the two of them had a very pleasant conversation. Soon, Zhou Qingchuan agreed to invest a portion of the funds for the expansion of the 9th competition zone. With the support of Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Qingchuan was certain that the expansion of the 9th competition zone would be completed in 10 days. Yun Sheng's help this time helped Chu Yu solve a big problem. Chu Yu secretly decided that she must help Yun Sheng get that stone back. After sending off Zhou Qingchuan and Yun Sheng, Chu Yu called out to Yun Sheng, "Big Sister Yu, what do you need that medicine for?" Yun Sheng had a curious expression on her face. "Just give it to me. I have my own uses for it." Chu Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Yun Sheng quickly found the medicine and gave it to Chu Yu. At night, Chu Yu arrived at the restaurant early as per her promise with Chun Lian. She wasn't in a hurry to keep the appointment. Instead, she first found a waiter in a restaurant and used 2 gold coins to inquire about some information. This afternoon, Skywing Expansion had arrived at the restaurant and booked 2 rooms. The room that Chun Lian had arranged with Chu Yu was prepared by Skywing Expansion. Chu Yu was unhurried as she walked to another nearby room. There was still half an hour before her appointment with Chun Lian. Chun Lian came early. The moment she entered the room, she called for the waiter and took out 2 packets of medicine. Later, put this packet of medicine into the cup of the girl in front of me. There was another bag of medicine here, which was put into the wine and food of the young master next door. Once the matter is settled, these 100 gold coins are yours. That shop assistant nodded and bowed as he retreated. Chu Yu heard everything clearly from the side and sneered. Half an hour later, Chu Yu arrived. Joy flashed across Chun Lian's face. "Lady Chu." Chun Lian hurriedly stood up and invited Chu Yu to sit. Chu Yu exchanged a few pleasantries with her and quickly brought the topic to the stone. Chun Lian asked innocently, "May I know why Lady Chu wants that stone? I have a friend who likes to collect all kinds of strange stones." When Chu Yu said this, there was a knock on the door. The waiter came in with wine and food. Chun Lian snuck a glance and happened to see Skywing Expansion's clothes slip into the private room next door. Chun Lian understood tacitly. She casually chatted a few more times, but couldn't find out who the friend Chu Yu mentioned was. Skywing Expansion had been waiting next door for a long time. Chun Lien'er understood that if she wanted to keep her innocence and obtain that stone, she had to do as Skywing Expansion wished. She snuck a glance at Chuyu and thought to herself, "You're a member of the Skywing City Lord's residence anyway. You should thank me for helping you become the young mistress." Skywing Expansion had pursued Chun Lien'er for so long, but she had always been playing hard to get. Counting the hour, Skywing Expansion should have already drunk the extra wine and food she had prepared for him. Chun Lien'er and Skywing Expansion had been together for a long time. That playboy good temper of his had been completely worn away. He had already made a promise. Today, either Chun Lien'er complied with him, or Chuyu served him. Otherwise, Chun Lien'er could forget about obtaining that stone for the rest of her life. Thinking that she would be able to obtain that stone soon, Chun Lien'er couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. "Lady Chu, you and I hit it off at first sight." Lien'er salutes you. Chun Lien'er raised her wine cup. Chuyu didn't suspect anything and drank the wine in one gulp. Seeing Chuyu drink the wine cup, Chun Lien'er was very happy. She couldn't wait for the aphrodisiac in Chuyu's wine to take effect. When the time came, she would send Chuyu to the room next door and everything would be done. Just as Chun Lien'er was feeling proud, she suddenly felt dizzy and her body gradually heated up. The figure of Chuyu sitting in front of her also gradually became blurry. Chuyu stood up and helped Chun Lien'er up. She handed her over to the waiter waiting outside and sent her into the room next door. Skywing Expansion had indeed been poisoned. When he saw the seductive Chun Lien'er, he already couldn't tell who it was and hugged Chun Lien'er. Skywing Expansion who had been poisoned, even if a sow was given to him, he would still do it without hesitation. In the room, the ambiguous sounds of a man and a woman were quickly heard. Chuyu waited outside for a moment and sneered. She turned around and found a waiter. "Go to the city lord's mansion and send a letter to the eldest young mistress. To say that the eldest young master and a prostitute are doing improper things here." When the waiter heard this, he had a bitter expression. "Miss Chu, aren't you making things difficult for me? If the eldest young master finds out about this, I'm afraid that my job will be gone. Don't worry and go report. Here is a warrant to leave the city and 5,000 gold coins. Take this money and go to the everlasting chamber of Commerce's airship. Once you leave Skywing City, you can live happily anywhere in the boundless continent." A cold glint flashed in Chuyu's eyes. Chuyu wasn't a kind person. When Chuyu first saw Chun Lien'er, she felt that this woman was definitely not someone who knew her place. In addition, with Yunsheng's reminder, Chuyu had long been on guard against Chun Lien'er. Thus, she secretly monitored Chun Lien'er's movements. Sure enough, as she expected, Chun Lien'er had done something behind her back. Chuyu beat her at her own game. Chuyu believed that the word death was too simple to deal with a woman like Chun Lien'er. As a member of the Skywing Arena, Chuyu had plenty of means to make Chun Lien'er suffer a fate worse than death. The waiter of the restaurant quickly sent the news to the city lord's mansion. "What? You're saying that the eldest young master and a prostitute are fooling around in a restaurant?" Inside the city lord's mansion, the eldest young mistress, who had a bloody mouth and a body like a water bucket, flew into a rage when she heard this news. She smashed all the teacups and vases that she could reach. Fortunately, her personal maid reminded her to first go to the restaurant and capture that adulterous pair. Only then did the eldest young mistress wake up from her dream. She immediately ordered people to prepare vines and iron chains, and then led a group of servants and guards out of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 664. Chun Lien was asking for trouble. How could she have known that the pitiful look she usually used to soften men was an eyesore in the eldest young mistress' eyes? When the eldest young master was in the city lord's residence, he used the excuse of getting drunk to criticize the eldest young mistress for being unromantic and lacking the charm of a woman. With Chun Lien'er's plea, the eldest young mistress was even more convinced that Chun Lien'er had used this look to seduce the eldest young master. The eldest young mistress was so angry that she didn't allow Chun Lien'er to speak. She ordered people to chain Chun Lien'er up and stuff her mouth with smelly socks. She lifted Chun-Lien up like a little chick and dragged her out, not caring that Chun-Lien was naked. The eldest young mistress yelled as she dragged Chun-Lien. Everyone, come and take a look. See how this little slut seduced my master. She even called herself a member of the continent's magic elite camp. What a cheap face and cheap mouth. When Yun Sheng and the others arrived, they just happened to see this scene. News of the eldest young mistress's big move quickly spread throughout the Skywing city. Coincidentally, there was no competition at the moment, so most of the people were having their meals in the city. When they heard the commotion on the streets, they all came out in a sea of people. Along the way, no one dared to persuade her. Isn't that Chun-Lien? How did she become like this? A few students from the continent's magic elite camp who had come to watch the commotion were dumbfounded when they saw the person being dragged by the eldest young mistress. To be honest, they had never seen Chun-Lien like this. She was completely naked. Her snow-white skin had been rubbed by a few thick iron chains until it was dripping with blood. There was no longer any arrogance on her beautiful face. Her hair was messy, and her mouth was stuffed with smelly socks. Her appearance was as ugly as it could be. Ever since Feng Tian of the continent's magic elite camp was defeated, Chun-Lien had become the person with the most consecutive victories in the camp. Her status in the hearts of the camp students had also risen. Everyone thought that she was the most likely candidate to become the combat king. Who would have thought that she would appear in front of everyone with this appearance? When her former admirers saw this scene, they all muttered in their hearts. However, no one dared to step forward and argue with the eldest young mistress. After all, her background was not to be underestimated. In Skywing City, the people from the city lord's residence were like local tyrants. One of the students went to look for Elder Hellion in a panic. Chun-Lien was gagged and could not struggle. She was dragged to the city gate. Eldest young mistress did as she said. Ignoring Chun-Lien's cries and pleas, she hung the naked Chun-Lien up like a white chicken and hung her at the city gate for everyone to see. The eldest young mistress even found someone to watch over Chun-Lien and forbade anyone from saving her. When the news reached Elder Hellion's ears, he brought a group of students from the magic elite camp to the city gate and saw Chun-Lien's appearance. After recognizing Chun-Lien, Elder Hellion's expression turned ugly. He ordered someone to go up and negotiate, stating his identity as an elder of the continent's magic elite camp. Only then did the other party go to the city lord's mansion and inform eldest young mistress. Only then did eldest young mistress know that the girl who had hooked up with Skywing's tower was actually a student from the continent's magic elite camp. A well-nourished student from the continent's magic elite camp actually hooked up with someone else's husband. How could eldest young mistress let Chun-Lien off so easily? Eldest young mistress, I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. If what you said is true, I will definitely not let this student off so easily. Elder Hellion suppressed his grievances and begged in a low voice. Seeing that the other party had already given in, eldest young mistress hesitated. Although Skywing City was famous for its military prowess, the continent's magic elite camp was not to be trifled with. Just then, Steward Chu sent someone to deliver a message. The message was from the city lord. The city lord's meaning was that this matter had already been stirred up and the punishment that should have been taught had already been taught. He asked eldest young mistress not to completely fall out with them. Eldest young mistress weighed the pros and cons before ordering someone to abandon Chun-Lien. Once the stinky sock was thrown out her mouth, Chun-Lien could not stop crying. She wept as she explained. At this moment, she also understood that she must have fallen into Chu Yu's trap, but she could not figure out how Chu Yu had guessed that she would drug the tea. However, Chun-Lien was in the wrong, so she could not say that she had harbored evil intentions. As such, Chun-Lien's explanation was full of loopholes, and the more Elder Hellion listened, the more disdainful he felt. What are you still crying for? Take her back. From today onward, she is not allowed to take a single step out of the airship. You have completely disgraced the continent's magic elite camp. Elder Hellion felt a headache coming on. This trial had truly been full of twists and turns. First, Feng Tian had nearly died, and then Chun Lianer had hooked up with the Skywing's eldest young master. The continent's magic elite camp had completely lost face. Chun Lianer still wanted to struggle, but several female mages forced her to put on clothes and sent her to the airship. As she was being sent away, she passed through the crowd and heard all sorts of humiliating words. Shameless, seducing a married man. With such looks, it's no wonder the eldest young master was seduced. Ruined. Everything was ruined. Chun Lianer did not dare to raise her head. She could feel the gazes and public opinion from all directions stabbing into her heart like sharp knives, turning her heart into a bloody mess. She was Chun Lianer, the noble crown prince's wife. When had she ever been humiliated like this? All along, she had been the #1 beauty of Zhou State. Even the crown prince of Zhou State cared for her as if she was his sweetheart. However, here, she was treated as the dirtiest existence. Everyone looked at her as if they were looking at a rat in the gutter. Why? What exactly was going on? Everything was originally going smoothly. Feng Tian had been defeated, and she was about to become the #1 person in the continent's magic elite camp. However, all these beautiful dreams were now shattered. Chun Lianer glanced at a few figures from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes narrowed as she saw Yun Sheng, Dong Wang Linger, and Chu Yu. The three ladies with the same otherworldly appearance and temperament stood together, dazzling Chun Lianer. At the same time, her heart went crazy. She finally understood that the friend Chu Yu was talking about was most likely Yun Sheng. Liking to collect strange stones was clearly an excuse. This matter was all a scam. She had fallen into Yun Sheng's trap from the start. Chun Lianer understood that it must be Yun Sheng. She must have said something to Chu Yu. Chu Yucai had tampered with his tea. At this moment, Chun Lianer's heart was filled with regret. She had placed all the blame on Yun Sheng, but it was all too late. Chapter 665. At this moment, Chun Lianer's heart was filled with regret and hatred. She placed all the blame on Yun Sheng. However, it was already too late. She understood that after today, even if she returned to the mainland's magic elite camp, the entire camp would know about her scandal. After all, her teacher would also despise her because of this. She would no longer be able to be the high and mighty cherry blossom beauty in the mainland's magic elite camp. Chun Lianer looked at the crowd again. Her pupils contracted intensely. She saw the figure that she had been thinking about day and night. Yip Baiming, he was also standing in the crowd. Dressed in black, he was still dazzling in the dark night. She actually let him see her most unbearable side. Hatred, so much hatred. At this moment, Chun Lianer felt that her entire world had collapsed. She was so angry that she couldn't swallow her anger and fainted. At the moment before she fainted, a thought flashed across Chun Lianer's mind. No matter who it was, those who harmed her must all die. Yun Sheng, Chu Yu, Tian Yitua, eldest young mistress, all of them must pay the price. Seeing that Chun Lianer had fallen to the ground, Elder Hellion had no choice but to order Yun Sheng to go forward and check on her. Yun Sheng, quickly come and take a look. Elder Hellion was also furious. He had already seen that Elder Yu was also watching the show from the side. Chun Lianer was usually smart, but why was she so unrestrained this time around? This time, when I return to the mainland's magic elite camp, I must definitely punish her severely. Also, her teacher, Xiao, how did she discipline her disciple? Yin Sheng went forward and took a look. She discovered that Chun Lianer was only lacking in blood and qi and was overly frightened. The few female mages sent Chun Lianer away. Dong Wang Linger, who had been watching the show from the side, saw that everyone had left. She couldn't help but shout, "Evil really has its retribution. This woman, let's see how arrogant she will be in the future." Big sister Yu, was it you who did it? Yinxing only remembered that she reminded Chu Yu to be wary of Chun Lianer. Why did Chu Yu teach Chun Lianer a lesson the moment she reincarnated? The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. She only has herself to blame. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to obtain that stone. Chu Yu told them the whole story. Chu Yu originally wanted to find the whereabouts of the stone, while Skywing Ta and Chenliener were in a state of delirium. Unfortunately, after searching through Skywing Tuo's clothes, she did not find the Maze Stone. It seemed that Heavenly Wing Tower still had some brains and did not bring that stone everywhere. Chuyu had no choice but to think of other ways. After hearing what Chuyu said, Dong Wang Ling was filled with admiration and anger at the same time. When she saw Chenliener's appearance just now, she had some sympathy for her. So this woman had only herself to blame. Truly too vicious. Big sister, you are too brilliant. However, how did Chenliener get together with the eldest young master of Skywing City? Dong Wang Ling had a gossipy expression on her face. Then we should ask the first young master himself. I'm afraid he won't be having a good time now. She also found it funny. Eldest young mistress had caused such a huge commotion this time. The news had probably already spread to the City Lord's mansion. Second young master Skywing Tuo was probably gloating at this moment. Within the Skywing City Lord's mansion, the first young master, whose clothes were disheveled, and the first young mistress, whose face was still full of anger, were both kneeling in the main hall. In the main hall, teacup fragments were scattered all over the floor. The Skywing City Lord sat on an armchair with an ashen face. Look at what you have done, you damn brat. The Skywing City Lord had just finished his cultivation when he heard of this scandal. He flew into a rage and grabbed the first young master, who was hiding in another courtyard, and brought him back. Father, you can't blame me for this. It was Chenliener who delivered herself to me. Besides, your son is a normal man. When a beauty throws herself into my arms, how could I possibly reject her? Skywing Tower's face flushed red as he spoke. Since Chenliener was not present, he could say whatever he wanted. How old are you? You still can't control that thing in your lower body. Skywing Tuo, you will die on a woman's belly sooner or later. The Skywing City Lord was so angry that he wanted to slap this brat to death. However, he was his own flesh and blood. Since the matter had already happened, he could only think of ways to repair his relationship with the mainland's magic elite camp. Skywing Tuo muttered and glanced at the first young mistress who was like a tigress beside him. If you didn't give me such a tigress, would I still need to indulge in debauchery outside? When the first young mistress heard this, she wanted to wrestle with him. Enough! The Skywing City Lord was so angry that he rubbed his forehead. He was really smart all his life, but this time he was stupid. How could he have given birth to such a prodigal son? One of the first young master was a pervert, and the other second young master was a homosexual. If this continued, who knew who would inherit the City Lord's mansion's family business after 100 years? Father, I am speaking from the bottom of my heart. Skywing Tuo wrestled with the first young mistress. Relying on his man's strength, he finally restrained the woman with great difficulty. He rolled his eyes and recalled what Chenliener had said earlier. Actually, it's very simple for me not to be a womanizer. Father, you just have to marry Chuyu into the family for me, and I guarantee that I will stay at home. All right, you shameless one. I knew that you and Chuyu, that little vixen, were flirting with each other. Nothing good can come out of it. When the first young mistress heard this, she immediately exploded and wrestled with Skywing Tuo. Stop! The Skywing City Lord roared angrily. The first young master and first young mistress, who were still entangled with each other, felt a wave of discomfort in their organs. Both of them knew that the City Lord was truly angry and hurriedly withdrew their hands. Master, an old steward at the side advised. What the first young master said is not impossible. Chuyu is clever and has been in the City Lord's mansion since she was young. She can manage the first young master. As for the first young mistress, please be more tolerant. After all, you're the first young master's legal wife. In the future, even if the first young master has children, they will be under your name. When the Skywing City Lord heard this, he also fell into deep thought. He had watched Chuyu grow up, but Steward Chu had always been very unyielding about the first young master marrying Chuyu. The first young mistress was also scheming in her heart. If marrying Chuyu could cut off all other women, she was also willing. Moreover, the first young mistress had always had a knot in her heart. This time, even the first young mistress could not do anything to the first young master. The first young mistress and first young mistress had been married for 7 or 8 years and had never had children. After experiencing Chun Lien Skywing Tuo despised the first young mistress even more. He had long since lobbied the Skywing City Lord to marry another concubine. The Skywing City Lord had been somewhat impatient at first, but after many times, and considering the situation of his 2 sons. The eldest son was dissolute by nature, and he had long since separated from his daughter-in-law. It would be very difficult for them to have children. As for his son, everyone in the Skywing arena knew that he was homosexual. It was even more impossible for him to have children. The Skywing City Lord thought it over and over again. Rather than his eldest son really fooling around with some random woman outside and having children with some impure bloodline, Chu Yu is indeed a very good candidate. Chapter 666. This child, Chu Yu, had a clear mind. She was also beautiful, and he had watched her grow up. Even if something happened in Skywing City in the future, he would be able to grasp it. Should he let Chu Yu marry or not? Seeing the hesitation on his father's and eldest young mistress' faces, the eldest young master knew that there was hope in this matter. He hurriedly went forward. Father, think about it. If Chu Yu and I get married, it would be equivalent to acknowledging Steward Chu as my mother. The governor of Skywing City was moved. He and Steward Chu had been entangled all these years. After his 2 wives died, he had never had any thoughts about other women. However, Steward Chu had always refused to accept him because she was afraid that the eldest young master and second young master would be dissatisfied. What Skywing's meant was that as long as the governor of Skywing City agreed to take Chu Yu as his concubine, he would approve of him marrying Steward Chu. The governor of Skywing's city sighed. Forget it. I will allow you to marry Chu Yu as your concubine. However, the etiquette of marrying her must be that of a proper wife. Chulan, oh Chulan, since you and I could not become husband and wife back then, let our next generation make up for this regret. Inside the treasure boat, Steward Chu already knew the entire course of events that happened during the day. You are too reckless. If the eldest young master finds out about this matter, he will definitely come to pester you again. Steward Chu looked at his daughter, his brows full of worry. This Skywing's Tuo was becoming more and more lawless. Mother, do you think that Skywing's Tuo still has the ability to investigate this matter? I'm afraid that he is being reprimanded in the residence right now. Chu found it funny. Not good, Steward Chu. A waiter from the treasure boat hurriedly rushed in. There's news from the city lord's mansion. It said that the city lord has ordered for eldest young master to marry sister Chu Yu in 10 days. What? The mother and daughter of the Chu family turned pale with fright. They had not expected that today's unforeseen event would have such a turn of events. How could this be? Chu was in a daze. The governor had ordered her to marry Skywing's Ta. This nightmare that had haunted her for many years had actually happened. Don't say anything else. Here is some of Mother's secret stash. I've heard that the everlasting Chamber of Commerce's spaceship will be leaving Skywing City tonight. You can secretly hide on the spaceship and leave this place. Manager Chu's eyes were brimming with tears. She had never thought that the city lord would actually do such a thing. The mother and daughter hurriedly packed up their belongings. Steward Chu took advantage of the night to send Chu Yu to the vicinity of the city gate. However, when they arrived at the place where the empty ship was docked, they found a group of city lord's mansion guards searching the empty ship. Steward Chu, Miss Chu. The guards were on guard and did not allow the mother and daughter to enter the empty ship. Steward Chu forced a smile. Brothers, it's the middle of the night. Why are you searching for the everlasting Chamber of Commerce's empty ships? Reporting to Steward Chu, the city lord has just issued an order to search all the ships entering and leaving Skywing City these few days. The guard methodically inspected the empty ships in the area. After confirming that there were no problems with the empty ships, they let them pass one by one. Mother, it's useless. Chu only felt despair. How intelligent was the Skywing's city lord? He had probably long anticipated that Yi Fuqian would flee. Moreover, Chu was not willing to abandon Steward Chu and escape by herself. Mother has let you down. Steward Chu hugged Chuyu and buried her head in tears. If she had not become the steward of the City Lord's mansion because of her infatuation with the Skywing City Lord, her daughter would not have suffered such a fate. Skywing's tower was a fickle playboy. If Yu followed him, she would definitely not have a good life in the future. Mother, all of this is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Yuer's bad luck. The City Lord had once said that Yuer was like his daughter. It's a pity that I am not his biological daughter. At the crucial moment, he still chose to side with his playboy's son. Chuyu's face was filled with desolation. She had done her best for the Skywing City Lord's mansion, but what did she get in return? Isn't that big sister Yu and Steward Chu? When a mother and daughter were wiping their tears, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger walked over. Tonight, the empty ship of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce that Zhou Qingchuan was on was about to leave. Yun Sheng was sending him off and happened to pass by. Who would have thought that she would see such a scene? After knowing the whole story, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger's faces were filled with righteous indignation. It's really like a fresh flower being stuck in cow dung. Big sister Chuyu, you can't marry that kind of person. Although she had never seen Skywing's tower before, when Chun Liana was caught in bed in the middle of the day, Skywing's tower ran away by himself. This kind of man was simply scum. Linger, you don't know. I can't escape. The power of the Skywing City Lord is not small. Moreover, I have no way of escaping from the Skywing City. Chuyu's heart was already like dead ashes. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. Yun Sheng saw this. She lowered her voice and said, Big sister Chuyu, there might be a turning point for this matter. Let's return to the treasure boat first. When Yun Sheng said this, Chuyu and her mother, who were originally in despair, looked as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Especially Manager Chu. She almost knelt down in front of Yun Sheng. Big sister Chuyu, persuade Manager Chu first. Let's return to the treasure boat first and discuss this matter. It's not good to talk about it here. Yun Sheng was embarrassed. She had suddenly thought of this matter in a flash. The four of them immediately returned to the treasure boat. Once they returned to the treasure boat, Manager Chu dismissed his subordinates and impatiently asked questions. Before I tell you the method, I have to ask a few questions. I'll say the ugly words first. No matter what questions I ask, you all have to answer truthfully. Big sister Chuyu, you must not get angry. Yun Sheng coughed a few times. Miss Yun, things have already come to this point. Let's not talk about you asking a few questions. Even if you want me to do anything for you, as long as I can protect you, I'm willing, Manager Chu said sincerely. At this moment, Manager Chu was also muttering in his heart. Could it be that Yun Sheng had a way to reverse the orders of the Skywing City Lord? However, after experiencing the refining incident last time, Manager Chu had more confidence in Yun Sheng. Big sister Chuyu, then let me ask you first. Are you really unwilling to marry Skywing's tower? Yun Sheng still had to confirm Chuyu's thoughts. The Chuyu that Yun Sheng knew was a woman with ambition and tricks. The two sons of the Skywing City Lord's residence were disappointing. With Chuyu's wit, if she really married into the Lord's residence in the future, she would definitely be able to control the Lord's residence. If you want me to marry him, I'll have to die. Chuyu did not hesitate at all. Her gaze was incomparably firm as she rejected immediately. Chuyu was ambitious. However, the things that she wanted were all obtained legitimately through her own efforts. They were definitely not obtained by sacrificing her own body. Chapter 667. A woman's youthful beauty was but an instant. A beautiful woman's bones were but a matter of 10 years. Only with status and absolute power could Chuyu's position in Skywing City be as stable as Mount Tai. I know you're unwilling, but the City Lord has already given the order. What can you do? My poor child, it's all your mother's fault. Manager Chu did not wish to delay his daughter's marriage. But what could she do? To leave Skywing City, one had to pass through the city gates. Even if it was within 100 miles, there was no way to escape. Chuyu also had some misgivings. She had grown up in Skywing City since she was young and depended on her mother for survival. Even if she could leave this place, How would she survive after leaving? Could it be that she would have to evade Skywing's city's wanted list for the rest of her life? Chu Yu and her mother's hearts were in a mess at this moment. Skywing's tower, that playboy, had already announced in the city that Chu Yu was his woman after receiving his father's promise. Thinking of this, Manager Chu's face was full of worry. Chu Yu was a woman after all. Her reputation was the most important. Skywing's tower's actions were equivalent to forcing Chu Yu. Even if this marriage did not work out, it would be difficult for Chu Yu to find a good home in the future. Yin Sheng, I'm not willing to marry Skywing's tower, but my mother and I have no other choice. Chu Yu hated herself for being a woman. If she was not a woman, how could she? If you don't want to marry, then don't marry. Yin Sheng looked at the mother and daughter, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying. Easy for you to say. Chu Yu shook her head. It's even easier to do it. All he needed to do was to use a small method. But before that, I need to ask Manager Chu a very personal question. Yin Sheng coughed. Manager Chu was an elder. Yin Sheng was really embarrassed to ask that question. Miss Yin, please ask. As long as it can help you escape from the evil claws of that bastard Skywing's tower. Even if I die, I'm willing, Manager Chu hurriedly asked. How could it be so serious? This question is actually very simple. Did you have a good relationship with the Lord of Skywing City back then? When Yin Sheng asked this question, the mother and daughter of the Chu family were stunned. Chu Yu, in particular, had no idea why Yin Sheng would ask such a question. Manager Chu's face was so red that it was about to bleed. She muttered in her heart, how could this child speak so boldly? Yin Sheng, my mother and the city lord have always had a relationship of host and guest. How could that be? Chu Yu saw that her mother's face was red from being questioned, and thought that she was angry, so she hurriedly tried to defend herself. Steward Chu, you must think carefully. The answer to this question is directly related to Sister Chu Yu's lifelong happiness. Yin Sheng wasn't embarrassed at all. She was a doctor and had asked all kinds of questions before. Seeing that Steward Chu still did not answer, she asked again, Steward Chu, let me ask you. Back then, did you and the Skywing City Lord have a relationship that went beyond a master-servant relationship? Like the relationship between a man and a woman? Dong Wang Ling, who was at the side, became anxious. Manager Chu, answer me. This concerns big sister Chu Yu's happiness. You too. Sigh, back then I did have a relationship with the Skywing City Lord. Furthermore, he was my first man. After Steward Chu finished speaking, her face was extremely red. Chu Yu was dumbfounded. She had never heard her mother mention that she and the city lord actually had a relationship. Yin Sheng remembered that Chu Yu had once said that her father was a guard in the city lord's residence and died not long after she was born. Yin Sheng had long suspected that just by looking at Chu Yu's appearance, she knew that Steward Chu must have been a devastatingly beautiful woman when she was young. Even now, Steward Chu was still a beautiful middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. A woman who had accompanied the Skywing City Lord since she was in her teens. Furthermore, the two of them were both upright and young at that time. How could there not be any sparks between them? Therefore, Yin Sheng deliberately confirmed that Steward Chu must have had an ambiguous relationship with the Skywing City Lord. Now that she asked this question today, it was indeed true. A beautiful woman in the prime of her youth who had just lost her husband and had a brave and mighty city lord by her side. Yin Sheng did not need to think too much about what happened next. She could already fantasize about it for a long time. Mother, sigh. Yin Sheng, today's matter is my own matter. You don't need to ask anymore. Chu Yu saw that her mother was extremely embarrassed and stomped her feet, wanting to stop Yin Sheng from asking any further. Then, Steward Chu, until when did the relationship between the two of you end? Yin Sheng continued to ask. Steward Chu even had the heart to die. She still had to say such an unruly thing in front of her own daughter. But when she thought that this matter might really be related to her daughter's happiness, Steward Chu suppressed her embarrassment and anger. It didn't break. It didn't break? Yin Sheng was stunned. Needless to say, Chu Yu was even more so. What did it mean that it didn't break? Did it mean that from that time until now, they had been inseparable? Mother, how could you let father down? Chuyu was also very angry. She did not expect her mother to be such an unruly person. Child, this matter is a long story. The city lord and I are not like what you think. He and I are truly in love. As for your father, he also tacitly approves of this matter. Steward Chu sighed. Her relationship with the Skywing City Lord was somewhat similar to the relationship between City Lord Di Hong and Lady Ro. It was just that the Skywing City Lord was not Yuan Sitian. When he and Steward Chu met, both of them were 17 or 18 years old. Steward Chu's ability was outstanding. At that time, the Skywing City Lord had just established Skywing City and needed someone to help him manage it. It was just that at that time, he already had 2 wives. Steward Chu was unwilling to be a concubine, but she could not give up her feelings for the Skywing City Lord. The two of them treated each other with respect until one day, when the Skywing City Lord was careless in his cultivation. In order to save him, Steward Chu had sex with him. It was only after that the two of them confirmed their relationship. It was not known how this matter was found out by the Skywing City Lord. She took advantage of the fact that the Skywing City Lord was out to force Steward Chu to marry a guard in the residence. After the Skywing City Lord returned, he flew into a rage and almost wanted to kill that guard. It was only when Steward Chu interceded that the guard was saved. However, that guard was seriously injured in an accident and passed away not long after. At that time, Steward Chu already had Chuyu. After she gave birth to Chuyu, she still had some relations with the Skywing City Lord. Now that the 2 wives in the city had passed away one after another, the friendship between Steward Chu and the Skywing City Lord continued. However, because their children were already grown up and Steward Chu was a thin-skinned person, the relationship between the two of them was only established on a spiritual level. After listening to her mother's story, Chuyu remained silent. Yin Sheng also sighed with emotion. This pair was also an infatuated man and a resentful woman. Chapter 668. To a certain extent, the Skywing City Lord wanted Chuyu to marry Skywing's Tuo as a form of compensation. He wanted to take care of the mother and daughter for the rest of their lives. It was a pity that Skywing's Tuo was not a good person at all. From the incident with Chung Lianer last time, it was obvious that this man was not a good person. Chuyu could not be ruined by him. This is what happened. Miss Yin, you said that as long as I tell you about the past, you can help you. Is this true? After Steward Chu said this, she felt relieved. She and the Skywing City Lord were already so unclean in this lifetime. Now that the 2 madams had passed away, the Skywing City Lord had proposed to marry Steward Chu several times. She had rejected him because she knew that the 2 young masters in the residence would definitely oppose this. This time, the eldest young master must have used this as a threat to force the Skywing City Lord to relent. Then is it possible that Sister Yu is the City Lord's daughter? Yin Sheng probed again. How is that possible? Yin Sheng, don't humiliate my mother anymore. Although I was born prematurely, my mother suffered a lot when she gave birth to me. Since young, she only thought that her father was that guard. Although the other party's status was low and they had never met before, Chuyu only recognized one father. Impossible. I gave birth to the child, so I know it best. Even though I have a close relationship with the City Lord, Chuyu is indeed her deceased father's child. I was pregnant in June. As for her, she was born in December. Although she was born prematurely, when I was pregnant with her, the City Lord was not in Skywing City. Steward Chu said with certainty. Steward Chu was not a fickle person. When she was forced to marry Chuyu's father, she was unwilling at that time. However, that guard did not make things difficult for her because of this. When she was ridiculed and condemned by the 2 madams in the residence, it was that man who used everything he had to protect her. It was also because she was touched by that and despaired of the Skywing City Lord that Steward Chu accepted him. The 2 of them once had a period of mutual respect. Chuyu was conceived at that time. After having Chuyu, Steward Chu no longer had any relationship with the Skywing City Lord. Premature babies are even better. Did Chiyue give birth to him? Yinsheng thought to herself, the heavens are really helping me. It's not even July, Steward Chu sighed. After she married the guard, The two madams were still unwilling to let her go. They forced her, who was pregnant, to go to the treasure boat. At that time, the Skywing City Lord had also been infuriated by Steward Chu's deliberate cold shoulder, so he did not care about these matters. Chuyu was born prematurely when Steward Chu was busy on the treasure boat and accidentally disturbed the fetus. What if we push the time back another 3 months? During the 4th month, was the City Lord in Skywing City? Yun Sheng asked with a smile. The mother and daughter of the Chu family immediately understood Yun Sheng's intentions. Sister Yu was born prematurely. Other than you, no one knows her true identity. If you say she's the City Lord's daughter, then she's the City Lord's daughter. In this way, Skywing's Tual won't dare to have any evil thoughts, Yun Sheng said with a smile. In fact, Yun Sheng had heard Chuyu mention during their previous chats that she had been born prematurely when she was young, so her body wasn't very good. Later on, she had become a warrior to strengthen her body. However, the fire can't be contained. What the City Lord hates the most is being deceived by others. The two young masters in the residence will definitely not let it go. Steward Chu was a little hesitant. At this moment, she really hoped that her daughter was the City Lord's flesh and blood. However, the truth was the exact opposite. Yes, Heavenly Winged Tuo and Heavenly Winged Dong aren't easy to deal with. They'll definitely force me to do a blood test with the City Lord. When the time comes, we'll be exposed, and Mother will be implicated. Chuyu was unwilling to take the risk. Let's do the blood test. I still have a way to let your blood fuse together. Yun Sheng winked slyly. No, I can't do that. Chuyu still disagreed. Sister Chuyu, your father passed away early. If I'm not wrong, the one who hugged you when you were young, played with you, and even taught you martial arts should be the City Lord himself, right? Yun Sheng guided her patiently. Chuyu's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but recall the scene of her childhood. Because she didn't have a father and was born prematurely, she was as thin and weak as a little monkey when she was young. The children of many servants in the City Lord's residence would take advantage of the absence of the adults to bully her. Somehow, the City Lord found out about this. The City Lord hid it from Steward Chu and came back every evening to teach her martial arts. Chuyu's heart warmed every time she thought of the scene of the two of them practicing martial arts and playing under the setting sun like father and daughter. The strict City Lord was the only person in Chuyu's childhood memories who was comparable to her father. It was only when she became an adult that she found out that the City Lord of Skywing's castle was not related to her by blood. Considering the rumors in the City Lord's residence, she gradually distanced herself from him. If she really became the City Lord's daughter, then her mother would have fewer misgivings. Chu didn't say a word, and Steward Chu also frowned. Yun Sheng took the opportunity to whisper a few words into Chuyu's ear. Chuyu believed it, but at the moment, the only way to save her was the method that Yun Sheng said. Early the next morning, Chuyu and her mother immediately arrived at the City Lord's residence of Skywing's castle. Oh, isn't this Chuyu? The two had just entered the City Lord's residence when they heard Skywing's tower's eccentric voice. Skywing's tower had a smug look on his face. I told you long ago that you would be this young master's woman sooner or later. Eldest young master, show some respect. I'm here to find the City Lord. Chuyu's face was frosty. It's useless to find my father. You will be this young master's concubine in the future. The eldest young master reached out to touch Chuyu's face. Impudent. Eldest young master, you're doing something worse than a beast. I'll make it clear today. You is your biological sister, the City Lord's biological daughter. Steward Chu's stern eyes narrowed as he reprimanded. Skywing's tower's hands stiffened, and his face turned to stone. When the servants of the City Lord's residence heard the news, they immediately relayed the news to the City Lord of Skywing's castle. When Skywing's supremacy heard the news, he was extremely agitated. He gathered his two sons in the main hall, and even the eldest young mistress hurried over. How can Chuyu be our sister? Steward Chu, you can't speak carelessly. After hearing the news, Skywing's Tower and Skywing's East had looks of disbelief. Almost 20 years had passed, and a sister had suddenly popped out of nowhere. Skywing's Tower gritted his teeth. Chuyu, That little girl must be lying. In order to avoid the marriage with him, she came up with such a rotten idea. Father, please be careful about this matter. Father, Chuyu must be talking nonsense because she wants to break off the marriage. Neither of the two brothers was willing to admit Chuyu's identity. At this moment, the city lord of Skywing's castle, Skywing's supremacy's thoughts were also a mess. He looked at Steward Chu with a complicated expression. Chapter 669. The Skywing City Lord wanted to find some clues from the stupefied Steward Chu. He had been in a relationship with Steward Chu for many years. It could be said that he had been in love with Steward Chu for the longest time. In his life, the only person he had been moved by was Chu Lan. The marriage that year had caused the Skywing City Lord to feel bitter and hateful. He had regretted it for many years. When Chuyu was born, due to her premature birth, the Skywing City Lord still had a sliver of doubt about Chuyu's background. He even thickened his skin and personally went to ask Steward Chu, but Steward Chu insisted that Chuyu was the daughter of her short-lived husband. He had no choice but to give up. He had wanted to facilitate the marriage between his son and Chuyu, but who knew that after so many years, the mother and daughter would suddenly change their minds. This matter was too coincidental. It happened after he had ordered Chuyu to marry his eldest son. He could not help but be suspicious. Chulan, if this matter is true, why did you deny it back then? The Skywing's honorable side. He did have feelings for Steward Chu. She had silently accompanied him for so many years, and their friendship was deeper than his two deceased wives. City Lord, if I had acknowledged that child's identity back then, I'm afraid that mother and daughter would not have been able to live in this world. Moreover, my late husband had passed away early, and there was no bloodline in his family, so I wanted to leave an heir for him, Steward Chu said as she pretended to wipe her tears. Steward Chu, you're really full of nonsense. You had concerns back then and could not say it. Then why are you willing to say it now? The Skywing's honorable jumped out. If not for the eldest young master forcing me into a corner this time, I would not have told the truth even if I died. Eldest young master, Yuer has hidden from you for so many years to avoid the tragedy of sibling incest. Steward Chu's face was red with anger. She recalled the misery of the mother and daughter all these years and cried even more sincerely. Steward Chu even secretly pinched his daughter, Chuyu, but Chuyu, who was at the side, couldn't cry no matter what. Fortunately, Chuyu was prepared. She pulled up her sleeves and fiercely wiped her eyes a few times. Chuyu's sleeves had already been smeared with a lot of chili water according to Yunsheng's instructions. As soon as the chili water entered her eyes, Chuyu's tears immediately fell. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried together. It was a miserable scene. After hearing the mother and daughter's words, those who were slightly soft-hearted felt their noses sour. Those servants, maids, and some old stewards all wiped away their tears. The two young masters and eldest young mistress were the only ones who didn't believe him. Even the ambitious and ruthless Skywing City Lord couldn't help but feel sorrow in his heart. He held Steward Chu in one hand and Chuyu in the other, feeling deeply moved. Don't cry. It's been hard on you and your daughter all these years. I'm not in the city most of the time. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully the two of you. Let's just forget about Yuer's marriage. The Skywing City Lord felt his heart ache when he saw this, and he was about to step forward to console the mother and daughter. At this point, the Skywing City Lord was already 70 to 80% convinced. Wait, Father, don't be blinded by the tears of these two women. Whether this was true or not still needed to be verified. Whether or not she's Father's flesh and blood, a drop of blood will be enough. Second young Master Skywing saw that the situation wasn't right and stepped forward to stop him. He was a homosexual and was most disdainful of these women's tricks. He was different from Skywing Tower. If Chuyu really returned to the family, Skywing Tower would just lose a plaything. Chuyu had originally been his subordinate. If she really turned into his younger sister, then who would have the final say in the Skywing's arena in the future? Moreover, Kong Fei was clamoring to be the person in charge of the Yellow Wings division. If Chuyu returned to the family, The qualifications to be the person in charge of the Yellow Wings division would belong to none other than her. After she became the person in charge, if the Yellow Wings division became a manager, the upper echelons of the Skywing Arena would view Chuyu in a new light. If this continued, Chuyu would very likely replace him as the new steward of the Skywing Arena. Furthermore, given Skywing Lord Skywing's trust in Steward Chuyu's status would surely rise in the future. He would never allow another person to compete with him for the family property. That's right, a drop of blood will be used. At worst, second brother and I will also drop our blood. If the results are the same, Chuyu will be the true descendant of our Skywing clan. Skywing Tower was also unwilling. What sister or not? If he, Skywing Tower, took a fancy to her, even if she was his sister, he would still eat her up. This was already a fat piece of meat on the side. How could he just watch and throw it away? The two Skywing brothers were in agreement for the first time. Skywing Tower swore to eat the swan meat that was Chuyu, while Skywing Tower did not want his power to be seized by others. Both had the ambition of wolves. One was a jackal, and the other was a wolf. Neither was good. Chuyu and her mother saw this and hated it in their hearts. Fortunately, the two of them were already mentally prepared. The Skywing City Lord frowned and was about to reprimand them. Then let's do it. But if I really am the City Lord's daughter, what will happen? Chuyu's eyes turned cold, her pretty face already filled with anger. She stared straight at the Skywing brothers, the tears in her eyes already gone. If you are our sister, the marriage will be canceled immediately. In the future, we brothers will definitely treat you as siblings, the Skywing brothers said in unison. If little sister Chuyu really is the flesh and blood of the Skywing clan, as her sister-in-law, I will also treat her with courtesy. The eldest young mistress patted her chest and promised. The three of them naturally believed that Chuyu would not dare to do a blood test. Who would have thought that after Chuyu heard their promises, her lips would curl, her eyes brimming with confidence as she agreed. When the Skywing City Lord saw this, he was somewhat puzzled. He looked at Steward Chu, who gave him a firm nod. The Skywing City Lord understood tacitly at this moment, and he was even more certain that Chuyu was his flesh and blood. With an order, the tools for the blood test were quickly brought over. The Skywing City Lord ordered for 3 bowls to be prepared. He poured a portion of clear water into each of the bowls, and dripped his finger blood into each of the bowls. The Skywing brothers also stepped forward and dripped their blood into each of the bowls. Chuyu was still a little apprehensive. Even though Yun Sheng had already demonstrated it several times, and she had seen the results with her own eyes, it was still a demonstration in front of the Skywing City Lord. So Chuyu still felt a little uneasy. Chuyu glanced at her mother. Steward Chu used his eyes to encourage his daughter to step forward. Chuyu stepped forward, picked up the needle, and pricked her finger. The blood dripped into the bowls. Everyone was only paying attention to Chuyu's blood, and no one noticed that when Chuyu pricked her finger, there was a layer of gray on her finger. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the bowls. Blood. The blood in the 3 bowls slowly began to change. There were now 2 drops of blood in each bowl, and in the end, they fused together. Chapter 670. When the blood completely fused together, Steward Chu's legs went soft, and Chuyu could not help but collapse to the ground and cry. Everyone present, especially the 2 young masters of the Skywing clan, had a marvelous expression on their faces. In the end, Chuyu really was their little sister. Did they really have a sister? The Skywing City Lord burst into laughter. Ignoring everything else, he stepped forward and hugged the mother and daughter pair. The 3 of them were crying and laughing at the same time. The Skywing Sovereign was undoubtedly the most pleasantly surprised. He had never imagined that at his age, he would have a daughter. Moreover, this daughter was obedient and sensible, just like Steward Chu. This was his daughter. It was just that while Steward Chu and Chuyu's worry turned into joy, the Skywing Sovereign was ecstatic. Only the Skywing brothers looked at each other, their eyes filled with anger. Father, do you want to praise it again? I think that Steward Chu might have prepared these tools beforehand. The Skywing City Lord was very meticulous. He suspected that Steward Chu was the one who had set up today's scheme. That's right, Father. Chu doesn't look like you at all. How could she be our family? The Skywing Tower was still unwilling to give up. B*SD*RD. You're truly worse than pigs and dogs. If I say so, then so be it. Do you think I'd mistake my own daughter for someone else? And you actually want to marry my sister? Scram. Both of you scram. The Skywing Sovereign was just feeling happy, but he was enraged by the two brothers pestering. The two brothers knew that their father would not listen to anything they said, so they did not dare to say anything more, crestfallen as they scurried out of the hall. After Chu Yu's family of three was reunited, they had a peaceful and happy meal. During the meal, Chu Yu took the opportunity to mention that she wanted to take over the Yellow Wings competition zone. Father, your daughter contacted the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce a few days ago, intending to expand the Yellow Wings competition zone, but the first competition zone's Kong Fei has been obstructing your daughter at every turn, Chu Yu tactfully said. With the investment and craftsmen from the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Chu Yu's expansion should have progressed very quickly. But Kong Fei, that bastard, was like a clown, causing mischief everywhere. Kong Fei. How could a puny competition zone referee be so bold? The Skywing City Lord was not very familiar with the matters of the Skywing Arena. But when he heard that someone was making things difficult for his precious daughter, he was furious. City Lord, Kong Fei is not an ordinary judge. He has a close relationship with Second Young Master. Manager Chu was also fanning the flames from time to time. That bastard. At the mention of his second son's special fetish, the Skywing City Lord was filled with anger. You don't have to worry about this matter. You're my daughter. Who in the city dares to bully you? Tomorrow, I will hold the ancestral recognition ceremony. As for second brother, I'll tell him that you will be in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone in the future. Kong Fei, you can teach him whatever you want. Thank you, Father. Chu was overjoyed. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Manager Chu also had a gratified look on his face. The mother and daughter looked at each other with relief in their eyes. Both of them said in their hearts that it was all thanks to Yunsheng. When night fell, Chu Yu and Manager Chu finally had the chance to come out from the City Lord's mansion. They found Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger, who were in the inn, and told them about what happened during the day. Sister Chu Yu, from today onwards, you are the daughter of the Skywing City Lord? You even became the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone? That's amazing. It's only been a day. Dongwang Linger was overjoyed. Yinsheng also had a gratified look on her face. With this, the people of the Skywing Arena would no longer dare to ostracize Sister Chu Yu. Chu Yu's ability was obvious to all, but because of her identity, she had always been ostracized by that pretty boy from Skywing East. From tomorrow onwards, the City Lord will announce my identity. From today onwards, I'll be called Skywing Yu. Chu Yu was half happy and half worried. She could get rid of Skywing Tower's entanglement, but she had also betrayed her identity. If her deceased father knew about this, who knew if he would blame her? She didn't reject acknowledging Skywing Tower as her father. After all, the City Lord had watched her grow up since she was young. Other than this marriage, the City Lord had never treated her unfairly. According to her mother, the City Lord wanted Chu Yu and him to become a true family, which was why he had Skywing Tower marry her. Yinsheng, actually I'm still in a daze. Why would my blood and that of the City Lord and the Skywing brothers fuse? Chu Yu had a puzzled look on her face. Last night, in order to make Chu Yu more confident, Yinsheng had tried to fuse their blood together. However, at that time, Yinsheng had Steward Chu find a bowl of lime, then smeared lime on the needle used for the blood test. Today, for the blood test, Chu Yu had followed Yunsheng's instructions and smeared lime powder on her finger. Because there was very little lime powder, if the average person didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all. At the moment of the blood test, Chu Yu's heart was still somewhat apprehensive. Steward Chu had even tested it. After smearing lime powder, even her and Yunsheng's blood could fuse together. If someone who didn't know saw it, they would really think that Yunsheng was Steward Chu's long-lost daughter. That's right, Sister Chu Yu and the city lord are clearly not. Dong Wang Ling said without thinking. Ling Yin Sheng warned. From today onwards, we must insist that Sister Chu Yu is the flesh and blood of the city lord of Skywing City. This matter, only the four of us know. Yin Sheng did things very carefully. Other than Chu Yu and her mother and Ling no one else knew about it. Even Goofing and the others didn't know about it. The reason is very simple. Lime powder helps blood coagulation. As long as a small amount of lime powder is added, blood will coagulate. Moreover, using the blood test to confirm one's bloodline is not correct. Yin Sheng couldn't explain to the two that blood of the same blood type and blood of different blood types could be fused together. The method of the ancient people using the blood test was actually very unscientific. For Yin Sheng, who was familiar with modern medicine, it wasn't difficult to fuse the blood of two people who weren't related by blood. No matter what, this time, it's all thanks to you. I can finally rest assured. Chu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since she grew up into a young girl at the age of 13 or 14, she had always been harassed by Skywings. Even after arriving at the Skywings arena, Skywings would still harass her from time to time. Now that she had an additional identity, it was equivalent to putting an end to this future trouble forever. Miss Yin, please accept my bow. Steward Chu became even more agitated and was about to kneel down in front of Yin Sheng. However, Yin Sheng forcefully pulled him back. Sister Chu Yu, if you really want to repay me, then arrange a few more matches for us. You also know that Ling and I both want to obtain the title of Fighting King as soon as possible, Yin Sheng said indifferently. Chapter 671. After thinking about it, Yin Sheng sighed with emotion. She never would have thought that she would one day use modern medicine in such a situation. Of course, even if the city lord didn't appoint me as the supervisor of the Yellow Wings Division, I would still increase the schedule of the Ninth Division. You two just have to rely on your strength and prepare for the two-person annual competition. Chu was full of confidence. After becoming the supervisor of the Yellow Wings Division, Chu Yu's responsibilities became even heavier. She knew that Kong Fei and the second young master would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely take advantage of the annual competition to cause trouble. Chu Yu's prediction was correct. Sure enough, the Skywing City Lord held an ancestral recognition ceremony the next day. He even specially invited a few of the main stewards of the treasure boat, the supervisors of the Skywings Arena's major divisions, as well as some of the powers in Skywing City, to announce Chu Yu's identity. The Skywing City Lord even announced that Chu Yu would be renamed Skywings Yu, and that she would be in charge of the Yellow Wings Division in the future. Faced with this sudden decision, the second young master, Tianyi Dong, had some complaints, but there was nothing he could do. After this news was released, some were happy, while others were sad. The one who wanted to vomit blood the most was Kong Fei. Speaking of Kong Fei, he was also very unlucky. He had originally wanted to take advantage of the last monthly competition to make a huge profit, but who would have thought that he would be knocked unconscious in the monthly competition? After the competition ended that day, Kong Fei didn't wake up until the next day. The first thing he said when he woke up was, "How was the competition?" Flame Emperor counterattacked and won. Tianyi Dong didn't particularly care who won or lost. In any case, he didn't have much of a cooperative relationship with the Hidden Night Pavilion. Whether it was Lu Qingqing or Flame Emperor, it didn't matter who won. As long as it was a topic of discussion, the money lost could still be recovered from the annual competition. But Kong Fei was different. This sissy's heart was bleeding and twitching. Lu Qingqing had actually lost. Not only that, he quickly learned that his cousin, Yellow Knight Emissary, had also been killed. With Yellow Knight Emissary's death, Kong Fei really lost both his people and his money. Yellow Knight Emissary had boasted earlier that the Willow Blades team would win. That was a sure thing. Kong Fei was greedy. Thinking of such a high payout, he bet 1,000,000 gold coins on Willow Blades. The worst part was that this 1,000,000 was not his own money. Kong Fei was too extravagant. He didn't have any extra money on hand. This 1,000,000 gold coins was transferred from his cousin, Yellow Knight Emissary, from the Hidden Night Pavilion. Once Yellow Knight emissary died, the Hidden Knight Pavilion immediately forced Kong Fei to step down. Kong Fei could only take out the income of the first competition zone a few months ago to make up for it. He had thought that the matter would be resolved just like this. In any case, the income of the first competition zone was high, and they could earn it back very quickly. When the time came, they could settle the accounts without anyone noticing. But what made Kong Fei want to vomit blood was yet to come. After his body recovered, he went to the first competition zone and was immediately dumbfounded. The first, second, and third competition zones had all been razed to the ground. It would take at least 2 to 3 months to rebuild these competition zones. 2 to 3 months. Didn't that mean that his division wouldn't have any income in these 2 months? Not only that, but the matches that were originally scheduled for the first competition zone would also be allocated to the other competition zones. Because the 9th competition zone usually had the fewest competition schedules, Chuyu also received the most competition schedules. What made Kong Fei even more unbalanced was that Chuyu had used some unknown method to gather a large amount of funds and used it to expand the 9th competition zone. The current 9th competition zone was a full 2 times larger than before. It could accommodate 3,000 people watching the matches at the same time. Not only that, but the first thing Heaven's Winged Jade did after becoming the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone was to thoroughly investigate the entire Yellow Wings competition zone's accounts. She quickly found out that Kong Fei had misappropriated public funds for gambling. Heaven's Winged Jade immediately demanded that Kong Fei make up the money, or else she would chase Kong Fei out. After learning this news, Kong Fei only felt a fishy taste surge in his throat. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, it was still the second young master who came forward and made up for the 1 million gold coins difference. Because of this matter, Heaven's Winged Jade hated Heaven's Winged Jade even more. After Chuyu changed her name to Heaven's Winged Jade, Kong Fei and the second young master both behaved themselves for a while. Under Heaven's Winged Jade's management, the income of the 9th competition zone soared. Kong Fei was extremely envious. After racking his brains, he finally came up with a way to stop Chuyu from continuing to make profits. After Yellow Knight Emissary's death, Kong Fei's position in the Yellow Wings competition zone had already plummeted. Now that Chuyu had taken the stage, Kong Fei was even more resentful. On this day, Kong Fei went to find Heaven's Winged Jade again. After a round of flattery, he said, "Second young master, has the income of the recent monthly competition been poor? Why don't this subordinate come up with an idea for you?" Heaven's Winged Jade was indeed worried about the arena's declining income. Of the Heaven's Wings arena's 4 main competition zones, the performance of the Heaven and Earth divisions was about the same as in previous years. However, the Black Wings competition zone had been forced to close for reorganization due to the escape of the Profound Beasts. As for the monthly competition in the Yellow Wings competition zone, aside from the Flame Emperor match in August, which had seen a spurt of growth, the monthly competitions in September and October were not as good as before, whether it was the number of people entering or the audience's reaction. Only the competition zone, where Heaven's Winged Jade wasn't outshone. In the final analysis, it was still because the match between Flame Emperor and Willow Saber that day had been too exciting. Without the excitement of that match and the future competitions, the people's enthusiasm had waned. Seeing that the end of the year was approaching, the Lord of Heaven's Wing City would have his 2 sons hand over their respective accounts books at the end of each year. He would compare the results of the Treasure Boat and the Heaven's Wings Arena. In previous years, the Treasure Boat and the Heaven's Wings Arena could be considered to have both won and lost. Heaven's Winged Jade originally didn't take it to heart, but a while ago, he had received news that the Treasure Boat had helped someone refine a Saint-grade saber a few months earlier. Not only that, but the Treasure Boat also seemed to have invited a master artificer. In this period of time, they had launched a large number of artifacts and weapons that were very unfamiliar in appearance and grade. Thanks to these things, the Treasure Boat's business had improved considerably. Heaven's Winged Jade had been the subject of Heaven's Winged Jade for a while, but when he saw the Treasure Boat's performance, his mood immediately turned sunny. He would sit in the main hall, every evening and calculate how much money the treasure boat had earned each day with great relish. Even the city lord, who had always been very disdainful of Heaven's winged jade, had opened his mouth to praise Heaven's winged jade a few times. There had even begun to be rumors in the streets that the city lord of Heaven's winged city intended to pass the position of city lord to Heaven's winged jade. Thus, the pressure on Heaven's winged jade came, and he had no choice but to shift his focus to the arena's performance. Chapter 672. Oh, what good idea do you have? Let's hear it. Tianny Dong was curious. It's actually very simple. Those spectators can't be bothered to watch the competition because it's too monotonous. If you can add some interest, it might be different, Kong Fei muttered in Tianny Dong's ear. Tianny Dong immediately perked up when he heard this. Good. That's really an exciting idea. I'll give the order for the Yellow Wings and Profound Wings divisions to prepare well. After hearing Kong Fei's proposal, the second young master pondered it and felt that it was a good idea. The next day, Tianny Dong summoned the people in charge of the 4 divisions and announced a new decision. Due to the continuous decline in the performance of the arena, the end of the year is drawing near, and the annual competition is about to begin. This young master has thought it over and decided to adopt a completely new format for this year's annual competition. Tianny Dong deliberately kept them in suspense. What? Letting the Profound Wings and Yellow Wings divisions hold the annual competition together? That's too ridiculous. The renovation work of the Profound Wings division was much more difficult than that of the Yellow Wings division. As soon as Tianny Dong's order was passed down, the referees of the Yellow Wings division immediately became restless. Tianny Yu, in particular, was very disapproving of Kong Fei's announcement. Tianny Dong's new idea was to hold the annual competition of the Yellow Wings and Profound Wings divisions together in order to attract spectators. The contestants of the Yellow Wings division would challenge the magical beasts of the Profound Wings division. Tianny Yu knew that Tianny Dong definitely hadn't come up with this idea himself. Tianny Dong was a reckless martial artist. In the past, he had never thought of any way to improve the performance of the Tianny Arena. We feel that this idea is feasible. On the continent, there's never been an arena that directly uses magical beasts to compete with humans. This idea is very topical. The people in charge of the Tianny and Earthly Wings divisions readily agreed. Tianny Yu cursed inwardly. 2 old fogies, you're naturally happy that it's not your contestants. Second brother, this matter came so suddenly. Why don't you go back and discuss it with father? Tianny Yu suggested. Suddenly? Tianny Yu, father acknowledged your identity, but I didn't. Speaking of sudden, what could be more sudden than me suddenly gaining a younger sister? When Tianny Dong heard this, he was unhappy. After Heaven's Winged Jade returned to the clan, her father doted on her a lot. Even the annual funding for the Yellow Wings division was directly given to Heaven's Winged Jade for her own use. The mother and son of the Chu family were about to seize all the properties of the Skywing City Lord's Mansion. Don't say that I'm autocratic. I'll give you all a chance. Of the 5 of us here, we'll each vote, and the side with the majority will have the final say, Tianny Dong said impatiently. Very quickly, the results of the vote were out. The Yellow Wings Competition Zone and the Earth Profound Wings Competition Zone would be held together this year. The decision was immediately announced in the form of an announcement. Most of the contestants didn't care too much about this announcement. Only the contestants from the Yellow Wings Zone who were participating in the annual competition had a lot of opinions. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger also saw the announcement. In the Skywings Arena, cross-level competition had happened before, but that was a special situation that would only happen when the contestants of a division were on the verge of a breakthrough in strength. Flame Emperor was the champion of August's monthly competition. According to the rules, he would fight against the champion of August's magical beast competition zone. It was fine to fight against a human, but it was hard to say when fighting against a magical beast. Can we refuse? I heard that the competition in the Profound Wings Zone is very intense. The magical beasts haven't competed recently, and they're already hungry. They're much more ferocious than before. Dong Wang Linger had also come into contact with some magical beasts when she was in the eastern capital. In fact, some of the nobles in the eastern capital also had a tradition of hunting, so Dong Wang Linger had a better understanding of the competition between magical beasts and humans. You can't refuse. Otherwise, your qualifications to be the champion of August's monthly competition will be stripped, and the third place will automatically replace you. Moreover, all your previous winning streaks will be reset to 0. Heaven's Wing Jade walked over and helplessly told Yun Sheng and Dong Wang Linger the Overlord's rule. Heaven's Wing Jade was originally a rude and unreasonable person. In order to force the monthly competition champions to agree, he directly set this unreasonable rule. The second place of August's monthly competition was Willowblade. However, after experiencing the most thrilling monthly competition finals in history in August, Lu Qingqing was directly torn apart by 5 horses, and Tortoise Blade was also dead. Therefore, the third place could only be replaced by the third place, Double Dragon. Yin Sheng and Dong Wang Linger had been competing against each other for several months now, and their winning streak had already reached over 80 matches. According to the rules of the annual competition, where the rewards would be doubled, a single victory in the annual competition would be equivalent to 10 victories in the individual competition. As long as they could make it to the finals of the annual competition, the two of them would very likely be able to obtain a record of 100 consecutive victories and become the fighting king. Now that the two of them were being stripped of their achievements, the two of them were naturally unwilling. Moreover, once they obtained the title of fighting king, they could also obtain additional reward from the Heaven's Wings arena. Most of the other contestants were like this. Heaven's Wing Jade was certain that the contestants wouldn't dare to refuse, so he made such a rude and unreasonable decision. With no other choice, Yun Sheng and Dong Wang Linger could only accept this arrangement. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed, and it was already November. In the past few months, the trials of the continent's elite magician camp and elite warrior camp had been carried out in an orderly manner. During this time, there was no news from Yi Baiming and Feng Tian. Chun Lian, who had been confined to the empty ship by Elder Hellion. Gu Feng's defensive celestial sphere was improving more and more, and abandoned strength was also steadily increasing. In the middle of November, Yun Sheng received a very unexpected letter. Yun Sheng looked at the letter and immediately revealed a brilliant smile. She happily said to Dong Wang Linger, "My second uncle and the brothers of the Hunting Corps are here." As it turned out, the Hunting Corps that had risen the fastest in the past 5 years, Sky Assault, was coming to Heaven's Wing City to observe the competition and raise the cultivation of the hunters. Although they were here to observe, it was actually Yun Songlong's special arrangement. Previously, in order to prevent her second uncle and grandfather from worrying, Yun Sheng would write home every few months to tell them about her recent situation. In a letter 3 months ago, Yun Sheng had mentioned that after entering the continent's elite magician camp, she had been training in Heaven's Wing City this year. Yin Songlong hadn't seen his niece for more than 2 years, and he missed her dearly. After discussing it with the brothers of the Hunting Corps, they all said in unison that they wanted to go to Heaven's Wing City to visit their young master. Of course, before they came, none of them knew that Yun Sheng was actually among the participants of this year's annual competition. Chapter 673. Dong Wang Ling had only met Yin Songhai when she was young. She had only recently found out that Yun Sheng's family was the famous Yun clan in Zhou State. After Yun Sheng read the letter, Yin Songlong said that they would arrive at Skywing City in the afternoon. After not seeing her second uncle for a long time, Yin Sheng was also very concerned about the news of the Hunting Corps and her grandfather, Yin Ba. She, Dong Wang Ling, Gu Feng, Qi, and the others went to the city gate to wait for them. Before Yin Sheng went to meet them, she was also curious. Tianfa doesn't have its own airship. I wonder how the Hunting Corps is going to come this time. They waited from noon until evening. They waited until the sky was filled with multicolored light, and the clouds near Skywing City were bordered with gold. Only then did several black dots faintly appear in the sky. At such a high altitude, ordinary low-level magical beasts wouldn't be able to get close. Those black dots naturally weren't ordinary magical beasts. The black dots were getting closer and closer. Upon closer inspection, there were actually 50 of them. They are coming. Yinsheng waved her hand towards the sky. The 50 black dots were getting closer and closer. They were actually 3-winged bat dragons with multiple heads. They are 3-winged flying dragons. Why are there so many level 7 3-winged bat dragons? On the city gate of Skywings City, the city guards were in an uproar. 3-winged bat dragons were a type of flying dragon. They were rarely seen on the continent and only appeared on some uninhabited islands far away from the continent. Due to their ferocious nature and their addiction to raw meat, they were a very ferocious magical beast. If a large number of 3-winged bat dragons appeared, it would very likely mean a great loss of people. Just as the city guards were about to report to the city lord's mansion, a flag appeared in the sky. The flag was golden red and embroidered with the 2 words Tianfa. It's not an enemy attack. It's the A-ranked hunting corps, Tianfa. I heard that second young master invited many hunting corps for the annual competition. Let them land. So many bat dragons appearing all of a sudden wasn't a common sight in Skywing City. It even attracted a lot of people to watch. The bat dragon in the lead looked very familiar. Yinsheng took a closer look and saw that it was Zhong's personality, whom she hadn't seen for many days. The 50 bat dragons and 50 hunters jumped down from the bat dragons. The members of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps that came this time were all elites, and they were all well trained. The moment they landed on the ground, the bat dragon lowered its feet. The hunters were all in perfect order. That wasn't all. It wasn't until Skyfeld's hunters landed that Yinsheng realized they were all wearing armor. This group of people also had the intention to fight for the reputation of the Sky Destroyer Hunting Corps. Everyone's armor and weapons were from the batch that Yinsheng had refined for them. Those were all special weapons that had been fused with purple gold. Even under the light of the setting sun, they still sparkled with purple light. It was as dazzling as one could imagine. Some of the citizens who came to watch were also stunned. The citizens were all puzzled. Where did these rich people come from? Even a treasure boat wouldn't be able to take out 50 sets of violet gold equipment. It's the A-ranked hunting corps Sky Assault. TSK. How amazing. I was wondering who they were. That's right. Mommy, that's a mutated flying bat drake, right? The Sky Destroyer Hunting Corps was the most eye-catching thing in the world. After landing, each of the bat dragons looked like they were the size of a helicopter. When they spread out their wings, they were at least 2 meters long. The reason why they were called 3-winged was because they had a small protruding wing on their backs. There was a protruding fleshy wing, which was just enough to make the hunters more stable during the flight. Zhou Quan, who was the first to jump down, heard the discussions of the crowd and was very pleased. He even deliberately said, "See, this is the benefit of joining the Sky Destroyer Hunting Corps, violet gold armor, and mutated bat dragons. If you join, you'll get a share. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and join the Sky Destroyer Hunting Corps." Yinsheng only found it funny when she saw this. Yin Sanglong stood to the side with a smile, and that didn't stop Zhou Quan. Skywings City wasn't an ordinary place. If they could recruit new members of the Hunting Corps here, it would be very beneficial for the Sky Destroyer Hunting Corps. Yin Sanglong was no longer the depressed and pedantic young general from a few years ago. This year's Hunting Corps captain's experience allowed him to become an outstanding Hunting Corps captain. At the same time, he was also a shrewd leader. Wow, what a grand display. Yinsheng, where did your Hunting Corps get so many bat dragons? Gu Feng's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. He impatiently reached out to touch those bat dragons. The bat dragons snorted and raised their sharp claws, wanting to give Gu Feng a swipe. Apart from their respective masters, they wouldn't care about ordinary humans at all. Little Qing let out a hiss from the magic scepter, and the eyes of the bat dragons were filled with terror. They were so frightened that they fell to the ground and didn't move at all. The 50 bat dragons were now as docile as horses. They didn't move at all. The city guards, who were used to seeing all kinds of magical beasts, were dumbfounded. They looked at the Sky Destroyer hunting corps as if they were looking at monsters. It was true that the Sky Destroyer hunting corps was strong, but they were actually strong enough to control such fierce three-winged bat dragons. Could it be that these 50 people were all summoners? Under everyone's astonished gazes, Yun Sheng and Yun Songlong chatted and laughed as they led the hunting corps to an inn in the city. Only then did Yun Songlong tell Yun Sheng about the origin of these bat dragons. This matter was related to a small episode before Yun Sheng went to the immortal abode. Back then, after Yuan Shahua killed Xian Wuji, Xian Wuji's blood cloud crocodile became an ownerless item. Yun Sheng followed her family's beast speech ring and refined an imitation. Beast speech ring. When Yun Sheng was refining it, she didn't think too much. She just wanted to customize it for Yun Songlong. After Yun Songlong had that imitation beast speech ring, he would be able to control the peak 9th rank blood cloud crocodile in the imitation beast speech ring. His strength would increase greatly. This was also the reason why the Sky Destroyer hunting corps could become the strongest in the continent in a short 5 years. That ring was accidentally discovered by Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi was very curious as to why Yun Songlong, who wasn't a summoner, could control magical beasts. He thickened his skin and asked for the ring from Yun Songlong. Zhong Yi experimented with it in private. In the end, he also refined many beast speech rings. But because there were no suitable magical beasts in Zhou's state, those imitations. Thus, the beast speech ring became a decoration. After that, several years passed. During that time, Yun Sheng went missing and her whereabouts were unknown. But even during that period, Zhong Yi didn't leave the Sky Destroyer hunting corps. He was already used to the days with the group of hotheads in the hunting corps. When Yun Sheng had subdued Zhong Yi was still thinking about how to break the master-servant relationship with Yun Sheng. But after that, Yun Sheng's strength and ability made Zhong Yi very convinced. After Yun Sheng went missing, Zhong Yi voluntarily guarded the Jade Capital. When he had nothing to do, he would help little Ci Inong and the Sky Destroyer hunting corps. These bat dragons were found by him. Chapter 674. The Zhong personality himself was a powerful summoner and refiner. Even though he was undisciplined, he valued his trust. Since he had recognized Yun Sheng as his master, it meant that he had recognized her as his master. About 2 years ago, he happened to be escorting a batch of herbs from a magical herb farm back to the Jade Capital. On an isolated island, he discovered a violent level 7 bat dragon. Relying on Zhongshi's ability as a holy beast summoner and the commander-level bat dragon king, Zhongshi easily reprimanded that group of big fellows. He simply made use of the beast language ring to equip many of the hunters in the Heaven Expedition hunting troop with flying magical beasts. This was the origin of this batch of 50 flying magical beasts. However, little master, the ring that you gave to our leader is much stronger than the one that I made. Those hunters can only control flying magical beasts. It is still impossible for them to reach the level of a summoner. Zhongshi spent a lot of effort, but was still unable to create a ring that was exactly the same as Yun Sheng's beast language ring. Unlike Yun Songlong, who could use the blood cloud crocodiles to assist in battle, the other hunters could only control the bat dragons to fly. They could not do it in individual battles. Master Zhongshi, thank you for your hard work. These 50 bat dragons are enough to scare people to death just by standing there. Yun Sheng smiled, but did not say anything. The beast language ring that she made for second uncle was a complete replica of the beast language ring that her mother had left behind. Even the internal structure was 80 to 90% similar. However, when Zhongshi made the replica, he only scratched the surface and was unable to explore the structure of the ring itself. The beast language ring naturally could not unleash the full potential of the beast language ring. However, to the normal hunters in the Heaven Expedition hunting troop, using flying magical beasts was enough. At least, the posture at the city gate just now was eye-catching enough. Second uncle, why didn't second aunt come with you? Yin Sheng found an inn for them. When they checked in, Yin Sheng noticed that there were a few familiar faces in the group. Among them were Zhou Quan and Oriole, the quarrelsome pair. Compared to 2 years ago when Yin Sheng left Jade Capital, their abilities had clearly increased by a huge chunk. However, she didn't see her second sister-in-law, Yuan Shahua, which made Yin Sheng a little puzzled. Your second aunt is pregnant. The imperial physician has seen her and said that she is pregnant with twins. She is already 6 months pregnant, and it is inconvenient for her to move around. She missed you a lot and wanted to come along, but it was inconvenient for her, so I didn't let her come. At the mention of his wife, Yuan Shahua, Yin Sanglong's iron-like heart revealed a trace of tenderness. The marriage between Yin Sanglong and Yun Sheng had gone through many twists and turns. After the two got married, they happened to encounter the disappearance of Yun Sheng and the decline of the Yun residence. Because of this, Yin Sanglong was so busy that he didn't have the time to take care of his wife. It wasn't easy for them to wait until the Heavenly Hunting Corps was in a better state. Only then did the two of them begin to raise their children. Second uncle, you are so capable. You got 2 children at once. Yin Sheng was also very happy. She was really happy for her second uncle. Sigh, young Master Yin, don't talk so much to the commander. Our brothers are dying of exhaustion and hunger. Quickly find a place to rest and eat. I can't wait to go to the city. It was Zhou Quan's first time in Heavenly Wings City. The moment he landed, his mouth opened wide as he looked around. It was a pity that the commander had ordered that before they found a place to stay, they couldn't split up. Master, Heavenly Wings City is really impressive. It is indeed the #1 city in the world. It is already the 12th month of winter in Jade Capital, but it is still like spring here. Oriole rolled her eyes at Zhou Quan. She hadn't seen Yin Sheng for a long time and missed her master very much. What Oriole said was also what the other hunters were curious about. Although this group of people were martial arts practitioners and didn't fear the cold, they were still stunned when they arrived at Heavenly Wings City. This place was filled with flowers and greenery everywhere. It was completely different from the mainland. Below Heavenly Wings City, there is a huge magic array. That magic array not only allows the entire city to float in the sky, but also keeps the city warm all year round. The scenery in this city is very beautiful. When we are free tomorrow, I will bring everyone around for a walk, Yin Sheng explained. This matter was told to her by Heavenly Wings Jade. Although there was a magic array, no one knew the exact location of the magic array because of the clouds. Heavenly Wing City is really a good place. When K.Er and I get married, we will buy a house here and raise a group of children. Zhou Quan chuckled. Who is getting married to you? Who is having a group of children with you? How long has it been since I last saw Master? You are so shameless the moment you see her. Aren't you afraid that everyone will laugh at you? Oriole was very anxious when she heard this. She didn't care that there were people around and pinched Zhou Quan hard. Zhou Quan cried out in pain. These two buffoons would usually quarrel like this in the campsite. Fortunately, their relationship was getting better day by day. Everyone just laughed and didn't say anything. When Yun Sheng saw this, she couldn't stop laughing. She wondered when she should ask her second uncle to be the matchmaker and have these two settle this matter. Dong Wang Linger looked at the members of the hunting corps. They were getting along as if they were a big family. She felt both emotional and envious. She was truly envious of Yin Sheng. She could laugh so happily and have a father and family that loved her dearly. She wasn't like her, who willfully abandoned her family. Right, second uncle, I forgot to introduce her to you. This is my good sister, Dong Wang Linger. When Yun Sheng saw that Dong Wang Linger was alone at the side, she directly pulled her to Yun Sanglong and introduced her. Hello, second uncle. Dong Wang Linger was somewhat nervous. Dong Wang. Yin Sanglong sharply looked at Dong Wang Linger. From her temperament and appearance, Yin Sanglong immediately knew Dong Wang Linger's identity. However, he didn't say it out loud. This was the first time Yin Sanglong heard Yun Sheng introduce her good friend. His niece was very smart. Regardless of the background of the friend she chose, he would support them. Miss Dong Wang, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Sheng. Yin Songlong's face was amiable. Dong Wang Linger couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. On the other side, Huang Ke, pinched Zhou Quan, and Huang Ke, went to the side to get angry. Zhou Quan begged a few times, but all failed. He hurriedly ran over while shouting, "Young Master Yun, Ke is angry. Quickly think of a way to make her happy. Zhou Quan, you're the one who caused this trouble. Besides, how can I make Ke happy?" Yin Sheng found it funny. Zhou Quan scratched his head. "Right, young Master Yin, you've been in the Heaven's Wings arena for so long. Do you have any way to find out what's going on in the arena? If you can't find out, can you help me get a ticket to the annual tournament? So no, I need 2 tickets." Chapter 675. The Skywings Arena is so big. What do you want to know? Yin Sheng was also curious. It should be Zhou Quan's first time in Skywing City. What did he want to know? Or did he know someone who was competing in the arena? I want to know about the Flame Emperor battle team. It's a 2-man battle team formed by 2 Rakshasa mass contestants. It's also the team that won the thrilling monthly competition in August. K likes the Flame Emperor battle team the most. Huh? Flame Emperor? Yin Sheng and Dong Wang Linger were both shocked. Yin Sheng and Dong Wang Linger did not expect that the masked battle team they formed had already gained some fame in the entire continent, especially in the arena and among the hunters. Even though Flame Emperor was only a contestant from the Yellow Wings region, and their cultivation was said to be below Sky Magicians. However, to the majority of the middle and lower-ranked hunters, Flame Emperor was the model of a counterattack. As newcomers, they defeated a veteran battle team and became famous overnight. They did not have any background, yet they were able to step onto the stage of the Skywings arena. Their role models were even greater than the contestants from the Skywings and Earthwings regions, and they became the idols of the newcomers and young hunters. Especially for new female hunters like Oriole, Flame Emperor was the idol of idols. Didn't I offend the Oriole? As long as I can buy the tickets to the Flame Emperor battle team's annual competition, Kerr will definitely forgive me. Zhou Quan scratched his head foolishly. Flame Emperor, Yin Sheng and Dong Wang Linger both had awkward expressions on their faces. After a while, Yin Sheng had a strange expression on her face. "The tickets are still okay. I'll send them to you in a few days. It should be easy to get some tickets through the Heaven's Wings, Jade." Yun Sheng's strange expression fell into Yun Songlong's eyes. After settling down the other hunters, Yun Songlong went to find Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng hesitated for a while, but still decided to tell Yun Songlong the whole story. "What? So you and Miss Dong Wang are the Flame Emperors?" Previously, Yin Songlong had been curious about the results of Yun Sheng's trial in Skywing City. Who would have known that Yun Sheng was actually a member of the most popular contestant group, Flame Emperor? "Second uncle, you mustn't tell anyone else about this matter. Linger and I plan to announce this news last." Both Yun Sheng and Dong Huang Ling decided that after leaving Skywing City, they would see if they should announce this secret or not. "The 2 of you are too willful. The magical beasts of the Skywing Arena's mysterious feather zone aren't as simple as you think." Yun Songlong rubbed his forehead. He had fought on the battlefield for many years and was now the commander of a regiment. He knew very well how powerful high-level or even commander-level magical beasts were. Sheng battling a commander-level magical beast is no small matter. You must remember to be careful. In the next month, come and spar with second uncle a few times to gain some experience. Yin Songlong was still a little worried. "Second uncle, don't worry. Sheng knows what I'm doing." Yin Sheng smiled as she comforted her second uncle. But when he thought about it again, when had his niece ever acted according to the rules? Forget it. It's time for you youngsters now. Do you have any news of your father? Ever since Yin Songlong had reunited with his eldest brother, Yin Songhai, had left without saying goodbye. There's no news of father, but he should be training somewhere. Yin Sheng also missed her father. The uncle and niece talked about Yun Ba again. Yin Songlong told Yun Sheng that Yun Ba was living very comfortably in the Jade Boat village area. He had also trained the local villagers and had formed a militia in the city. That's right, Sheng. Did you notice that I brought a big gift for you? Yin Songlong told Yun Sheng. This time, the team he was leading included the 10 devil warriors that Yun Sheng had left behind in Jade Capital. The 10 devil warriors that Yi Baiming had trained for Yun Sheng were all existences that could fight against 10 people at once. Previously, Yun Sheng had not been able to bring them along because she had to go to the mainland's elite magician camp. When Yin Songlong had rushed to Tianyi City earlier, he thought that it would not be good if Yun Sheng was bullied in a place like Tianyi City. Thus, he had brought along those devil warriors. When Yun Sheng heard about it, she thought to herself, "Second uncle, you have also underestimated your niece. Here, only I'm allowed to bully others." However, the arrival of these 10 devil warriors was of great help to the current Yun Sheng. To her, her personal safety was not a big deal. However, Yun Sheng had thought that if she were to fall out with the Hidden Night Pavilion in the future, these 10 devil warriors would be of great use. After chatting with second uncle, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger left the inn. The sky had already turned completely dark. Let's go. Let's go to Big Sister Yu. I have something important to discuss with her. Yun Sheng was not in a hurry to return to her residence. Instead, she went to look for Tianyi Jade with Dongwang Linger. Yun Sheng brought the 10 devil warriors and silently disappeared into the darkness. When Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger suddenly appeared with 10 burly men, Tianyi Jade was shocked. "Big Sister Yu, don't be afraid. These are my people." Yun Sheng waved her hand, and the 10 devil warriors silently disappeared into the night. Who knew what methods Yi Baiming, that sly fox, used to train people? These 10 devil warriors' appearances were unclear. Normally, they were almost like mutes. They were proficient in magic and battle techniques. Their average strength was enough to reach the level of a saint magician or martial ancestor. If they used a special formation with these 10 people, their strength would be comparable to a martial saint sky magician. Moreover, they were good at concealment and tracking. They were simply the best candidates for killing and robbing. Why did you bring these people here? Even though Tianyi Jade had seen many people, she had never seen such strange servants. To help. Didn't you say earlier that the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion have been restless recently? I will lend them to you. If you see someone you don't like, then... Yun Sheng made a throat-slitting gesture. Ever since Yellow Knight Emissary died, Tianyi Jade had taken the opportunity to clean up the Hidden Night Pavilion's influence in the Yellow Wings competition zone. However, Su Dagua of the Hidden Night Pavilion did not give up. Tianyi Jade's identity was special, so they did not dare to do anything. However, the people of the Hidden Night Pavilion would occasionally harass the other judges and some spectators in the competition zone. Although Tianyi Jade had acknowledged her ancestors, she was after all not Tianyi Tuo or Tianyi Dong. Her strength was average, and she was only a martial ancestor. She also did not have her own personal guards. Tianyi Jade had previously complained to Yun Sheng about these matters. She did not expect that Yun Sheng would actually find so many impressive subordinates for her. Yun Sheng, you are truly my timely reign. Tianyi Jade was extremely happy. Big Sister Yu, I did not come here tonight solely for this matter. There is another matter that I want to discuss with you. Yun Sheng told Tianyi Jade what she had seen during the day. Chapter 676. Tianyi Jade was puzzled. Yun Sheng, how come I've never heard of the things you're talking about? Are you sure it'll work? Of course it'll work. Just do as I say. The results should be out in a few days, Yun Sheng said with a smile. Tianyi Jade could only half believe and half doubt as it went to arrange things. Late at night, at the headquarters of the Hidden Night Pavilion, a storm of rage had just begun. Bang! Su Guisho threw out an account book. The 4 night emissaries of the 4 competition zones were all cowering on the side, not daring to even breathe loudly. They're all trash. Look at the income from medicine in the past few months. It's fallen by 70 to 80%. If this continues, how can the Hidden Night Pavilion survive in Skywing City? Su Guisho's anger wasn't without reason. This year, especially after August, the Hidden Knight Pavilion's performance had plummeted in a short 3 months. In the Yellow Wings competition zone of the 4 main competition zones, not even a single pill was sold. It wasn't just the pills and potions. The hunters who had been controlled by the Hidden Knight Pavilion had also betrayed them. If this continued, the foundation that the Hidden Knight Pavilion had built over many years would really be destroyed. Grandmaster, you can't blame us for this. Recently, a large amount of cheap potions and magic potions have appeared out of nowhere. Our businesses have all been greatly affected. The knight envoys of the major competition zones had bitter expressions on their faces. The most outrageous thing was that although the prices of those medicines and potions were low, their quality was good. They were even better than the Hidden Knight Pavilion's medicine. In the past, it was the contestants who chased after them to buy the expensive potions and pills. Now, the situation was the complete opposite. No one was willing to buy their medicine. Have you investigated the origin of those medicines? Su de Guosho was extremely irritated. There's no news. I heard that those medicines were sold by the Skywings Arena. The knight emissaries shook their heads. The Hidden Knight Pavilion's method of controlling the contestants in the arena had always been to use all kinds of medicines and potions. Now that this method had failed, relying on ancient medicine and magic treatment alone wasn't enough. Emissary Chun, Emissary Zhao, what about your respective competition zones? Most of the income from the Heaven's Wings and Earth's Wings regions comes from gambling and magic healers, so they shouldn't be affected much. Why did your performance drop as well? Su Dagwa was dissatisfied. Especially you, Emissary Chunyi. Don't you still have Yi Baiming as your subordinate? His strength is enough to dominate the entire Earthwings arena. Just him alone is enough for you to win the bet, Su Dagwa questioned. Emissary Chun and Emissary Zhao smiled wryly. The Night Formation Emissary replied, Yi Baiming is unwilling to compete. Ever since that match against Feng Tian, he said that he wanted to find an opportunity to break through and still refuses to participate in the competition. If he doesn't want to compete, then he won't think of a way. Su de Guosho was almost angered to death. Chunyi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and cursed in his heart. This old man, if you have the ability, why don't you tell Yi Baiming this? That fiend had smashed Yellow Knight Emissary into a meat patty with a single palm strike. Now that Yellow Knight Emissary had sent himself to his doorstep to look for him, wasn't he just trying to hang himself? Was he tired of living? De Guosho, don't be angry. There's still some time before the end of the year. Maybe we can make a lot of money from this year's combined annual competition. Emissary Wang, who had been silent at the side, volunteered. Earlier, because the Xuani Division was forced to stop the competition, the income of the Xuani Division was almost zero. Emissary Wang was worried that he wouldn't be able to report back to his superiors. So he secretly bribed Kong Fei with a large sum of money and asked him to help facilitate the battle between the two divisions. It's the combined annual competition. Are you planning to use the forbidden medicine again? I'm afraid it's not safe. Su de Guosho still had some lingering fear. The incident with Lu Qingqing last time had caused the Hidden Knight Pavilion to suffer heavy losses. Don't worry, de Guosho. This time, there will be no mistakes. I've already ordered my pharmacist to improve the prescription. Emissary Wang was full of confidence. I've already ordered people to add a new forbidden medicine to the food of the participating magical beasts. After eating this forbidden medicine, individual magical beasts can even display strength exceeding that of a commander-level magical beast. Emissary Wang said with ill intentions. Magical beasts exceeding the commander level, in other words, were king-level magical beasts. Even if only one king-level magical beast appeared, it would be enough for the 24 contestants to fight to the death. Needless to say, there were only 4 contestants. In this way, the scales of victory were completely tilted to the magical beast side. But this fact was only known to the Hidden Knight Pavilion. Very good. Whether the Hidden Knight Pavilion can survive this year will depend on this year's annual competition. I will invest more than half of the Hidden Knight Pavilion's funds. Su de Guosho was relieved. De Guosho, what about the Yellow Wings Division? The newly arrived Knight Emissary of the Yellow Wings Division couldn't wait to ask. As usual, I will send more people to you. I want to let that woman, Tianyi Yu, know that Tianyi City is a man's territory. As a woman, she can't be independent at all, Suda Guosho said arrogantly. It was also time to let those people see the true strength of the Hidden Night Pavilion. Suda Guosho dismissed the 4 night emissaries and returned to his residence. After a day of fatigue, he quickly fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Suda Guosho was in a daze when he felt a warm current flowing past his neck. The pillow was wet, like he smelled a strange smell. Suda Guosho touched it with his hand and then put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed. Ah! Suda Guosho's voice echoed throughout the Hidden Night Pavilion. The 3 night emissaries of the Yellow Wings Division hurried over without even putting on their shoes. Suda Guosho's face was ashen, his hair disheveled. On his bed, the mattress was already blood-red, and there were bloodstains everywhere. In the position of the pillow, there was a human head. The head belonged to the new night emissary of the Yellow Wings Division, who was still alive. De Guosho, are you okay? The several night emissaries saw such a tragic situation and felt a chill on their necks. No one spoke, but everyone's heart was as clear as snow. This was a warning Suda Guosho. Since they could kill the new night emissary without anyone noticing, then next time, they will most likely come back to take Suda Guosho's head. Suda Guosho's heart was also trembling with fear. He was secretly guessing who had done it. Under Tianyi Yu, there was obviously no one with such skills who could sneak into the Hidden Night Pavilion without anyone noticing. Could it be the Lord of Tianyi City? But the Lord of Tianyi City would not do that, unless he went against the agreement with that lord. Suda Guosho's mind was in a mess. First, stop all actions against the Yellow Wings Division. Suda Guosho's spirit was dispirited after this scare. For the first time, he found that his opponent was much more powerful than he had imagined. However, Suda Guosho was not a person who easily admitted defeat. He still pinned his hopes on this year's annual competition. As long as he won a big victory in this year's annual competition, the economy of Tianyi City would certainly suffer a heavy blow. At that time, whether it was Tianyi Yu or the Lord of Tianyi City, he would no longer put them in his eyes. Chapter 677. 2 days later, at dawn, Zhou Quan went to knock on the Oriole's door excitedly. Due to what happened a few days ago, the Oriole was still angry with Zhou Quan. What are you doing? Don't bother me, the Oriole said angrily. Oriole, don't be angry. Look, I bought something good for you. Zhou Quan couldn't wait to take out a set of things. What is this? The Oriole took a glance and found that Zhou Quan was holding a few pieces of paper that looked like cards. This is called a 12 Saint Seiya card. It has your favorite Flame Emperor battle team on it. This card is very beautiful. Zhou Quan took it out as if he was presenting a treasure. What? Flame Emperor. When the Oriole heard this, it completely forgot that it was still angry and immediately snatched the card. The Oriole liked Flame Emperor very much, but the origin of Flame Emperor was too mysterious. As a young girl, she was always interested in mysterious things. The more this was the case, the more supporters of Flame Emperor would have. The Oriole inquired for a long time, but did not find any news about Flame Emperor. Zhou Quan's 12 Saint Seiya card really caught the Oriole's appetite. The so-called 12 Saint Seiya card was actually a special magic card. It had illustrations of the 12 champions of this year's monthly competition and a brief introduction. The magic card was made of beast skin and was specially drawn with beast blood. Compared to ordinary cards, the characters on this special magic card could move. Take the August Flame Emperor Saint Seiya card as an example. It vividly drew the appearance of Flame Emperor and Flame Emperor. As long as the card was shaken, the illustration of Flame Emperor on it would change and release Flame's Best Water, Mist Magic, and Flame's Wind Slash. It really is Flame Emperor that's great. For the sake of Flame Emperor, I will forgive you this time. The Oriole was very happy and kept playing with the card in her hand. Zhou Quan's card set was given to him by Yun Sheng for free, but the price of such a card set was not low. A set of Beast Skin 12 Saint Seiya card set was sold for as high as 20 gold coins. After the Oriole got that set of cards, he was in a good mood, and he forgave Zhou Quan right away, which moved him to tears and snot. Not only were there 12 Saint Seiya cards, but there were also a large number of other things that came along with them. For example, 12 Saint Seiya dolls, 12 Saint Seiya cards, 12 Saint Seiya mage robes, 12 Saint Seiya teacups, and all kind of other things. A few days before the start of the annual competition, the streets and alleys of Skywing City were filled with them. The daughters of the aristocratic families and the wives of the officials who came to watch the competition were especially fond of these little toys. Almost everyone had a set. Some of them even bought more than 10 sets at once, saying that they would bring them back to their friends. These trinkets quickly attracted the attention of the relevant people in the city lord's residence. In the end, it even alarmed the city lord of Skywing City. "Father, I was the one who found someone to make these things. I've given them a special name. They're called the peripheral souvenirs." Heaven's Wing Jade said respectfully, "I feel that this is a very good way to drive the performance of the arena, and I plan to expand it vigorously in the future. This is much easier than relying exclusively on the income of the arena." Heaven's Wing Jade took out an account book. This account book contained the money she had earned by selling the peripheral souvenirs in a short span of 10 days. "So it's the damned things you made. How much money can you make with such unorthodox methods?" Heaven's Winged Jade had a look of disdain when he heard this. During this period, he had also noticed that there were a lot of miscellaneous trinkets in the city. They were all things that women liked. Heaven's Winged Jade was certain that men would never like them. "Oh, then why don't you take a look and see how much money I made from selling these miscellaneous things?" "Father, please take a look," Heaven's Winged Jade said sarcastically. The city lord of Skywing City took a look at the account book and was shocked. Within 10 days, just selling those miscellaneous trinkets had earned more than 200,000 gold coins. Heaven's Winged Jade hurriedly snatched the account book and took a look. He was also dumbfounded. "Father, this is only the beginning. I still plan to find a few storytellers to specifically transcribe some of the most exciting scenes of the arena. When the time comes, I'll sell them. I've even come up with a name. It'll be called Skywing Gossip Weekly." Heaven's Winged Jade told her all about the method that Yun Sheng had told her earlier. The city lord of Skywing City and his two good-for-nothing sons were dumbfounded. What peripheral souvenirs? What Skywing Gossip Weekly? They had never even heard of these terms before. Where did you hear these terms? Although peripheral souvenirs sound like they can make money, there's still some risk involved. The city lord of Skywing City was confused. "Father, I came up with all of this. If you're worried about losing money, there's no need to worry. I'll be responsible for my own profits and losses." Heaven's Winged Jade looked very confident. The city lord of Skywing City thought about it. He had really lost a lot of money on this daughter of his. Given Heaven's Winged Jade's talent, just being the person in charge of the Yellow Wings competition zone was still a bit of a grievance for her. For the sake of losing money, he agreed to Heaven's Winged Jade's request. "Your idea is very good. How about this? From now on, you'll be in charge of the arena's peripheral and weekly reports. You two brothers have to do your best to cooperate with you. The two Skywing brothers looked depressed, but at their father's request, they had no choice but to agree to the city lord of Skywing City's order. Just like that, Heaven's Winged Jade obtained exclusive rights to the Skywing Arena's peripheral souvenirs and a series of weekly reports. After she left the city lord's residence, she immediately went straight to the inn to meet up with Yun Sheng. "Yun Sheng, good news. I told father what you said, and he agreed to let me manage these businesses." Heaven's Winged Jade was actually still a little dizzy at this point. Yun Sheng had suddenly found her and said that she had a good business to discuss with her. Yun Sheng's business had a special term called fan economy. Heaven's Winged Jade did not know what fans were, but she still followed Yun Sheng's instructions and found someone to customize a batch of peripheral souvenirs in a short period of time. The number of souvenirs in the first batch was very limited, only 100 sets. At that time, Heaven's Winged Jade was still skeptical that those little trinkets could really be sold at such a high price. However, Much to Heaven's Wing Jade's surprise, those peripheral souvenirs were snapped up, and some people even directly requested to reserve the next batch. This immediately convinced Heaven's Wing Jade of this new business, which was why Heaven's Wing Jade went to the Skywing City Lord's residence to ask for the exclusive right to operate. According to the prior agreement between Yun Sheng and Heaven's Wing Jade, if this matter was successful, Yun Sheng and Heaven's Wing Jade would each share half of the income from the peripheral sales and the Gossip Weekly. In fact, to really calculate it, this was not the first time Yun Sheng had used the arena and competition to make money. Thank you, everyone, for your tips and monthly votes. Dodo, I'll be busy for a while. After I'm done, I'll update more often. Chapter 678. The last time, when Huang Tong was fighting against the Black Hussar hunting corps at the Hunter Citadel, Yun Sheng had used a magic scroll to record the battle situation of the finals. At that time, Yun Sheng had sold 500 magic scrolls, and the sales were booming. That was also the first time that Yun Sheng had a rough idea of the surroundings of the arena. At that time, Yun Sheng was still young and not very powerful, and she knew even fewer people. There were also very few exciting matches in the Hunter Citadel on the mainland. Yun Sheng had temporarily shelved that idea. But after coming to the Skywings arena, everything was different. That was why Yun Sheng had dared to give it a try. Sure enough, this test was no small matter. In the Boundless Continent, firstly, there were no televisions, and secondly, there were no computers. People's daily entertainment was very limited. At most, it was daily entertainment like blowing on candles, warming the bed, and giving birth to children. Yun Sheng's fan economy was really a great creation. However, what Yun Sheng did not know was that it was also because of that set of specially made 12 Saint Seiya cards that gave rise to a series of troubles during the annual competition with Dongwang Linger. This was also the first time that the term fan economy had appeared in the Boundless Continent. Since ancient times, any new thing that came out of nothing would always cause a stir. After this incident in Skywing City, the terms souvenirs and gossip magazines gradually appeared on the mainland. And gradually, this kind of business also became a large-scale business. Because Tianyi Yu and Yun Sheng were the #1 crabbers in the Boundless Continent and had the advantage of a Skywings arena, they accumulated a large amount of wealth in the future. It was just that at this time, the two of them, who were still playing around, had not realized it yet. Yun Sheng, I really don't know how your brain works. How did you think of such a novel business? Tianyi Yu could not help but sigh. Haha, I thought of it on the spur of the moment. Yun Sheng secretly stuck out her tongue in her heart. She could not possibly tell Tianyi Yu that she had already gotten used to this so-called fan economy when she was in the modern world in her previous life. Before Yun Sheng transmigrated, when she was still a student in the School of Famous Medical Sciences, there was a girl in her dorm who was madly infatuated with a domestic idol star. That girl bought souvenirs and entertainment magazines that were worth tens of thousands of yuan. Although the continent was different now, human nature was still the same. There were many reasons for their popularity. Some contestants were born idols because of their eye-catching appearance. There were also some who were extremely powerful and were Hotian powerhouses. No matter which one it was, they would all have their own supporters. However, the popularity of the Flame Emperors was only because they were mysterious enough. Sometimes a mysterious origin was the best selling point to keep people in suspense. That set of 12 Saint Seiya cards was designed by Yun Sheng by imitating the 12 constellation cards. The portraits of the characters on the cards were personally drawn by Dongwang Linger, who was an expert in painting. And with the help of the magic medium, the effect was much better than what Yun Sheng had expected. After the Skywings arena sold the surrounding souvenirs, they sold very well. The business-minded Tianyi Yu even opened up a special area in the Yellow Wings competition zone, which increased the attendance rate in the arena to a certain extent. Especially that set of 12 Saint Seiya cards, which were sold in the hundreds every day. Among them, the August Flame Emperor card was the most popular. Many people came over and directly bought the card with the Flame Emperor drawn on it. Seeing that the sales were so good, Tianyu followed suit and found someone to draw a whole set of cards for the contestants of the other competition zones, which was still selling very well. When the people in charge of the other zones saw that Tianyu was making a fortune, their eyes glowed red. Unfortunately, the Skywing City Lord had already given the order that all the surrounding sales were to be handled by Tianyu, so the others could only look on helplessly. In the blink of an eye, it was December. Skywing City became lively all of a sudden. Some of the city's nosy residents gathered at the city gates to watch the aristocratic families and royalty who had come to the Skywings arena to watch the competition. In the sky, well-designed airships would occasionally appear, and flying magical beasts with extraordinary bloodlines would occasionally appear. They had all come to the Skywings arena to watch the annual competition. All the inns in the city were filled to the brim. There were people everywhere. Ninth caller, we've already searched for many days. We've practically searched the entire Skywing City, but we still haven't found the whereabouts of that magical beast. It'll be hard to explain when we get back. The fifth and ninth callers walked on the bustling street. All of Skywing City was immersed in the lively atmosphere of the annual competition. Only the two callers from Izao State weren't in a good mood. The fifth and ninth callers had already been in Skywing City for 4 or 5 months as representatives of Izao State, but they still hadn't found any clues about the missing king-level magical beast. Wait, the ninth caller only said one word. The ninth caller didn't say it clearly. She still had to wait. She had a premonition that this annual competition might be her opportunity to discover the king-level magical beast. As the annual competition drew closer, that premonition in her heart became more and more obvious. At that moment, a very quick-witted hawker came up and interrupted the ninth caller's train of thought. Esteemed Lord Summoners, when you reach Skywing City, would you like to buy a set of this city's specialties, the 12 Saint Seiya cards? Go away, go away. Can't you see we're busy? The fifth caller was worried that this hawker would anger the ninth caller, so he impatiently shooed him away. Just take a look. The craftsmanship of these cards is very good. The people on them are very lifelike, and they can even use magic. The hawker didn't give up and stuffed a set of cards into the ninth caller's hands. The ninth caller was just about to explode when he lowered his head and inadvertently saw the cards. It was a team from the arena called Flame Emperor. Customer, you have good taste. This is the best set of cards for sale right now. The Flame Emperor cards. You've heard of Flame Emperor, right? He's the biggest dark horse in the arena this year, the champion of August's monthly competition. The hawker spared no effort in recommending. Hey, what's wrong with you? Don't you know I told you to go away? The fifth caller was impatient. This hawker really didn't have good taste. The ninth caller was temperamental. In Izao State, there was once a reckless summoner who pestered her for the secret of summoning. She directly cut out his tongue. But in the next second, the ninth caller's actions made the fifth caller's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. I'll buy it. The ninth caller took the set of cards and left without looking back. Hey, customer, don't go. You haven't paid yet. Those are specially made bee-skin cards. They're the last set, and they cost 30 gold coins. The hawker panicked, but when he turned around, that strange female magician was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 679. The fifth lord hurriedly paid the vendor and sent him away. Asking the ninth lord for money? She probably didn't even have that on her. What were you selling just now? The fifth lord was so focused on talking that he didn't see what the ninth lord had taken. This time, the Emperor Zao in red had specially instructed him to pay attention to the ninth lord's actions. If there was anything strange, he had to report back as soon as possible. Ever since the fifth lord met the ninth lord, he had never seen her treat anything differently. Even last time, when the eldest son of the Skywing City Lord had invited the two of them to the treasure boat, which was filled with treasures, the ninth lord had not spared them a glance. Honorable customer, that's the last set of 12 Saint Seiya cards. If you really want them, there's another set of papyrus cards. But the pictures are not as good as the previous set. This set only costs 5 gold coins. Seeing that business had come, the vendor hurriedly took out another set. The 12 cards were neatly placed on the table. The ninth lord looked at the eighth card. There were two young women. Both of them were magicians. Just now, one of them was wearing a white magician's robe and had just used a fairy spell. Because she was wearing a mask, the ninth lord, Hu Jiuxing, couldn't recognize the female magician's face. She repeatedly checked the spell that the young female magician had used, but she couldn't find any clues. However, the fairy spell that the young female magician had used was the purest form of fairy magic. Perhaps only a real fairy magician could use it. Could it be her? The ninth lord muttered to herself. Just now, when she accidentally saw the champion of August's monthly tournament, Flame Emperor, especially the female magician in white, her chest tightened. The ninth lord stared at the card in a daze. Ever since she parted ways with Yun Sheng in the Immortal Ju Nation 5 years ago, she realized that she was a little different. That's impossible. She should still be in the immortal residence. The Elf Queen would never let a human girl leave the Elf Kingdom. Hu Jiuxing pushed the set of cards away in annoyance. Coincidentally, the fifth lord walked in. He pretended not to see the messy cards, walked forward, and handed over an invitation card. The ninth main summon is an invitation from second young master Tianidong. He said that he's inviting us to watch the annual competition in the Skywings Arena's black and yellow divisions in 3 days. After the two main summons from Azeo State had come to Skywings City, Tianidong had been thinking of ways to rope them in. Alas, the ninth lord hated Tianidong and kept rejecting his invitations. The fifth lord thought that the ninth lord would reject him again. Unexpectedly, the ninth lord glanced at the invitation and said indifferently, "All right, then I'll decline." "Huh? You want to watch the annual competition? But haven't you always hated hunting magic beasts?" The fifth summoner was surprised. The ninth summoner had been a little too abnormal recently. Who said that it has to be humans hunting magical beasts? Recalling the magical beasts she had seen in the breeding shed that day, the ninth summoner pursed her lips into a thin line under her mask. This time, Tianidong had really prepared an astonishing competition that would shake the entire continent for everyone. She was actually looking forward to it. 3 days before the start of the annual competition, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger received a notice from the Skywings Arena. The two had to go to the Skywings Arena and participate in the drawing of lots to determine their team. Tianyi Jade had already informed them of this when the news of the annual competition had spread. Flame Emperor, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger put on their masks and headed to the Skywings Arena. In the freshly decorated annual competition lounge, several team members were already seated. As representatives of the Skywings Arena, the top-level annual competition, those who could enter this lounge were all the most outstanding contestants of the Yellow Wings division. Apart from being strong, these people had one thing in common, and that was pride. Among them, there was a pair of golden-haired male and female contestants who were the most eye-catching. This was a pair of contestants with very eye-catching appearances. The man and woman both had long blonde hair. The man was tall, handsome, and well-built, but he didn't have the kind of frightening physique that was full of muscles. The woman had long wavy hair and a charming appearance. Her figure was tall and curvy, and she had a pair of enchanting red eyes that emitted a flirtatious light. She was like a human-shaped Barbie doll. This team was the champion of the May monthly competition, Li Xinyue and Huang Fushi of the Lionheart Battle Team. The two were both comrades and lovers. Whether it was in the arena or anywhere else, the two were the indisputable center of attention. Although there were other team members in the lounge, the two didn't pay any attention to them at all. Li Xinyue was still holding a set of cards in her hand. When she flipped to the August Saint Flame Emperor card, she pouted and a fireball appeared in her hand, burning the card clean. Just two ugly people wearing masks. What right do they have to become the most popular team in this year's annual competition? What made Li Xinyue unhappy was the souvenirs that had suddenly become popular in Skywing City recently. Originally, when she saw that the Lionheart Battle Team had been drawn into the May Saint card, she had been happy for a while. Who knew that when she found out that Flame Emperor's card was the best-selling card, she was filled with anger. Needless to say, when she found out that the Flame Emperor had become the most popular team before the start of the annual competition, Li Xinyue couldn't hold it in anymore. She even directly criticized the person who had drawn the 12 Saint Seiya card, deliberately favoring the Flame Emperor. This was because she thought that the two Flame Emperor and Flame Emperor, who didn't dare to show their real faces, had drawn their legs longer than hers and their breasts bigger than hers. Xinyue, don't worry too much. They're the most popular team, but we are the team with the most potential. This is publicly acknowledged. Huang Fushi comforted his female companion. The Lionheart battle team was indeed strong. In May, they had swept all their opponents and reached the top. Even Lu Qingqing and Gue Dao had lost to the two of them in the individual competition before they formed Willowblade. Moreover, the two members of the Lionheart battle team easily defeated Lu Qingqing and Gue Dao. Comparatively, although the Flame Emperor won against Willowblade, the two of them almost lost their lives at the last moment. This was an indisputable fact. What's more, when she won in the end, no one saw clearly how Lu Qingqing lost. Therefore, when the officials of the arena ranked Lionheart's potential, they placed him at the top of the list. Later, don't let me meet the Flame Emperor. Otherwise, I won't be nice to them. Li Xinyue was as proud as a princess. Yes, it's time to show them who's boss, and let them know that the annual competition isn't something that the monthly competition can compare to. Huang Fushi agreed. At this moment, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger, who had disguised themselves as the Flame Emperor, had just entered the new competition zone. Chapter 680. As all the preparations for the annual competition were carried out in secret, this was the first time Yun Sheng stepped into the newly renovated competition zone after a few months. The arena could not be seen for the time being, but the lounge was much better than before. It was comparable to a 5-star lounge. You're quite arrogant, making so many of us wait for the two of you. A mocking voice was heard as soon as she entered the lounge. Flame, those two have been staring at us. It looks like they're not very satisfied with us. We didn't provoke them, right? Flame keenly captured the source of the voice. A pair of very eye-catching contestants were staring provocatively at Flame Emperor, who had just entered. As Flame Emperor was not familiar with the new competition zone, the two of them took some time to find a place and arrived later than the other 11 teams. Everyone is here. Let's start drawing lots to form the temporary team. Heavenly Wing Jade was in charge of the drawing of lots this time. She saw that Lionheart's people were not in a good mood and hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. After the drawing of lots, Heavenly Wing Jade also announced the competition rules for this combined annual competition. As this annual competition was a competition between humans and magical beasts, Heavenly Wing Jade also explained the ranks of magical beasts on the continent. The magical beasts in the Boundless Continent were ranked from rank 1 to 9, Commander-level magical beasts, and King-level magical beasts. As the representative of the continent's highest level of competition, Heavenly Wings Arena, most of the magical beasts in the Mysterious Wings division were rank 7, 8, and 9. Magical beasts of this rank were rare in other places on the continent. As for the magical beasts that could fight their way into the final monthly competition, most of them were already Commander-level magical beasts. The appearance of a King-level magical beast in the Mysterious Wings division happened in July. Due to the appearance of the King-level magical beast, the Mysterious Wings division was completely destroyed. Therefore, the remaining 4 months of the Mysterious Wings division could not be held as scheduled. Therefore, the magical beasts that won the monthly competition in the Mysterious Wings division were, to put it bluntly, only 6. Excluding the King-level magical beast that escaped, the magical beasts participating in this annual competition were the champions of the monthly competitions from January to June. After a joint discussion between the people in charge of the Heavenly Wings Arena, they decided to use a 4-on-1 format for the annual competition. There were 2 pairs of monthly contestants against a commander-level magical beast. After all, in terms of strength, a commander-level magical beast was much stronger than a sacred mage or a warrior below the martial ancestor level. Even if it was 4 against 1, the contestants only had a 50% chance of winning. When they heard that their opponent was a commander-level magical beast, most of the contestants revealed ugly expressions. When they woke up earlier, they all thought that the participants would at most be level 9 magical beasts. Who knew that the strength of the magical beasts in the Shwani district was actually so terrifying? It's just a commander-level magical beast. There's no need for 4 people. Lion and I are enough to deal with it, Lionheart's Li Xinyue said proudly. Li Xinyue and Huang Fushi were both capable generals of a B-grade hunter corps on the continent in their early years. Because they despised the low income of the hunting corps, they decided to become competitive hunters. Compared with other players, the two of them have fought against Warring States commander-level magical beasts, so they won't have any problems this time. Flame Emperor looked at the two of them carefully. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was sexy and enchanting. They were both eye-catching contestants, but other than this time, they had never offended each other. She didn't know where the strong hostility from the two of them came from. Li Xinyue was also paying attention to Flame Emperor. She was depressed to find that the two girls were indeed as drawn on the card. They were slightly more concave than her, and the parts that were supposed to be convex were much more convex than her. The two of them were also wearing masks. Just by standing on the arena casually, they had stolen the limelight. Li Xinyue and Huang Fushi were very dissatisfied when they thought about how the two of them would be in the limelight in the upcoming annual competition. The rules of the competition are that only 2 people are allowed to participate. No one is allowed to be special. Either participate or get lost. Tianyu was also very dissatisfied with Lionheart's 2 people. The two of them were very arrogant and had offended her, the person in charge, just now. In the arena, the most taboo thing was to have people who thought they were invincible, but were actually nothing. Lionheart didn't dare to speak rudely after Tianyu's rebuke. 12 groups of people went up to draw lots at once. The method of drawing lots was that the Heaven's Winged Jade's line of sight would place the 6 numbers 1 to 6 in a hidden box. There were 2 of each number. The contestants who drew the same number would form a temporary team to fight against the corresponding magical beast in the Shiny area. Lionheart's 2 people were the first to draw lots. They drew a 3. The other contestants also drew their numbers one after another. When it was Flame Emperor's turn, Flame Emperor was the representative to draw lots. As she drew, she thought to herself, anyone is fine, as long as it's not Broken Heart. She didn't want to form a temporary team with Broken Heart. However, fate didn't follow her wishes. When Flame Emperor opened the slip of paper that he drew, there was a 3 inside. The result was very clear. Flame Emperor and Lionheart formed the 3rd team. All the temporary team members had been confirmed. The new teams were the first to 6 teams of the 6 major teams. The specific battle against the magical beasts will be confirmed on the day of the annual competition, before the first round of the competition begins. Everyone has worked hard. In the next 3 days, please prepare well. Heavenly Winged Jade recorded the results of a draw and went to the arena to report. How unlucky. We drew the worst lot and met 2 people who were dragging us down. Li Xinyue tore the number from the draw into pieces and threw it at Flame Emperor. Hey, what do you mean? We don't know who's dragging who down. Flame Emperor was furious. Lu Qingxing was gone with great difficulty, and now these 2 people were here. Just thinking about these 2 peacocks participating in the annual competition was enough to make Flame Emperor feel hurt. Facing a commander-level magical beast was already troublesome enough. In this kind of situation, if they met a comrade with good teamwork, their chances of winning would undoubtedly be much higher. But if they were to clash with Lionheart, it would be good if the other party didn't stab them in the back. I'm talking about you guys. I don't know what method you used to win against Willowblade. In my opinion, Willowblade is much stronger than you guys, Huang Fushi said from the side. You guys. Flame Emperor was so angry that his face turned red. He really wanted to rush up and let the 2 of them see how strong they were. We'll know who's stronger and who's weaker in the competition. Flame Emperor didn't want to waste too much time on these 2 clowns. After the temporary team list was confirmed, The next step was to wait for the annual competition. Chapter 681. This year's annual competition was seen as a turnaround battle by Tianyi Dong, and it was also the most anticipated competition of the year in the Tianyi arena. In order to attract more spectators, Tianyi Dong began to send out invitations a month before the start of the annual competition. It also took a month for the arena to reopen some of the venues in the Xuanyi and Yellow Wing divisions and build all kinds of ordinary seats and VIP seats. Tianyi Dong's invitations included the royal family, important ministers, aristocratic families, some large hunting corps, and the people in charge of the continent's top-notch hunting citadels. These people arrived in Tianyi City at the beginning of January 1 after another. Tianyi City, which was already very lively, had a large number of airships and flying magical beasts. The day before the annual competition, Tianyi Dong brought a few subordinates to the city gate to welcome a luxurious airship that had just descended from the sky. A pot-bellied middle-aged man came down from the airship. He spoke with a thick Eastern capital accent, and when he saw Tianyi Dong, he cupped his hands familiarly. "Brother Dong, I haven't seen you in 3 years, and your cultivation has improved. Left Minister is too polite. Did the East Emperor and the Empress Dowager not come together?" Tianyi Dong asked respectfully. This time, he even asked someone to deliver the invitation to the Eastern capital. Although the East capital existed in name only on the boundless continent, the East capital's heir apparent was still the one and only emperor on the continent. No matter how strong the rulers of the other 5 countries were, they could only be called emperors. Her Highness the Princess has been ill for a long time. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager were worried about her condition and didn't dare to leave, so they sent me to watch the competition. Although the left minister of the East capital was a civil official, he was very familiar with Tianyi City. The left minister had a luxurious courtyard in the East capital. A few years ago, when the East capital was still stable, the left minister would often bring a few beautiful concubines to Tianyi City to avoid the summer and winter. What? Only second young master is here today. Why is Su de Guoshuo nowhere to be seen? Seeing that there were only people from Tianyi Dong around the airship, the left minister was a little curious. The minister of the left was also a top-notch figure. He was well-versed in politics, and not only did he have connections with the arena's Skywing Dong and the treasure boat's Skywing Ta, he even had some friendly relations with the Hidden Knight Pavilion Su Dagua. Great National Master Su's situation this year is not very good. A few days ago, I heard that he was frightened and is recuperating in the pavilion. You're already so old, so the shock can be big or small. The eastern half of the Skywing Wings mocked. The Hidden Knight Pavilion had caused quite a commotion recently, and it was rare for them to settle down. Oh, that's a pity. Prime Minister Zhuo looked regretful. In the past, when he came, Su de Guoshuo would find some fresh chicks for him to try. Haha, I've already prepared what left Prime Minister wants. Come, let's go this way. Tell me about the latest news on the continent. Tianyi Dong already knew this old lecher's taste. He pulled the left Prime Minister into the city. Recently, the most important thing in the Eastern capital is the princess's marriage. Prime Ministers will look worried. Are you talking about the marriage between later Qin's crown Prince Dugu Xiu and Princess Dongwang? Hasn't this matter already been decided? Tianyi Dong also knew a little about the continent's affairs. It has been decided. Crown Prince Dugu Xiu has already ordered people to urge him several times. Because of this matter, the Crown Prince even refused your invitation. Prime Ministers was sighed. It's a pity that the princess's illness has not improved. I came to Tianyi City this time to ask Great National Master Su to come with me. Perhaps he can treat the princess's illness. The marriage between later Qin and the Eastern capital had been facilitated by Prime Minister Zhuo. However, he was somewhat regretful that later Qin's crown prince could not come. He had heard that later Qin's crown prince Dugu Xiu's strength was outstanding, so he wanted to use this opportunity to compare notes. Isn't that simple? Once the annual competition is over, you can ask Great National Master Su to go to the Eastern capital. Tianyi Dong did not have much interest in this kind of marriage between the imperial family. That's right. When the time comes, just ask Great National Master Su. Second young master, I heard that the Tianyi Arena has been renovated. This year's annual competition will definitely be very exciting. Prime Minister Zhua and the second young master chatted as they strode into the city. Not long after Tianydong left, Yi Biming brought Long Hua to the city gate. There was no superfluous expression on his face. After a while, a very ordinary-looking merchant ship docked. 4 or 5 people came down from the ship. Leading them was a boy around 6 or 7 years old. The boy had red lips, white teeth, and a pair of light brown eyes. He looked very lively. Next to the boy was a young woman in ordinary clothes. Although she was dressed normally, the young woman's temperament was not ordinary. Her face was slightly pale, clearly due to the discomfort of sitting on the empty ship for a long time. As soon as the boy got off the ship, he looked around. When he saw Yi Biming, his little face immediately lit up. Brother Ming. As if he had grown wings, the boy opened his little hands and rushed toward Yi Biming. Yi Biming's handsome face was still as cold as ice. Unexpectedly, Yi Biming was indifferent and took a step back. Crown Prince, you're here. Lord Biming, thank you for specially coming to pick us up. The young woman looked at the boy lovingly. These 2 people were the new Crown Prince of Zhou State, Yi Beicheng, and his mother, Empress Wenren. Brother Ming, can you not call me Crown Prince? You can call me Beicheng. Before Mother left, she said that we are visiting incognito. We can't address each other by the way we address each other in the palace. Yi Beicheng looked at his elder brother with admiration. Yi Biming and Yi Beicheng were 7 years apart. Before Yi Beicheng was 3 years old, he had never heard that he had a second brother. He had always disliked his eldest brother, Yi Beiyan, because he always bullied him. However, a few years ago, Yi Beicheng met his second brother by chance. His second brother was handsome and skilled in martial arts. For a boy of his age, such an elder brother was worthy of being called an elder brother. Yi Beicheng wanted to be close to his second brother, but his second brother was very antisocial and he could never find a chance to get along with him. After his eldest brother passed away, he became the crown prince, and his second brother disappeared. This time, his mother mentioned by chance that his second brother was in Tianyi City. Coincidentally, the second son of Tianyi City's lord, Tianydong, sent an invitation. Yi Di of Zhou State thought that at Yi Beicheng's age, it was time to broaden his horizons. Therefore, he ordered Empress Wenren to bring the crown prince, Yi Beicheng, to Tianyi City. Empress Wenren liked to keep a low profile and was unwilling to take the royal family's empty ship. Therefore, she rented an ordinary merchant ship, disguised herself as a commoner, and arrived at Tianyi City. I've already arranged accommodation. Please come with me, Empress and Crown Prince. Yi Biming acted as if he did not hear and ordered Long Hua to prepare a carriage and clothes for the Crown Prince and Empress. Yi Beicheng's little face immediately darkened. Empress Wenren's eyes also dimmed. There was no kinship in the royal family. Could it be that Lord Biming could not forget the past? The 2 of them, one adult and one child, were sent to the carriage. The carriage rumbled forward. Yi Biming stood on the street, his back looking exceptionally bleak. Chapter 682. Following the arrival of the royal family, an important official from the Zhou state and later Qin, the envoys from the other countries, also arrived. Only the Immortal Keeper Nation didn't send anyone over. As for the Penglai Nation, everyone knew that the Zhao state was the symbol of Penglai. Since the 5th and 9th representatives from the Zhao state had arrived, it was enough. On the day before the annual competition began, the 5 major countries, the eastern capital, and some important hunting groups all arrived. Early in the morning, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger walked out of the inn. Yun Sheng, Linger, where are you going? Gu Feng and Qi also walked out. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger both looked embarrassed. In order to avoid Gu Feng and Qi, they had specially gotten up early, but they didn't expect to still be caught. We went to watch the competition, Dongwang Linger stuttered. Ah, you got tickets. I envy you so much. I especially went to line up overnight to buy tickets, but I didn't get any. Gu Feng looked envious. The annual competition this time was fresh and had done enough promotion, so the tickets were unprecedentedly popular. The competition hadn't even started yet, but the tens of thousands of tickets, including the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals tickets, were all sold out. Part of the reason the tickets were so popular was that Tianyi East had sent out a large number of invitations. Most of the royal family officials had brought their families along with them, and some hunting squads had even sent their elites over. Therefore, although the tickets for 10,000 people were said to be available, only 5,000 tickets were actually sold to the outside world. Moreover, the audience who could get one of these 5,000 tickets were mostly people with powerful backgrounds. Ordinary people didn't have any connections, so they couldn't even see the shadow of a ticket. Once it was snatched, it was quickly gone. That brat Gu Feng was also very anxious about this annual competition. He brought his belongings and waited outside the arena for a day and a night, but he didn't get a single ticket, which made him depressed for a long time. We only managed to get the tickets thanks to Big Sister Yu. Haha, Gu Feng, don't tell me you've learned from those young ladies that you're interested in a battle team? Yun Sheng teased when she saw Gu Feng's fanatical expression. Of course, I'm a crazy fan of Flame Emperor. I love Flame Emperor the most. Gu Feng took out a pile of cards. I bought almost all of Flame Emperor's souvenirs. Since last month, Gu Feng had been able to earn some prize money from the competitions he participated in. Moreover, the competition zone had relaxed the restrictions on magic healers, so Gu Feng had a lot of money to spend. However, this guy actually squandered all his money on souvenirs. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger secretly rolled their eyes. However, Gu Feng still liked the Flame Emperor, even though he didn't know the true identity of the Flame Emperor. This was really an ill-fated relationship. Dongwang Linger's expression was also unfathomable. Hee, we will definitely tell you the highlights of the competition. It's getting late. We have to quickly enter the arena. Yin Sheng was worried that if Dongwang Linger continued to speak, she would reveal a flaw. Thus, the two immediately slipped away. Hey, come back early. You have to tell me the situation of Flame Emperor's competition. I'll be waiting for you guys. Gu Feng didn't give up and shouted a few times from behind. Looking at Yun Sheng's back, Qi Feng had an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. It seems like something is wrong. A quarter of an hour later, the Flame Emperor arrived at the Skywing Arena. Due to the special arrangement of the competition zone, all the contestants would only know about it at the very end. When the two walked into the arena, their first reaction was that it was huge. This was an arena that could accommodate 10,000 people at the same time. Just the diameter of the arena was over 3,000 meters. The entire arena, aside from the audience seats, was open air. At night, one could clearly see the stars and the moon. If a person were to walk into the arena, the first feeling they would have would be insignificant. It was said that such a design was made with demonic beasts in mind. The running and galloping speed of demonic beasts was much faster than that of humans. At the moment before the start of the competition, Flame Emperor and the other 11 groups of contestants didn't know the origin of the demonic beasts they would be facing. The competition officially began in the afternoon. There were people all around. The 10,000-seat arena was designed in a trapezoidal shape. The first row was a purple and gold seat, and those seated were all royalty and aristocratic dignitaries of various countries. Skywings East also sat in the first row. Behind the second row were the various large hunting groups and some wealthy merchants, and at the very end were the ordinary spectators. Flame roughly looked at the audience seats and saw the familiar Elder Hellion and Elder Yu. As for the other contestants, they probably didn't manage to buy tickets. Flame suddenly fell to gaze. She looked toward the first row and saw Yi Baiming. Beside Yi Baiming sat Empress Wenren and a young child. It looked like that was the newly ascended crown prince. Yi Baiming probably came today as a member of Zhou State's royal family. Yi Baiming looked at Yun Sheng and curled the corner of his lips. How could he look so devilish? The corner of Yun Sheng's mouth twitched, and she resisted the urge to give Yi Baiming the middle finger. She looked to the side again. Not good. The emperor called out softly, his voice a little anxious. What's wrong? Flame looked at the emperor. Why is that old guy here? The emperor also just noticed that the left minister of the eastern capital was sitting in the first row. She had always been at odds with the left minister, especially this time's marriage between the two countries. It was all the left minister's idea. Don't worry, you're wearing a mask, so he won't recognize you. When the time comes, just be careful not to reveal any flaws. Flame glanced at the left minister. There were only so many familiar faces in the first row. The one who came from the later Qin seemed to be an unfamiliar general. As for the immortal residents, as expected, no one was sent. Elves were different from humans. They were the closest race to demonic beasts. The elves of the immortal residents hated the competition between humans and beasts. They slowly walked into the arena. Looking at Lionheart's appearance, is he here to compete or to put on a show? Flame was comforted by Yun Sheng, and his thoughts calmed down. The two members of Lionheart were dressed in white today. The man was dressed like a welcoming guest, while the woman was dressed in a tight, low-cut magician's robe. As soon as the two appeared, they heard a group of people in the middle row cheering. Lionheart will win. These are the hunting companions of Lionheart's two members when they were hunters in the early years. Today, they were all here to support the two. Did you see that? This is what it means to be popular. The two men from Lionheart had a proud look on their faces as they swaggered past Flame Emperor. What's there to be proud of? Aren't they just relying on their advantage in numbers? The Emperor muttered. Flame Emperor walked forward. A series of earth-shattering dragon roars and imposing roars came from the sky. The 10,000 people in the arena shook a few times. Flame Emperor is invincible. Flame Emperor will win. Chapter 683. Many hunters from the Heaven Extermination hunting group descended from the sky. Dozens of bat dragons roared at the same time. Everyone present was taken aback and began to whisper to each other. They had heard that Flame Emperor was a free team without any background, but they didn't expect them to have such a background. The Heaven Hunting Group was clearly supporting Flame Emperor. Hee, this is what I call popularity. Flame Emperor winked at Lionheart. Lionheart's two people didn't look too good. Suddenly, Flame Emperor and Lionheart's popularity were on par with each other in the 12 groups. Second Young Master, today's competition is unprecedented. Why haven't we seen the demonic beasts yet? The left minister's shifty eyes paused on Li Xinyue's snow-white chest for a moment before he stared at the two people from Flame Emperor. The winners of the 12 groups entered first. In order to maintain the mystery, the demonic beasts were still kept in the rearing sheds. Flame Emperor and Lionheart entered the arena together. Lionheart's two people had clearly dressed up today. They were wearing the most beautiful clothes. Not only Left Minister, but the rest of the audience were also eagerly waiting for the demonic beast to enter after this unique opening show. Left Minister, don't be impatient. Look, the demonic beasts are here. Tianyi Dong stood up and clapped a few times. In the middle of the arena, a piece of ground slowly rose up and 6 huge beast cages rose up. The 6 beast cages were of different sizes. The smallest was only the size of a bird cage, while the largest was 5 or 6 square meters. It could be imagined that the sizes of the demonic beasts were also completely different. The outside of the cages was covered with magic cloth, blocking everyone's curious gazes. Even if someone used their divine sense to scan, it would be very difficult to see what was inside. Everyone, welcome to the annual competition. I'm one of the referees for this year's competition, Hoth. The 6 demonic beasts are about to reveal their true faces. Let us look forward to the great battle between demonic beasts and humans. A man dressed like a beast man stood next to the beast cages. This person was the person in charge of the Profound Wing Arena. He was also a sacred beast summoner. Several martial artists came up and carefully carried the 6 cages to the side. One of the largest cages took a total of 10 martial artists and many levers to move. Yin, what do you think is in there? The size of each cage is different, so the difficulty should be different too. It doesn't seem fair. The smallest cage should have the weakest magical beast, right? Yin, an emperor discussed. The strength of a magical beast has no direct relation to its size. As a summoner, Yinsheng knew better than the average person that in some situations, the smaller the magical beast, the more powerful it was. Anyway, I don't want to collide with the guy in the biggest cage. Looking at the size, what kind of magical beast do you think it is? The Emperor shivered. Her understanding of magical beasts was very limited. It could be a bear or an elephant type of magical beast. Yin was also sizing up the 6 cages. On the outside of the 6 cages, there were numbers from 1 to 6. Those who have formed the temporary battle team, please choose a member to come forward and draw lots. We will draw lots. Without waiting for the Emperor to say who would draw lots, Li Xinyue pushed Huangfu Shi out. Why should you do it? The Emperor was unwilling to place her fate in the hands of these 2 people. Because we are stronger than you. Isn't it just a beginner, sacred magician, and a healing elf magician? During the competition, you still have to rely on us. Li Xinyue raised her eyebrows, her face full of arrogance. She and Huangfu Shi were both strong attackers who were good at close combat. They had a great advantage when fighting against large magical beasts. Emperor, let them do it. When the time comes, they can't blame us for whatever they draw. Yin shook his head. The people from Lionheart thought that the Emperor was afraid of them and felt even more proud. Huangfu Shi walked forward and quickly drew the number 3. The other 5 temporary battle teams also chose their magical beasts. Our luck is not bad. Cage number 3 is the smallest cage. It shouldn't be any powerful magical beast. Huangfu Shi and the others showed a satisfied expression when they saw the number. Good. According to the order, each temporary battle team will come forward. Let us first announce the magical beast in cage number 1. It had to be said that Hoth of the Profound Wings Division was very good at stirring up the atmosphere. His unhurried tone made the hearts of the audience and the mystical beasts in the arena rise to their throats. Cage number 1 was also the largest of all the cages for magical beasts. What bad luck to draw a big guy. The 4 contestants who drew cage number 1 were already muttering. The 4 of them braced themselves and walked forward. Hoth tore off the magical cloth covering the cage. Wow! Gasps could be heard from the entire arena. The magical beast in cage number 1 was a glacial raging elephant that was over 4 meters tall. Its 4 limbs were like 4 pillars made of ice and snow. 2 long teeth that looked like scimitars grew from the sides of the giant elephant's mouth, glinting coldly. A beginner commander, glacial raging elephant. The Skywings arena is really going all out this time. Zhong Yi, who was sitting next to Yin Sanlong, subconsciously rubbed his chin. As a summoner, he knew most of the magical beasts on the continent. Some high-level magical beasts were almost extinct on the continent. Even if they occasionally encountered a natural high-level magical beast, most of them had already been captured by the Zao state. This was just the first cage, and such a huge monster had already appeared. Who knew what kind of magical beast would appear in the next 5 cages? To be able to see a rare commander-level magical beast in the Xianwang Division's annual combined tournament, just this point alone was worth the price of the ticket. Master Zhong Yi, is this magical beast very powerful? Oriole couldn't help but ask. She only hoped that the most powerful magical beast would be drawn away as soon as possible. That way, Flame Emperor would have a much higher chance of winning. The giant elephant's body was like a moving wall. When they saw that giant elephant, the contestants of the first team all cursed in their hearts, F***CK. On the other hand, the other contestants all breathed a sigh of relief. They all took it for granted that the largest cage had already been chosen, so the following commander-level magical beasts would presumably be much safer. Actually, this raging elephant is just a facade. If I'm not wrong, it should be the weakest of the 6 magical beasts. Zhong Yi's gaze swept across the 6 cages. His gaze was fixed on the smallest cage and the medium-sized cages. Among magical beasts, the larger ones had a natural advantage, but correspondingly, they were less talented in certain aspects. Chapter 684. The glacier raging elephant belonged to the latter category. Ah, then isn't Flame Emperor in trouble? Master Zongrun, tell us, what's so powerful about this raging elephant? Oriole asked anxiously. She was blindly fond of Flame Emperor, and her mind was filled with thoughts of their victory. This type of magical beast has a heavy body. However, when it runs, it can activate a group attack spell called Glacier Roar. However, this type of spell requires some time to activate. As long as the opponent can control the spell, it will be fine. Zongren's analysis was clear and logical. As he spoke, another magical beast cage was opened. Within the second magical beast cage was a raging flame lizard. This was also a type of magic beast that was at the level of a beginner commander. It was most proficient in spitting out magic thorns that contained poisonous gas. The fire thorns would explode in the air, and no target within 100 meters would survive. The weakness of this type of magical beast was even more obvious. One only needed to attack it from 100 meters away. The second group heaved a sigh of relief. They had two magicians who were good at long-range magic attacks. It's our turn. Cage number 3. Flame Emperor and Lionheart's people's hearts raced. Everyone, I don't know if I should congratulate you, or you have drawn the most beautiful magical beast. At the same time, it's also an extremely troublesome one. Wasi was still in the mood to joke. He gently removed the magic cloth from the birdcage-sized draconic beast, as if he was lifting the veil of a beautiful bride. Once the cloth was removed, many people in the arena couldn't help but stand up to take a closer look at the magical beast in the cage. Emperor couldn't help but cover his mouth. Li Xinyue also couldn't help but widen her eyes. Huasi had no choice but to call it the most beautiful magical beast. Even summoners like Flame Emperor and Zongrun had never seen a magical beast more beautiful than this little fellow in front of them. It was a small bird the size of a woman's palm. It had a body of incomparably beautiful golden-green feathers. Its beak and claws were red, and its tail had a pair of large, charming tail feathers. Under the sunlight, the feathers trembled as if countless gold coins were shining. When the blue paradise bird courted a mate, it would either raise its head and arch its back, raising the golden feathers on both sides of its body, or it would hang upside down from a tree branch, shaking out its beautiful brocade feathers to attract a female bird. Hell bird. Grandmaster Zongren, who was still analyzing the characteristics of the previous magical beast, suddenly opened his mouth wide. How can such a beautiful bird be called a hell bird? I feel that it should be called a bird of paradise. It's not inferior to phoenixes and peacocks. Oriole also saw the little fellow in the cage. It still seemed to have stage fright as it stood awkwardly in a corner of the cage. Sigh. That's because you were blinded by its beautiful appearance. It was such a small hellbird that had once killed a 1,000-man hunting squad. Do you still think it should be called a bird of paradise? Zong, he shook his head. Speaking of the hellbird, this bird wasn't originally called that. It was originally called the seven-colored lyrebird. Because of its beautiful voice, it belonged to a very special type of magical beast. But most of these lyrebirds have gone extinct. They rarely appeared on the continent. Because of this, some noble girls and women like to raise these birds as a form of pride. About 200 years ago, one of the favored concubines of the later Qin emperor was determined to catch a seven-colored lyrebird. Later Qin emperor sent a 1,000-man army to an otherworldly forest to capture it. However, after entering the forest, the capture army, which was made up of mid-level warriors and several magicians, was strangely annihilated. When the army went to search for it, they only found a few beautiful birds flying among the mountains of corpses. Those birds were the hellbirds of today. Yin Emperor and Lionheart's luck wasn't very good. Although the hellbird was the smallest of the 3 magic beasts announced earlier, it was undoubtedly the most threatening one out of the 3. If they didn't find a way to win, Yin Emperor and Lionheart's group would probably perish under the wings of the hellbird. However, not everyone knew the origin of the hellbird. At the very least, Lionheart and Lionheart thought that they had drawn the best lot. Yin Emperor thought so too. She even pulled Yin Emperor and said, "Are we really going to compete with that bird later? It's so beautiful that I can't bear to kill it. A dog that barks doesn't bite. The more beautiful it is, the more vicious it is. We can't underestimate it. Although an emperor didn't know the origin of the hell bird, it must have some ability to be called a hell bird. An emperor didn't let down his guard. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't tell the strength of this magical beast. It seemed that this little fella's strength was more profound than the others. Lionheart, that magical beast, is too beautiful. After killing it, I'm going to use its feathers to decorate my magician's robe. Li Xingyue pointed at the caged bird arrogantly. Everyone, this beautiful bird has a name that doesn't match its appearance. It's called the hellbird. Just when everyone was immersed in the beauty of the hellbird, Huasi, who was standing at the side, couldn't hide the slyness in his eyes. Apart from a few people, no one noticed the gloating look in Huasi's eyes. Anyone who underestimated the hell bird and tried to obtain its beautiful feathers would have to pay the price in blood. After the announcement of the magical beast in cage number 3, the magical beasts in cages 4 and 5 were also revealed. It was a mid-level commander magical beast, the three-headed hound. When he saw the three-headed hound, the emperor couldn't help but think of Xiao He from the beast language ring. However, compared to the three-headed hound, Xiao He was taller and had a more frightening aura. The three-headed hound was also the only dark magical beast among all the magical beasts. It had the speed of the wind. The one in cage number 5 was a thunderwolf. It could spit out lightning bolts that were no less than a few thousand volts. The first 5 cages had been revealed, leaving cage number 6 as the only one that hadn't been announced. Due to the appearance of the gigantic glacier raging elephant and the incomparably beautiful hellbird, most people's attention was drawn away. No one paid special attention to what was in the 6th cage. Based on the size of cage number 6, many people guessed that there should be a magical beast the size of a horse inside. Everyone, it's finally the final moment. After announcing this magical beast, we will immediately enter the first round of the annual competition. The magical beast in cage number 6 will be announced immediately. Huasi's voice was filled with urgency. It wasn't just for the upcoming competition, but also for the last cage. With a trembling hand, he tore off the last piece of magical cloth. Chapter 685. The red magical cloth slid to the ground. The magical beast in the 6th magical beast cage had revealed its true appearance. Horse. It was indeed a horse, but in the next moment, everyone realized that the magical beast in the 6th cage was no ordinary horse. That is, Yin saw a magical beast that was somewhat similar to a horse. It had slender and muscular limbs, and its hair was as flawless as the snow of the Northern Kingdom. There was a tuft of red hair on its forehead, and its eyelashes were like butterfly wings. Its eyes were like a human's, full of wisdom. There was a spiral horn on its forehead. A unicorn? This was the first time Yin had seen such a magical beast. But immediately, Yin denied her own thoughts. It was a unicorn. A name immediately popped in her mind. Among the 6 magical beasts participating in the annual competition, one of them was actually an adult unicorn. A unicorn was a very special magical beast, or it could be called a semi-divine beast. This magical beast was also Horse's favorite magical beast. He had even given it a name, Dawn. The spectators were also unable to take their eyes off the cage. The Heaven's Wings arena was indeed rich and imposing to actually have such a magical beast. The Hellbird and the Light Unicorn were both the most beautiful magical beasts. But the beauty of the two was completely different. The Hellbird was like a fiery phoenix from hell, radiant and eye-catching. The Light Unicorn, on the other hand, had a noble beauty. The imprisoned unicorn was unbearable to look at. Oh my, it's actually a light unicorn. Sigh, it would be great if Flame Emperor could draw this magical beast. Zhong Yi couldn't help but sigh when he saw the beautiful creature imprisoned in the cage. Why, Master Zhongren, could it be that the unicorn is not the most powerful of these magical beasts? Even Yin Ke, who was not a summoner, knew that the rank of the unicorn should be the highest among all the commander-level magical beasts. It was said that the Unicorn King was one of the top magical beasts among the king-level magical beasts. It was also the magical beast closest to a divine beast, because it had received the blessing of light from birth. Unicorns were natural light magical beasts. That's because unicorns are the most peace-loving magical beasts. Unless they're forced to their limits, they won't attack humans. Hence, it's actually not difficult to defeat a unicorn. The zone personality side. Compared to the other 5 magic beasts in the cages, this unicorn looked the most dazzling. Its grade was also the highest. However, Zone, he was certain that this unicorn was the most harmless. The 6 magical beasts had revealed their true appearances. They were the first glacial raging elephant, the second lava lizard, the third hellbird, the fourth three-headed hound, the fifth thunderwolf, and the 6th radiant unicorn. After seeing their opponents in the first round, most of the contestants had different expressions. Hoth stepped forward and removed the magic restriction on the cages. In order to prevent the magical beasts from being frightened, every cage was enchanted with a special spell before being transported out. As soon as the restriction was lifted, the cage door opened. Awoo! The glacial raging elephant was the first to show its might. Its long trunk, which was as flexible as an arm, tore the cage apart and ran out. The elephant's size and weight were equally shocking. With every step it took, the whole arena shook nonstop. Following that, the remaining few magical beasts also came out of their cages. The hell bird with beautiful feathers also flapped its wings like a playful girl and came out of the cage. The unicorn in the 6th magical beast cage was the most reserved one. It tentatively lifted its front leg and walked out. Its posture was just like an empress of the royal family. The magical beasts were fine when they were in their cages. However, as soon as they came out of their cages, the pressure of the commander-level magical beasts was like the weight of Mount Tai. Seeing the 6 magical beasts, Flame Emperor, and the other contestants from the other 11 groups all took a deep breath. Although they already knew that their opponents were commander-level magical beasts, when the 6 commander-level magical beasts stood together, the pressure of the magical beasts was still very scary. Among the 12 groups of contestants, one group's knees went soft, and they lost their composure and directly fell to the ground. There was a wave of boos from the audience. The battle between humans and beasts hadn't even started, and the champions of the monthly tournament were already showing signs of stage fright. Useless things. It's just a group of magical beasts. What's there to be afraid of? The 2 from Lionheart mocked disdainfully. Everyone, the lineups of both sides have come out. Let me explain the rules of this annual tournament to everyone. Tianidong loved the feeling of being the center of attention. He quickly condensed his fighting aura into wings and moved from the audience to the highest position on the stage. Tianidong's roar was accompanied by the effect of the Skywing City Lord's unique battle record, Sky-Shaking Roar. Under the roar, everyone's attention was unconsciously focused on him, and no one paid any attention to the contestant who had lost his composure. Hoth took the opportunity to help that contestant up and encourage him from the side. First of all, on behalf of the entire Skywing City, this young master welcomes the 10,000 distinguished guests seated here. It is you who have made the first annual tournament of humans and beasts of the Skywing Arena unprecedentedly exciting. His hawk-like eyes looked around the arena that could hold 10,000 people. Once again, on behalf of my father and the entire arena, this young master thanks the 24 brave warriors present. Finally, out of consideration for the special nature of this tournament, this annual tournament will use 2 methods to determine the victor. The first method is a pre-match forfeiture system, where all contestants have a chance to forfeit before the start of the match. The second method is a life or death match. Once the match begins, no person or magical beast can withdraw midway. It will be a fight to the death. What? Tianidong's words had a completely different flavor in the ears of the contestants and the audience. The audience was naturally happy to see this. A life or death match, a fight to the death, was a rare opportunity, and the battle was bound to be very intense. They had come to the Skywing Arena to see something different, and the more bloody and violent, the better. The other arenas on the continent all used the rules of stopping when it came to a point. But it was different for the contestants. There was only one chance to forfeit, which meant that after one forfeit, the following match would be a fight to the death. This was clearly different from the rules of the Skywing Arena. The original rules of the competition were that as long as a contestant voluntarily forfeited, the match could be terminated at any time. Tiannydong's new rules were clearly a game of slaughter. Either the contestants would survive by killing the magical beasts, or the contestants would die in the mouths of the beasts. No, we don't agree. Nearly half of the 24 contestants expressed strong dissatisfaction. Chapter 686. Nearly half of the 24 contestants expressed strong dissatisfaction. They had come to participate in the arena either for fame or for profit, but disregarding life and death for fame and profit wasn't their goal. My apologies, everyone. When you joined the arena, you signed a life and death agreement. The last clause is already clearly stated that as long as you are in the Skywings arena, you must unconditionally obey the arena's arrangements. Skywings East had long known that these contestants would disagree. The contestants all had terrible expressions as they cursed inwardly. This was simply a tyrannical rule, but they had indeed signed that agreement. If they violated the arena's rules, they would face sky-high compensation. The Skywings arena would hunt them down all over the continent. Retracting our head is a knife. Sticking our head out is also a knife. Let's go all out. The 4 members of the first team who had drawn the glacier-raging elephant stepped forward. The first match is about to begin. The remaining contestants of teams 2 to 6, please return to the contestant lounge to rest. The members of teams 2 to 6 returned to the lounge with indescribable feelings. No one was willing to stay and watch the match. Everyone was thinking about how to deal with the next match. Not long after they entered the lounge, they heard a tremor that sounded like an earthquake. Someone asked, "I wonder what the result is." No matter what, we have to compete. We're already meat on the chopping block. We'll be swallowed no matter what, said Qin Yangan of the 6th team. The 6th battle team was the one that had drawn the unicorn earlier on. At this moment, the 4 of them had already studied the information on the light unicorn. Qin Yangan was a typical martial artist, with a full beard and casual clothes that made him look rather sloppy. The peacock man and woman from Lionheart couldn't help but frown when they saw that man, as if they had seen something dirty. Everyone said nothing as they listened to the activity in the arena. Since we're waiting, why don't we all drink a few mouthfuls to boost our courage? Qin Yangan took out a leather pouch filled with high-concentration sorghum wine. For martial artists, wine was their second weapon. It could boost their courage, improve their blood circulation, and sometimes even heal ordinary wounds. With that, he took a sip before casually handing it to Flame, who was closest to him. The 2 Flame Emperors had a good impression of this boorish man. Yin did not hesitate and took the wine. Without even wiping the mouth of the water bag, he drank a mouthful. That was the coarsest type of sorghum wine. It was spicy and did not taste like alcohol at all. In comparison, Yin was already missing the few jars of elven fruit wine that she had stored in the beast language ring. The texture was exquisite and the wine was strong. It was a pity that the ring had been taken away by Elder Hellion. When the Emperor saw this, he couldn't refuse. He imitated Yin and took a sip. "Ha, you must be the Flame Emperors. I have high hopes for you. I didn't know that a woman could be so bold." Seeing that the Flame Emperor was not bashful at all, the boorish man, Qin Yangan, smiled until his face was full of wrinkles. They were enemies in the arena, but friends outside the arena. This was a typical competitor. Just like that, the wine pouch was passed down. Everyone felt as if they were fellow sufferers. However, when Li Xinyue heard about it, she threw away the wine pouch. "It's so dirty. Why are you still drinking at a time like this? Are you all in a rush to drink?" Li Xinyue's words were like scolding someone to death. At this critical juncture, it was simply touching someone's bad luck. When Qin Yangan heard this, blood rushed to his head. "Woman, Is there something wrong with your brain? That's my wine. Get lost. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to argue with Li Xinyue. Qin Yangan, don't you dare touch her. Huang Fushi cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yangan. His opponent's cultivation was lower than his. Brother Chun, forget it. It's just a pouch of wine. When the competition is over, I'll treat you to the best elven fruit wine if there's a chance. Yin moved forward and pulled Qin Yangan back. Qin Yangan was not willing to let this go. However, he realized that his hand was held down by Yin and could not move at all. Only then did Li Yong realize that although the lass looked weak, she was not simple at all. It was said that the Flame Emperor was just a name. It seemed that it was just a rumor. To be able to participate in the annual competition, none of them were weak. Li Yong looked rough, but there was a finesse in his roughness. He had a good eye for people. Elven fruit wine? Then I'll let it go for your sake. I'll wait for that cup of wine. Li Yong chuckled, giving Yin face. Let's talk about it later if you're alive to drink that cup of wine. Li Xinyue interrupted. Woman, I dare you to say that again. Qin Yong'an's anger was stirred up again. Fortunately, the first round of the competition was over. The first round of the competition is over. The second round of the competition is about to begin. Team 2, please come out. A staff member of the arena walked in. As soon as he came in, the other contestants immediately surrounded him. Who won? Huang Fushi asked anxiously. The glacier wild elephant was killed. However, among the 4 members of Team 1, 1 is dead, 1 is injured, and 2 are alive. The person who was injured at the last moment was trampled by the berserk wild ice elephant and had his spine crushed. I'm afraid he'll be bettered in for the rest of his life. The staff member announced mechanically. Such a tragic result still caused everyone present to be slightly surprised. This piece of news made the earlier conflict seem insignificant. Team 2, hurry up and come out. Team 3, get ready. The annual competition would last for an entire day. The duration of the competition depended on the strength of the magical beasts and the contestants. The first round of the competition lasted for less than an hour. According to this calculation, it would soon be the third round of the competition. The third round of the competition would be between Team 3 and the Hellbirds. However, before the second round of the competition ended, there was another piece of news. The first round of the competition had a direct impact. After the news of Team 1's death spread, the odds of the betting tables controlled by the Hidden Knight Pavilion suddenly skyrocketed. The odds, which were originally in favor of the contestants, suddenly changed. When the second round of the competition began, the odds had changed from the initial 1 to 3, 1. In this round, several teams couldn't hold back anymore. Li Yong and the others went out to watch the competition. Under Yan's persuasion, Huang meditated in the resting room. The second round of the competition lasted longer than the first. About 1.5 hours later, the results of the competition were finally out. Team 2 has lost. The lava lizard's attack power is shocking. Qin Yangan announced the result as soon as he came in. He was no longer in the mood to drink and joke. His expression was serious. The second magical beast, the lava lizard, had thick skin. The contestants couldn't take it down for a long time and used up a lot of energy. At the last moment, the lava lizard released a high-level spell, Lava Volcano. The situation was very tragic. Of the 4 contestants, 2 were dead and 2 were injured. The lava lizard won. With such a result, the already tense atmosphere in the contestant lounge became even more oppressive. Chapter 687. The betting odds outside are already 5-1. What a scam. Everyone has been scammed this time. Qin Yangan was already regretting going out to watch the competition. His confidence was obviously shaken. The second team suffered a crushing defeat. Qin Yangan watched as 2 of the contestants were swallowed by the lava. He watched as they wailed, struggled, and turned into a pool of blood. The scene was too horrible to watch. Flame Emperor and Lionheart did not go out to watch the competition. Lionheart did it because he had absolute confidence in winning. Flame Emperor did it because he wanted to have enough time to meditate and accumulate more mana. The third match is about to begin. Third team, please enter the arena. The staff urged. It had begun. Flame Emperor and Flame Emperor looked at each other and saw a trace of encouragement in each other's eyes. After so many matches, Flame Emperor's tacit understanding with him was already very high. He was comparable to some veteran hunters who had worked together for many years. Be smart later. If you can't win, then scram. Don't get in our way. Li Xinyue's beautiful mouth spat out stinging words. Without our consent, you are not allowed to forfeit. Otherwise, we won't let you off easily. Huangfu Lionheart also glanced at Flame Emperor. Since they were from the same team, either side had the right to forfeit. Lionheart was certain that Flame Emperor would be a burden. Flame Emperor, do your best. I have high hopes for you. Qin Yangon pouted at Lionheart in dissatisfaction. He really wanted to punch Lionheart's disgusting face into pieces. After 2 matches, it was already noon. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Because Skywing City was located in the sky, the sun's radiation was also much stronger than other places. Despite the magic array, the temperature of the arena's ground had already reached over 30 degrees Celsius due to the strong sunlight. The arena had specially prepared half an hour of tidying up. During this time, most of the audience bought some snacks and discussed the 2 matches. The arena had already been cleaned up, but there was still a trace of sulfur smell left in the air. This was the trace left behind by the advanced fire magic, lava volcano. Half an hour was enough for the temporary team to arrange their battle strategy. You're called Flame Emperor, right? Later, you will buff us with wind magic. As for you, I heard that you know how to use elven magic. Later, use your magic to confuse the hellbirds, Li Xinyue said in a bossy tone. We've already done everything. What are you doing? The Emperor was very dissatisfied with Li Xinyue's tone. In the arena, the person who ran out of mana first was more likely to lose. The 2 of us are the finale. Otherwise, do you think the 2 of you can defeat a commander-level magical beast? Li Xinyue said disdainfully. She had noticed that Yin was a master magician, while the Emperor was only a novice saint magician. That hell bird didn't look like much and didn't seem to know any magic, but it might have some amazing battle skills. It was better to be cautious and let these 2 hotheads test the waters first. She would let the Yin Emperor go first. After confirming the hell bird strength, she and the Lion King would be able to succeed in 1 move. To the audience, they had already experienced 2 matches that were not perfect. If Lionheart could defeat the Hellbird in 1 fell swoop at this crucial moment, it would definitely cause a sensation. This was the result that the 2 Lionheart members had been waiting for. When the 3rd match began, the sun was hanging high in the sky. In the VIP seats, the servants of the royal family and the nobles had set up small tents to block the sun. The entire arena was like a steamer, stuffy and hot. The Hellbird was released from its cage. The palm-sized bird turned into a beautiful shadow as soon as it was released from its cage. With that speed, not many people in the arena could see its movements clearly. Under the mask, Yin squinted his eyes. His black pupils turned into a pale gold color. This bird was very fast and had to be handled carefully. Following Yan's chant, a thin veil-like mist quickly enveloped the entire arena. The mist greatly reduced the temperature in the arena. The audience, who were originally unable to open their eyes due to the sun's scorching heat, became alert and strenuously watched the situation in the arena. What a fast chanting speed! In the audience seats, Elder Hellion and Elder Yu sighed at the same time. This reminded them of the Dark Gold mentors in the mainland's magic elite camp. However, no one connected the masked female contestant in the city with Yin Sheng. Emperor also added wind magic to the 2 Lionheart members in order to deal with the situation. The Hellbird did not release any magic other than dodging. Seeing this, the 2 Lionheart members breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other. Huangfu, sure, shook his body and his movements increased by several times. He broke through the air like a sharp arrow and caught up with the Hellbird's speed in a short time. Huang Fu Shi waved his palm and forced the hellbird to flee in all directions. Li Xinyue began chanting. With Emperor's wind magic, the two were at least twice as fast as usual. Fireballs danced on Li Xinyue's magic scepter like a snake dance. Chirp! The hellbird was forced into a corner by the two and suddenly stopped in its tracks. It suddenly arched its back, and all the colorful feathers on its body stood up. Its body was strangely facing down, and the feathers on its tail opened up like a velvet fan. Its feathers lit up one by one as if they were lit on fire. As the hellbird assumed this strange posture, the hellbird's expression changed drastically. A strange scene appeared. Under the thin fog, the shadows of birds appeared in the sky. At first, there was only one. Then, there were 3, 4, and more. In less than a minute, hundreds of hell-birds appeared in the sky above the arena. These hellbirds were exactly the same in appearance, size, and even their cries. Even their posture was exactly the same as the original hellbird. They all began to chirp. In an instant, the arena seemed to have turned into a forest with birds everywhere. The 2 Lionheart members were also stunned by this scene. How can this be? What kind of combat skill is this? Facing so many hellbirds, anyone would be scared witless. Huang Fu Shi waved his palm at one of the hellbirds. With a single palm strike, the hellbird let out a blood-curdling shriek before disappearing into thin air. But soon, 2 more hellbirds appeared where the original hellbird had been. They were lifelike and looked exactly like the hellbirds from before. Impossible! How can there be so many of them? Li Xinyue released a flame explosion. The flame explosion exploded, and the flames engulfed 3 or 4 hellbirds. But then, double the number of hellbirds appeared. Yin Emperor had never encountered such a situation. There were hundreds to thousands of hellbirds. Every time one was killed, there would be double the number of hellbirds. With a bird chirp, hundreds and thousands of hellbirds rushed toward the 4 of them like bombers. The beaks of the birds were extremely sharp. With one bite, the skin and flesh would be torn open. Chapter 688. Among the 4 members of the 3rd team, the most miserable one was Li Xinyue. She had worn revealing clothes in order to look good, and now she had become the focus of the birds. Her snow-white skin was immediately covered in blood and flesh. "Don't come over, go away." Li Xinyue was obsessed with her beauty and only knew how to frantically wave her magic scepter, continuously releasing magic. "Xinyue, calm down." Huang Fu Shi was anxious. If Li Xinyue used up all her magic, it would be troublesome later. In the annual competition, the use of magic potions was strictly prohibited. Fortunately, at this time, the originally thin fog suddenly became much thicker. The arena immediately fell into a hazy fog, and the birds' attacks were greatly reduced due to their vision being obstructed. Taking advantage of the thickening fog, the 4 people in the arena heaved a sigh of relief. Yin also frowned. The hellbirds were indeed worthy of their reputation. Although she did not know whether the hundreds and thousands of birds were real or fake, if this continued, whether it was in terms of magic or mental strength, the 4 of them would collapse. "Yin, are you okay?" Not far away, the Emperor's concerned voice sounded. "It's nothing, just a small injury." After being reminded by her companions, Yin looked at her hand. Due to the protection of the magic robe, where she was injured, Yin paid attention to her injuries and found that there were a few deep scars left behind. Yin looked at the wounds on her hand strangely. Yin was different from the average person, because she had the Shinong medical bracelet. As long as it did not hurt her bones, she could recover in a quarter of an hour. It was just a few pecks, and, logically speaking, there should not be such serious wounds. Could it be? Yan's eyes darkened. Those birds and these wounds were just illusions? Magical beasts were different from humans. They had many unique aspects in terms of magic. Some magical beasts were even proficient in illusions. Yin was able to see through the illusions so quickly because she had fought with a night demon queen before. "Emperor, don't be nervous. Try to conserve your magic and pay attention to hiding." Let the two idiots from Lionheart do it. After confirming that the Hellbird's group attack was just for show, Yin calmed down. However, dragging on like this was not a solution. Due to the Hellbird's special magic, the third round of the competition took longer than the previous 2 rounds combined. They had to see through the illusion and find the real Hellbird. Only then would they be able to obtain victory. Yin narrowed his eyes. His Shinnong eye stared at the countless bird figures in the fog. She was certain that the Hellbird's magic was not to be underestimated. Even with Shinnong's pupil, it would be difficult for her to see through it. There had to be another way. Yin calmed himself down and thought of a countermeasure. Suddenly, she remembered something. Yes, the dark gold rank teacher had said that no matter if it was a mage or a magical beast, as long as they used magic, there would be traces. As long as it's a magical beast, it will have a magical soul, even if it's an illusion. Only a Hellbird with magical waves around its body is a real Hellbird. Yin suddenly understood. She closed her eyes and used the celestial meditation that her dark gold mentor had taught her. The surrounding fog disappeared, and so did the chirping of the birds. Yin's surroundings became a blank space. Yin saw a magical fluctuation. Although it was weak, there was only one magical wave in the dense flock of birds in the sky. That was it. Yin gripped the magic scepter with a backhand grip, and his eyes suddenly opened. She held the magic scepter in her hand and gathered strength in her arm. Yin chanted and used the magic scepter as an arrow to cast the magic sealing arrow. The thick fog blocked the view and also partially blocked the Hellbird's vision. When it realized the danger, the enigmatic scepter hit the Hellbird's chest. The Hellbird fell from the sky. At this moment, the fog in the arena dissipated. What the audience saw was the Hellbird shrieking miserably and falling from the sky. There was a magic scepter that was not much bigger than a thumb in its chest. Who could tell them what had happened? No one even knew who had cast the magic scepter. Looking around the arena, only Yin was missing a magic scepter. The other 3 people in the arena still had lingering fear. The Hellbird was dead, and the damage inflicted on them by the illusion also disappeared. Because of their earlier resistance, the 2 members of the Lionheart team, who had originally been very elegant, were now all ruined. When Li Xinyue and Huang Fushi saw that it was Yin who had killed the Hellbird, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Referee Horse's lips trembled, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Horse was one of the few people in the arena who knew about the Hellbird's illusion combat skills. He hurriedly went forward to check and found that the Hellbird was already dead and that the magic scepter had a partial magic sealing effect. Horse pulled out the magic scepter with a strange expression. Then, he walked in front of the 4 people and announced to the entire arena, "The Flaming Lion team wins the 3rd match." This match lasted for a long time, but it ended abnormally quickly. The audience did not expect that the Hellbird, which looked extremely powerful and flawless, would be shot to death by a mere magic scepter. After the audience reacted, they immediately began to discuss wildly. This is a loss for me." Prime Minister's face was full of displeasure. He had bet 5,000 gold coins on the Hellbird. Minister's is rich. It's only 5,000 gold coins. There will be more exciting matches later. Tianyi Dong chuckled. In the corner of the ordinary seats in the arena, the 5th and 9th summoners also witnessed the entire process of this match. Although they had received Tianyi Dong's invitation, the 9th summoner did not sit in the VIP seats. Instead, he chose to sit in the back row, so no one noticed that 2 important figures of the Zao state were actually sitting in the ordinary seats. I didn't expect that an ordinary master magician could see through the Hellbird's illusion. The 5th summoner was filled with emotion. Although the Hellbird was not the most powerful magical beast, it was still very powerful. However, his illusionary techniques were real. Even beginner and intermediate summoners of the Zao state would be at a disadvantage in front of the Hellbird's illusion. Seeing through the illusion doesn't require any high-level magic. It only requires a firm heart. The 9th summoner's gaze flickered as he stared at Yin, who was preparing to leave the arena. Was it her? The four people returned to the lounge. Little girl, you're amazing. How did you know that was the real Hellbird? As soon as he entered the lounge, Yin was surrounded by the remaining contestants. Under the premise of the bad news of the first and second matches, the fact that the Flaming Lion team could preserve all four of their members, and when the third match was a shot in the arm for the other Shin Beasts. Chapter 689. What's so great about that? She was just lucky and randomly shot it. Li Xinyue saw that everyone was praising Yin, and her mouth was full of jealousy. Then go shoot it if you have the ability. Who was the one who randomly released magic just now? If it weren't for this lady's agility, I would have been killed by your magic instead of being injured by the Hellbird. Emperor sneered at the side. What a joke. Just now, the fog was hazy, and Li Xinyue randomly released fire explosion. If Dongwang Linger hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been burned to death. Isn't that so? Some people are very powerful, but when they go on stage, they become cowards. Qin Yangan also took the opportunity to mock. If you have the ability, let's see who's the real deal in the next round. Li Xinyue had a stomach full of anger. No need to be proud. This time, it's your win. However, you won't be so lucky in the next round. Huang Fushi pulled Li Xinyue away. No matter what, they had already entered the next day's semifinals. Today's matter was a little strange. Huang Fushi was also very doubtful about how Yin had recognized the Hellbird's true whereabouts. Could it be that he really had something extraordinary about him? If that was really the case, then he would have to use some underhanded tricks in the next round. The fourth team's match also ended very quickly. In the match with the three-headed demon dog, it was actually a draw. The four team members all lost their ability to fight, and at the same time, the three-headed demon dog also fainted. The battle was unprecedentedly intense, and the audience in the arena was very carefree. Immediately after, the fifth team went on stage and faced the Thunderwolves. But it was only a quarter of an hour. Sixth team, it's your turn. The third match had just ended. The staff quickly walked in. What's going on? The match ended so quickly? Qin Yangan still wanted to ask Yin for advice on how to deal with a commander-level magical beast. The fifth team forfeited, and the audience is making a ruckus. Second young master wants you to quickly go on stage. The staff looked impatient. The fifth team actually forfeited. This result was very surprising to everyone. According to the rules that Tianyi Dong had announced before the match, there were only two ways to end the match: forfeit before the match, or die in the match. However, every team only had one chance to forfeit. The fifth team chose to forfeit. Although they managed to preserve their lives, they had no way out for the rest of the competition. After taking a few steps forward, Qin Yangan suddenly turned around and walked in front of Yin. Then, he pulled out a bag of gold coins. If I'm not wrong, you should be from the Heaven-Felling Hunting Corps, right? Just now, when the Flame Emperor appeared, the people from the Heaven-Felling Hunting Corps shouted loudly. Qin Yangan saw that Yan's style of doing things was very heroic, and he could tell that he had been in the Hunting Corps before, and did not deny it. Even though she was no longer in the Hunter Corps, she was still a hunter. As a hunter, he should not refuse a mission under any circumstances. Seeing that Yin did not deny it, Qin Yangan was even more relieved. He entrusted Yin with a mission at the last minute. Over the years, he had gone through life and death in the Skywing Arena, saving up 100,000 gold coins, which was 10,000 purple coins. He used 1,000 gold coins to pay Yin Dang's commission fee. If he could return after the competition, Yin would keep the gold coins for him temporarily. If he met with an accident in the arena, he hoped that Yin Dang could collect his corpse. When she left the Skywing Arena, she would send his ashes and those gold coins to Later Qin, to a woman called Li Qin in Later Qin. I'm not at ease leaving it to others, so I'll leave it to you. Qin Yangan smiled foolishly. Big brother Chun, you will win. Unicorns usually don't take the initiative to attack people. As long as you don't provoke it, you'll still have a chance to tie, Yin encouraged. My intuition is very accurate. I keep feeling that something bad is about to happen. Qin Yong'an's expression was as usual, as if they were talking about someone else's life and death. Everyone who came to the Skywings arena had their own difficulties that they had no choice but to do. When Shin Yangon entered the Skywing arena alone to participate in the competition, he knew that there would be a day when he would die in the arena. He did not fear death, but the long-cherished wish in his heart had not been fulfilled, so he was somewhat unwilling. In the arena, the spectators cursed him for being a coward, and the fifth team could only retreat dejectedly, not daring to utter a word after returning to the lounge. In the first 4 matches, the magical beasts had 1-2, the teams had 1-2, and the other had tied. However, the first team that had fought the Glacier Raging Elephant only had 2 people left, and the outcome was already decided. Although the fourth team had tied, they had no way of competing the next day in their exhausted state. The only teams that could truly enter the next day's competition were the first, third, fifth, and the sixth team that was about to take the field. Even Tianyi Dong, who had arranged the competition, had not expected such a situation. It was already dark, and before the start of the last match, Tianyi Dong called Tianyi Yu over, accompanied by Kong Fei. "What's going on? Look at the contestants of the Yellow Wings division. How could they be so weak?" Tianyi Dong called Tianyi Yu over and fiercely reprimanded her. "These contestants have all been through hundreds of battles and are definitely not weak." Tianyi Yu cast a sidelong glance at Kong Fei. "I feel that there's something wrong with the magical beasts in the division." She had noticed earlier that this time, the magical beasts could be said to have performed exceptionally well. Especially in the arena, they were incomparably ferocious. What problem can there be? The Yellow Wings division has never been strong. Second young master, you don't have to worry. These magical beasts are so valiant that even if all the contestants are defeated, with this batch of magical beasts, the Black Wings division will definitely make a fortune next year. Kong Fei gloated. "Today's competition is almost over. We can only check the situation of the magical beast tomorrow." Tianyi Dong looked at the restless spectators and felt a headache coming on. After Qin Yong'an's warning, he strode out with several comrades. "Let's go out and take a look," the emperor suggested. In any case, today's competition was already over, and the 2 from Lionheart followed him out. In the arena, the light unicorn still maintained its original form, its posture graceful. The members of the 6th team walked into the arena. Refund! Refund! Due to the forfeiture incident in the previous round, many spectators were clamoring for a refund. Everyone. At the critical moment, Judge Huasi waved his hand, a meaningful smile on his lips. Huasi is willing to guarantee with his life that the next round will definitely be more exciting than the previous ones. Yin, aren't unicorns the most peaceful magical beasts? Why does that judge mean that there's going to be a tough battle next? The emperor tugged at Yin. The legend of unicorns had a long history on the continent. It's hard to say. The hellbird earlier also looked harmless. If I'm not wrong, the lower the serial number, the stronger the magical beast. Yin also stared at the unicorn. The competition has officially begun. Huasi's voice fell. Chapter 690. That seemingly peaceful unicorn suddenly raised its front legs and leaped high into the air. Its horn and the moon in the sky merged into one, reflecting a dazzling ray of light. It actually released a magic beast battle technique the moment it entered the arena. Ooh! The light unicorn let out a long neigh. A magical ripple spread out rapidly from the center of the arena. The 5th, 9th, and zone personalities' eyebrows twitched. They couldn't help but look at the ring in their hands. Yan's hand tightened, and he blurted out, "Summon." Any summoner would have felt the magical wave emitted from the unicorn at that moment. That was a special magical wave that only a summoner would emit. This light unicorn was actually a magic beast that could be summoned. A black fog appeared in the arena. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. From within, a tall and strong pure black unicorn galloped out. It had a red mane, bright red eyes, and a streamlined body. It was a rarely seen dark unicorn. Not good. It's a red blood unicorn. The red blood unicorn was also known as an anomaly among the unicorns. Only one red blood unicorn would appear in 1,000 unicorns. Red blood unicorns were different from other unicorns. They were cruel by nature. They used blood as water and flesh to survive. Once a red blood unicorn appeared, it meant death and disaster. The 4 contestants also realized what kind of demon they were facing. Chun Yong-an's voice was hoarse as he clenched his fist. Brothers, life and death and glory are at this moment. We can't retreat. The remaining 3 contestants were also hot-blooded. They shouted in unison, kill. 2 martial artists rushed forward. The remaining 2 mages also started chanting at the same time. Their battle techniques attacked the 2 unicorns like a swarm of bees. The light unicorn let out a long neigh and a ray of light shone. When the 2 mages chanting met the ray of light, it was like fire meeting water, unable to condense. This was magic immunity? Everyone's heart suddenly stopped beating. In the arena, the red blood unicorn was as fast as lightning. In front of it, the warriors were as weak as babies. This was not a competition at all, but a massacre. The horn of the crimson unicorn pierced into Chun Yong-an's heart like a sharp blade. Yin only felt that his heart was about to stop. But the competition couldn't be stopped. In the final round, all 4 contestants died. Ugh! Li Xinyue was vomiting nonstop at the side. Her face was pale as she pulled at Huang Fushi. Monster! That is a monster, lion. We cannot compete with that monster. Huang Fushi's situation wasn't any better. Although his strength was slightly better than Chun Yong-an's, it was only slightly better. In front of the Crimson Blood Unicorn, the 6th squad was as easy as chopping a watermelon with a kitchen knife. What light unicorn? Saying that it was the most peace-loving magical beast was all a lie. This competition was simply a death match. Anyone who encountered the pair of unicorns would die. The 2 men from Lionheart were frightened and lost their will to fight. The 6th match, Light Unicorn wins. Huasi was indifferent to the tragic situation in the arena. He was just a referee. For him, it didn't matter whether the contestants or people died. After Huasi announced the result of the competition, he was about to leave the arena. Wait, what are you doing? Huasi saw Yin come over alone. Although the competition was over, the Crimson Blood Unicorn was still glaring at them. Even Huasi, as the referee, didn't dare to enter the arena at this time. Collect the body. Yin walked step by step towards Chun Yong-an's body. She accepted this man's request to collect his body. The audience in the stadium was still immersed in the massacre that had just taken place. Seeing Yan's behavior, everyone thought that she was scared out of her wits. Leave immediately, or there will be consequences. Huasi warned. The Crimson Blood Unicorn was in a killing frenzy. At this time, no one, not even Huasi, dared to get too close to it. But Yin walked directly in front of it. No one could guarantee that the Crimson Blood Unicorn wouldn't do anything. Yin walked forward as if he didn't hear anything. About 100 steps away, Chun Yong-an was lying on the ground. This was a straightforward man. Just a moment ago, he had invited her to drink. She had promised to treat him and the elves to fruit wine. But now, he would stay on this land forever. She was afraid that she would have to toast him in front of his grave. The Crimson Blood Unicorn also noticed this reckless human. Its front hooves were slightly bent, ready to pierce Yan's chest at any time. It stared at Yin, its horn glaring coldly, as if it wanted to intimidate this reckless man. A wave of pressure surged over. The Crimson Blood Unicorn paused, a trace of confusion in its blood-red eyes. This kind of pressure, a human-like fear flashed through the Crimson Blood Unicorn's red eyes. It turned its head and saw a black-clothed man staring at it from the spectators' seats not far away. Even in the eyes of magical beasts, humans were divided into different classes. Cowards, courting death, and the strong. That man was a powerhouse among humans. The pressure was coming from man. It was as if the Crimson Blood Unicorn had violated his territory. At this moment, the 9th caller sharply raised her eyebrows and searched the audience. Just now, she seemed to have smelled a familiar, yet strange pressure. This kind of pressure was familiar, as if she had encountered it a long, long time ago. But she was sure that this kind of pressure was very strong, even stronger than that of a king-level magical beast. While the Crimson Blood Unicorn was hesitating, Yin had already bent down and was about to pick up Chun Yongan's body when a pair of hands snatched it away. Yin was stunned. "Let me do it." "I don't like my woman touching other men," Yi Baiming whispered in Yan's ear under the watchful eyes of the audience. His voice was very low and magnetic, gently brushing past Yan's ear. Although there was a mask between them, Yan's ears immediately turned red. He gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "This damned man. Who was his woman? Besides, it was just a corpse in front of him." He was even jealous of a corpse. Was this man born to be petty? There was an uproar in the audience. Elder Yu's eyes were as wide as lanterns. He had seen a ghost. Yi Baiming, who had always been afraid of trouble, actually took the initiative to help someone. "Collect the corpse?" Yi Beichun tugged at his mother's sleeve. "Mother, doesn't Brother Ming hate dirty things the most?" Ever since he could remember, Yi Beichun remembered that his second brother was never willing to carry him because he found it dirty. In the eyes of the young Yi Beichun, there was no concept of death. To him, Chun Yongan's corpse was just a dirty thing. Maybe it's because your second brother treasures that woman very much, and he doesn't want to dirty her hands. Disappointment appeared in Empress Wenren's eyes. Chapter 691. Regardless of what the woman behind the mask looked like, at this moment, she, the great Zhou's Empress, was envious of the woman called Yin. After disposing of Chun Yongan's body, Yin returned to the lounge. Yi Baiming continued to be his guest of honor. In the lounge, Emperor and Lionheart were confronting each other. "If we meet that unicorn tomorrow, just forfeit." Lionheart's two people looked at Yin as if she was crazy. Yin actually disregarded her own safety to collect Chun Yongan's body. They had only met once. What a fool. "I don't agree. No matter what happens tomorrow, we can't forfeit." Yan's point of view was the same as Emperor's. If they wanted to get the title of King of Combat before the end of the year, they had to maintain a winning record in the following matches. Are you stupid? This is a tactic. If we meet the unicorn and fight to the death, even if we win, we won't have any strength left for the match the day after tomorrow. Forfeiting is just a temporary compromise. Li Xinyue was dissatisfied. "There are 4 of us. If 2 forfeit and 2 fight, according to the rules, we still have to fight." "I don't want to forfeit," Yin said firmly. "Yin, you have to think carefully. This time, I also agree with Lionheart's idea." Tianyi walked in. When Yin was collecting Chun Yongan's body, Tianyi was very worried. Tianyi also noticed that the unicorn was very strong. The Crimson Blood Unicorn's strength was too strong. Almost all the contestants who fought against it were killed. The light unicorn was protected by the red blood. It was impossible to defeat it. The current situation was the most favorable for the third team. The fourth team had clearly indicated that they would forfeit the following matches because of exhaustion. The teams that could participate in the competition were the first, third, and fifth teams. Among them, the first team only had 2 people left. Their chances of winning were very low. The fifth team had already forfeited a match. They could only fight tomorrow. If Yin and Emperor forfeited the next match, they could directly enter the final round. Moreover, they could avoid the unicorn. From a tactical point of view, this was indeed the most reasonable. The Heavenly Winged Jade also came to persuade the 2 of them. After all, their opponent this time was many times more powerful than Lu Qingqing after her Beast Blood Berserk transformation. We still intend to give a try. In the end, under the Flame Emperor's insistence, Lionheart could only watch helplessly. At the end of the night's competition, they also drew lots for the next day's competition. As a result of the draw, the third team did not meet the unicorns. Instead, they met the lava lizard. Seeing the result of the draw, Lionheart heaved a sigh of relief. The fifth battle team's luck was very bad this time. They drew the light unicorn. The faces of the members of the battle team looked as if their mother had died. The first battle team drew Thunderwolves. After the results of the drawing of lots were announced, a large amount of bets were placed on the peripheral betting boards. The amount of bets placed on the Light Unicorn's participation in the finals was already as high as 150, and the odds of winning were already as high as 150. This was also the highest payout rate the Hidden Night Pavilion had ever encountered since they had established the Skywing's peripheral betting market. It could be said that everyone thought highly of the Light Unicorn. After drawing lots, Empress Yin suddenly disappeared. When she returned, Empress Yin even curiously asked her where she had gone. "You will know after the competition." Yin did not say clearly. After returning from today's competition, although Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger did not use much magic power, they were still very tired. After the two returned, Goofing still asked about Empress Yan's performance in the competition. Dongwang Linger had a fierce look on her face as she yelled at him a few times. Only then did that brat leave with his tail between his legs. Late at night, in the Profound Wings competition zone, there were many intense competitions during the day. 3 of the 6 magical beast cages were empty. In the remaining 3 cages, the commander magical beasts were crawling. At the city gate of Skywing City, several city guards were chatting about the competition during the day. No one noticed that in the skies above Skywing City, there was a pair of sharp eyes shining with golden light. They were hidden in the clouds, quietly hiding beneath Skywing City. Suddenly, the entire Skywing's city trembled violently. This feeling was as if an earthquake had suddenly occurred somewhere on the continent. However, how could Skywing City, known as the city in the sky, experience an earthquake? Boom, boom, boom. The tremors became louder and louder. Finally, those city guards turned pale with fright. They rushed to report, "Someone is attacking the magic array." Below Skywing City, in the depths of the clouds, there was a huge magic array that supported the entire Skywing City to float in the sky. In the City Lord's mansion, the Skywing City Lord and the others had already rushed over after hearing the commotion. In the inn, Yun Sheng and the others were also awakened by the commotion. Yun Sheng, its Elder Hulian's communication firework. Dongwang Linger did not know what had happened. She pushed open the window and happened to see a firework that symbolized the signal of the magic elite camp rising rapidly in the sky not far away. Yun Sheng and the other 3 immediately rushed to Elder Hulian's location. When they rushed onto the street, they discovered that the street was already filled with people. Most of the people were still asleep and were awakened by the strange tremors. It's collapsing. The ground is collapsing. A series of frightened cries sounded. In the middle of the street, a 5 to 6 meter wide hole suddenly appeared. At least 4 or 5 people fell into the hole in an instant. Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger did not dare to act rashly. Dongwang Linger cast wind magic on the 4 of them and rushed in Elder Hulian's direction. When they arrived, almost everyone from the Magic Elite Camp was already there. Even Elder Yu was there. Everyone from the Warrior Elite Camp was also present. Yi Baiming was also standing in the crowd. "We just received news that the magical beasts in the Skywings Arena have gone on a rampage. Just half an hour ago, several commander-level magical beasts killed many keepers and fled to the south of the city." Elder Hulian's hair was still disheveled, and his face was red. "I'm afraid that it's the work of that king-level magical beast. The magic array below Skywing City is under attack. If it's not handled properly, the entire city might collapse." Elder Yu's expression was grave. The 2 elders did not expect that they would encounter such a thing during this training. At first, the escape of the king-level magical beast seemed to be a coincidence. But now, it seemed that everything, including the escape of the commander-level magical beast, was premeditated. In just a quarter of an hour, Skywing City had already descended into chaos. There were people crying everywhere. From time to time, the streets and city walls would collapse. Countless people were crushed to death and fell into the holes. This feeling was very similar to the scenes in the apocalyptic movies that Yun Sheng had seen in her previous life. At this time, Elder Hellion and Elder Yu had also buried the hatchet and stopped fighting. The two immediately decided to let all the students board the empty ship and think of a way to leave Skywing City. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.